Child, child, not me working two jobs and on time for both of them. Happy Friday, everyone. Happy Friday. Thank you so much for being here. I know some of you guys probably have already watched this trial. It's 12 a.m. for you, Krona. Hey, friend. Hey, Kaylane. Listen, y'all, I'm looking at this. I know some of you guys have already watched this because I'm going to be part of the late crew for this trial. The only reason I want to watch this trial is because of Miss J. The other day when I was late for my live and I told you I was on the phone, Miss J, well, if you know either of us, we can't tell quick stories. And she told me all about the case. I said, you know what? I want to watch it because I want to see what happens to the mom if everyone thinks the mom is responsible for everything. So I'm excited to see this. Hey, Summer. Hey, Jasmine. Hey, Destin. How are you? Hey, Purple Value. How are you, girl? Y'all, I'm going to be live every day I put it at 6 for this case, for the Donna Adelson case. I'll be live. The only thing is, one of these, like the way my training goes at my job, we train for 2 weeks and then we have a week where we have to implement what we've learned. So for the week that I have to implement it, my time is going to be different. So the weeks I have to implement the training, I think I work 11:30 to 8. So my lives may be they may be early and then I'll break and come back. I don't know yet, but it'll be weird. Hey, Destiny, how are you? Hey, Carrie. Hey, Angela. Hey, Sugar. Hey, Ronnie. How are you? Oh, Ronnie, I got to text you too. Jasmine, when you are trying to make sure you 2 minutes early at this job every day, I'm forming good habits, I guess. I am forming good habits. Tasha, let's not be messy, friend. Hey, Tasha. Hey, Shay. Hey, Lauren. Hey, Shalon. How are you? Thank you guys so much for being here. Hey, Jazz with the yellow heart. Hey, Ashley. Hey, Erica. Forming good habits, guys. Hey, Beezy. How are you? Hey, Nurse K. How are you? Hey, Patricia. Hey, Miss Jones. Hey, Kiana. Hey, Alice. Hey, Ken. Hey, Z. How are you doing? Mel, did you see? I saw the verdict, but Z, honestly, I did not watch that case. I don't even know the history behind it. Someone said it happened almost 30 years ago. So I really need to understand how we got here, what happened, did they just find the body, what was going on? So I've been looking at Kat's tweets on X, but I really need to sit down and understand what's going on with that case. Hey, Gina. I don't have a clue what anything is about. I'm here for my chat fix. I know that's right, girl. I'm here. Which is I can't get into anything. Barely got my work done. Oh, I'm sorry, friend. Hey, Nick. Hey, Campbell. Let me tell y'all something. Hey, Too Pretty. I don't know how I missed you. Thank you, friend. I told my niece, I think I'm going to have to start like hiding my clocks or something because y'all, am I like breaking up for y'all? Because I thought I was going crazy, but I think I'm breaking up or something. And I better not be breaking up. I got my extender up here and everything. Don't tell me that job messing my Wi-Fi up now. Should I unplug? I might need to unplug them from my Wi-Fi on the weekend. I'm trying to see, should I unplug them from my Wi-Fi? I'm not messing up for y'all. Okay. But yeah, I find myself watching that clock. Y'all be watching it. Like when I tell you, as soon as I log in, I'm like, okay, I got this long for my first break. Get back from first break. Okay, I got this long for lunch. Get back from lunch. I'm like, okay, I got this long for the next break. Get back from the next break. Oh, it's this long till I can go home. I said I'm going to have to just start covering the cell phones, the phone on the computer, every clock around me. I'm just going to have to hide the clock because and it's not like, I worked at IRS for 8 years, 6 of those years, I took phone calls. You get used to it. You don't love it. You don't hate it, but it's your job. So it's not like the work is any different than the work I was doing at the IRS. It's just for a healthcare company. Hey, kids, that's it. That's it. It's not like it's terrible. It's just a matter of doing it. Hey, Brianna. That's it. It's just a matter of doing the work. That's all. I can't say that I hate it. Hey, Georgette, how are you? It's just a matter of doing the work. So, y'all, I'm going into this case. I won't say blind because Miss J gave me a really great like synopsis of the case, and I'm going to do my best to tell you guys. So, Mama Adelson, Donna, Cam, I didn't see you, friend. Hey, Kiss, I missed y'all. I think I probably missed y'all more than y'all miss me. Mariah loves to say we have an unhealthy attachment. But y'all, I'm gonna tell you, this week I was gonna be live every day. I'm happy it started today because this was the first day of the Mama Adelson case. But y'all, when I get from that job, I just been finding myself just laying in the bed for hours. God, I have to really get used to working again. So yeah. So let me tell y'all. So Mama Adelson, Donna Adelson, she has 2 children. She may have more, but 2 of her children, one son has already been sentenced to life in prison for his part in this crime. So her son was a dentist. Okay. He was a dentist. He fooled with this girl, and her baby daddy was, I guess you could say he was in the streets. So the daughter Wendy has 2 boys. Wendy wanted to take her boys and move to Florida with Mama Adelson. Okay? Wendy's husband, they were both law professors, I believe. Wendy's husband said, no, baby, we have a custody agreement. In order for us to keep that agreement, hey, Isis, hey, Tasha with the flower, hey, Lauren, in order for us to keep this agreement, you're going to have to stay here. So Mama Adelson is alleged to have come up with a plan to unalive him. To kill him. Lord, I forgot. I'm on YouTube. Because TikTok, I think I said firearm in my Big X the Plug video on TikTok talking about they took the sound off. So I'm waiting on them to answer my appeal. So anyway, so that's what's going on. He did hire these men. These men killed the woman's husband, Wendy's husband. Now, I still don't know how Wendy got out of this scot-free, because there is no way in hell your family is plotting to kill your husband and does not tell you. It's just not going to happen that way. It's not going to happen that way. No, not Donna was the dentist. The son was the dentist. I don't know if she still practices, Campbell. The last I heard, she was a law professor. I don't know if she still practices, though. But yeah. Hey, Sharonda, I didn't see you, friend. And telling you, Sharonda, I didn't see it. So let me correct there, because I didn't think that's what I said. But let me make sure we're on the same page. Donna's son was the dentist. It was a family practice. The father was, her husband is a dentist. Her son is a dentist. Why these people decided to kill this woman's husband over a custody battle is just crazy to me. Hey, Laura, how are you? She said, yeah. Enough of the small talk. It's shot o'clock, friend. I might make a drink, okay? It's Friday. Hey, Paris. You know what they say. It's Friday. I've been working all week. Lord, I done gave them people 40 hours this week. It might be time for a shot, okay? Thank you for the super chat, too pretty. So, Ashley, I don't get it either. I'm not sure why. And so Miss J was telling me how all of this came about. They had no leads. First of all, Wendy's ass rolled past. Wendy is saying she didn't know. That's the daughter. That anything was wrong, but you roll past his street and you see police and crime scene tape. How many of y'all gonna ride past your child's father's street and you see police tape and you not stopping to make sure your child's okay? Damn the daddy. It's my kid, okay? Because he had the kids. He knew. Not he knew. She knew. Wendy knew. Wendy knew what was going on. She knew. She knew, okay? And you're not going to convince me that lady didn't know what her mother and brother were up to. Wendy knew. She's just a lawyer. And she probably knew enough to keep her name out of this mess. So I don't know. But this is the trial for the mom. The two shooters have already been convicted. I think I don't know what the ex-girlfriend got. I don't want to lie to you guys, but I'm sure we'll find out. Somebody on here may know. I don't know if she was convicted, but I do know they said she testified. Oh, she got life too. They offered her a deal. She refused to take the deal. And then she went to trial. I think they said she got life. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. So, yes, pretty. That's what she was doing. That she did get life. Miss J did tell me that she got life, and then she testified about everything. And now they say there are all these text messages where Mama Adelson is. This is what's going to happen. I just don't understand how a seemingly well-to-do family would do something like this. Thank you, Laura. Laura said the first jury was hung. Thank you so much for that, Laura. And she testified against the ex after her trial was over. Y'all, it's just, it's too messy. When you could have stayed out of those people's business. You could just stayed out of their business. Hey, Montresa. It's Paris. I can't even talk about this other one. But when I say I'm not sure why people who go to school, you obtain degrees like you're very smart, but you make really dumb decisions. Because why do they just think hiring local jokers to carry out hits is just the thing to do? Pretty, you're probably right. You think so? Campbell said they thought they were bigger than the program. Talking about what? Alice said talking about that money that was given to the hitman was damp because Mama Adelson watched it. Man, please. Shalon, of course. Of course they thought they were going to get away with it. And that's the sad part. They thought they were going to get away with it. So I'm going into this, like I said, outside of that, that's what it is, Lauren. Outside of that, I don't know much about the case. Like I said, she gave me an overview of it. I'm really interested to see what evidence comes out against her because they're saying she's the ringleader. And so I did see the judge. I think I might like this judge. I'm so for real. This is a fact. So they could, Alice, you know I got to put that down. Y'all know I have to take my notes. I have to put that one down. She watched someone. I gotta ask Miss J. She didn't tell me about that. That's got to be the dumbest I've never heard. I gotta tell Miss J about that. Because she been waiting, y'all. Miss J been waiting on this case for months. Do you hear me? Hey, Forrest. You don't like Donna's lawyers, Forrest. Oh wow. I think I've seen some clips of the judge. And I will say that I think I'm gonna like him. Now I don't know about his attorney style. I don't know about Donna's attorney style. I don't know. This judge buys snacks. Oh, okay. Okay, Forrest. I can't wait to see these attorneys then because I don't, like I said, I don't know anyone on her case. So I'll be learning these lawyers just like I had to learn them from Karen Reed, learning who else? ASAP Rocky, learning these attorneys. So that'll be good. It's like a funny movie that you have. Like, are you serious? Especially with the other. I can't wait. So okay, I'm gonna go ahead and put him on. I told myself if I get on here at 6, we won't be on here till 3 in the morning because I think the stream is 7 hours or so. But you gotta take into account lunch, break, so probably 6 hours or something like that. Was about to get smacked by the sexy hitman. Child. Let's see, y'all. Let's see. I gotta see. I'm gonna have to see who this person is you're talking about, Lauren. I mean, she's just too old to be doing this type of foolishness.
Very. Thank
Looks
you.
like Mr.
Everyone that
Potato Head.
called, good job.
Okay,
Dinner
period,
number one, how
Ashley.
did I do on the snacks? You're welcome. Before we get started this morning, I'm going to give you some preliminary instructions as to how the trial will take place and also an instruction on note taking. Does everyone have a pen and notepad? If you can hold those up for me so I can see. For the record, each juror has a pen and notepad. After I've given you these two instructions, at that point, the parties will have their opportunities to give their opening statements, and the state will proceed with its case. Once again, throughout this trial process, I will be reading to you quite a bit. Again, it's not that I just do not wish to speak to you in a normal fashion, but the instruction that you are to receive from the court concerning the law during this case is to be specific and it is to be uniform.
No.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have been selected and sworn as the jury to try the case of the state of Florida versus Donna Adelson. This is a criminal case. Donna Adelson is charged with first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and solicitation to commit first-degree murder. The definition of these offenses will be explained to you later in this trial. The state's charging document, which is called an indictment, is not evidence, and it is not to be considered by you as any proof of guilt. It is my responsibility to explain the law to you. It is your solemn responsibility to determine if the state proved its accusations beyond a reasonable doubt against Donna Adelson in accordance with the law that I will provide to you. Thus, the province of the jury and the province of the court are well defined and they do not overlap. This is one of the fundamental principles of our system of justice. Before proceeding further, it will be helpful if you understand how a trial is conducted. At the beginning of the trial, the attorneys will have an opportunity, if they wish, to make an opening statement. The opening statement gives the attorneys a chance to tell you what evidence they believe will be presented during the trial. What the lawyers say is not evidence, and you are not to consider it as such. Following the opening statements, witnesses will be called to testify under oath. They will be examined and cross-examined by the attorneys. Documents and other exhibits may also be produced as evidence.
Please, Sharonda.
After the evidence has been presented, the
That's
court will
Cherie.
give
Baby
instructions on
Cherie.
the law. The attorneys will then have the opportunity to make their closing arguments. Following the closing arguments by the attorneys, the court will conclude with final instructions. After the final instructions are given, the alternate jurors will be released, and you will then retire to consider your verdict in this matter. You should not form any definite or fixed opinions on the merits of this case until you have heard all the evidence, the argument of the lawyers, and the instruction on the law that I will provide to you. Until that time, you should not discuss the case amongst yourselves. Your verdict must be based solely on the evidence or lack of evidence and the law. I now instruct you not to communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, about this case. No communication includes no emailing, text messaging, tweeting, blogging, or any other form of communication. You cannot do any research about the case or look up any information about the case. If you become aware of any violation of these rules at all, please notify my courtroom personnel concerning the violation. During the course of the trial, the court may take recesses or breaks, and you will be permitted to separate and go about your affairs, or you'll be returned to the jury room. During these recesses or breaks, you must not discuss the case with anyone, nor permit anyone to say anything to you or in your presence about this case. If anyone attempts to say anything to you or in your presence about this case, please tell him or her that you are on the jury that is trying the case and ask that person to stop. If he or she persists, leave that person at once and immediately report the matter to my bailiff, who will advise me. All cell phones, computers, tablets, or other types of electronic devices must be turned off while you're in the courtroom. Turned off means that the phone or electronic device is actually off and not in a silent or vibrating mode. You may use your devices during any recesses or breaks, but even then, you may not use your cell phones or electronic devices to find out any information about the case or to communicate with anyone about the case or the people that are involved in the case. Do not take photographs, video recordings, or audio recordings of the proceedings or of your fellow jurors. After each recess or break, please double check to make sure your cell phone or electronic device is turned off. At the end of the case, while you are deliberating, you must not communicate with anyone outside of the jury room. You cannot have in the jury room any cell phones, computers, or other electronic devices. If someone needs to contact you in an emergency, the court can receive messages and they will be delivered to you without delay. A contact phone number will be provided to you for this very purpose. The case must be tried by you only on the evidence presented during the trial, in your presence, and in the presence of the defendant, the attorneys, and myself. Jurors must not conduct any investigation of their own. This would include reading newspapers, watching television, using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places that are involved in this case. This instruction is going to apply to you whether you're in the courthouse, at home, or any other location until the trial has concluded. You must not visit places that are mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place that is discussed during the trial. Jurors must not have discussions of any sort with friends or family members about the case or the people and places involved. So do not let even the closest of family members make comments to you or ask questions about this trial.
Nobody.
In this age of electronic communication, I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face to face, you must not talk about this case by using an electronic device. You must not use phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate. Do not send or accept any messages that are related to this case or your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on an internet website, chat room, or blog. What are the reasons for these rules? These rules are imposed because jurors must decide the case without distraction and only on the evidence presented in the courtroom. If you investigate, research, or make inquiries on your own, I will have no way to make sure the information that you have obtained is actually proper and relevant to this case. The parties likewise have no opportunity to dispute or challenge the accuracy of what you may find. That is contrary to our judicial system, which assures every party the right to ask questions about and challenge the evidence being considered against it and to present argument with respect to that evidence. Any independent investigation by a juror unfairly and improperly prevents the parties from having the opportunity that our judicial system promises. Any juror who violates these restrictions jeopardizes the fairness of the proceedings, and a mistrial could result that would require the entire trial process to start over. A mistrial is a tremendous expense and inconvenience to the parties, the court, and all taxpayers.
Let them know.
If you violate these rules, you may be held in contempt of court and face sanctions such as serving time in jail, paying a fine, or potentially both. In every criminal proceeding, a defendant has the absolute right to remain silent. At no time is it the duty of a defendant to prove her innocence. From the exercise of a defendant's right to remain silent, a jury is not permitted to draw any inference of guilt, and the fact that a defendant did not take the witness stand must not influence your verdict in any manner whatsoever. The attorneys are trained in the rules of evidence and trial procedure, and it is their duty to make all objections they believe are proper. When an objection is made, you must not speculate on the reason why it has been made. Likewise, when an objection is sustained or upheld by me, you must not speculate on what might have occurred had the objection not been sustained, nor what a witness might have said had he or she been permitted to answer that question.
Not reading and looking away.
During the trial, it
Here.
may be necessary for me to confer with the attorneys out of your hearing to discuss matters that require my consideration alone. It is impossible to predict when such a conference may be required or for how long such a conference may last. When such conferences occur, they will be conducted so as to consume as little of your time as is necessary for a fair and orderly trial of this case. If you would like to take notes during the trial, you may do so. On the other hand, of course, you are not required to take notes if you choose not to. This is going to be an individual choice for each juror. You have been provided with a notepad and pen for your use if you do wish to take notes. Any notes that you take will be for your personal use. However, you are not to remove your notepads from the courtroom. During any recess or break.
Okay, yeah, I saw he's giving the rules of court. I'm sorry, I really didn't think it was gonna be that long.
And this is the defendant, Donna Adelson. We see her here at the defense table, and this is how she appeared back in 2014 when this crime occurred 11 years ago.
Oh, wow.
And the reason that we're here today is because this defendant, Donna Adelson, was part of a conspiracy to hire a hitman to kill her former son-in-law, Dan Markel. This murder was set into motion because back in 2014, this defendant's family had a big problem.
Yes,
And the big problem was Dan Markel. And the solution to that problem was the defendant's son, Charlie Adelson. Charlie Adelson was the solution because he had a girlfriend with connections to the type of people who were willing and capable of pointing a gun at a complete stranger and pulling the trigger. The victim in this case, Dan Markel, was known as Danny to his friends and family. He was a loving father to 2 little boys, and he was a highly respected law professor at Florida State University College of Law. Tragically, on July 18th of 2014, Dan Markel was shot in the head in broad daylight in the driveway of his home in the Benton Hills neighborhood here in Tallahassee. The last day of his life began like any other day of his that summer. He woke up, he took his 2 young sons to preschool, and then he went to the gym to work out. After finishing his workout, he returned home. He pulled into his driveway and he opened his garage. But little did he know that throughout his entire routine that morning, he was being followed by 2 hired hitmen who traveled all the way to Tallahassee from Miami for the sole purpose of taking his life. And like something out of a horror movie, when he pulled into his driveway, the killers pulled in right behind him. Moments later, Dan Markel's neighbor heard a gunshot.
Hey, Yates.
And he looked out the window and saw a light-colored Toyota Prius back quickly out of Dan Markel's driveway and speed away. The neighbor thought that was very unusual, very suspicious, so he waited a second to see if Dan Markel also backed out of his driveway or came out of his house. And when he didn't see him, the neighbor got, a very funny feeling. And he went over to Dan Markel's open garage to see if there was anything wrong. And he found a gruesome scene. Dan Markel's car window, his driver's side window, was shattered. His glasses and his phone were on the ground next to his car. And Dan Markel was behind the wheel. He was unresponsive and moaning and terribly injured. The neighbor called 911 and law enforcement arrived to find Dan Markel with a gunshot wound to the head. He was taken to the hospital where he survived for about 14 hours before he was pronounced dead.
Dang.
Dan Markel was only 41 years old. And his little boys, who were deprived of their father after this murder, were just 3 and 4 years old. Bless you. Law enforcement began to investigate to try to figure out who did this, who shot Dan Markel. The scene there, the crime scene, left no trace of the killers. There was no fingerprints, no DNA, no bullet casing, nothing was stolen. And so police began to suspect that this may be a professional killing. The little evidence that they do have sends them down 2 separate paths. One path is to track down that light-colored Prius that the neighbor saw fleeing from the scene. And the other is to identify who was inside that Prius. And the other path relates to motive. Who in Dan Markel's life would hate him enough to hire a professional killer to kill him? And after years of tireless investigation, both of these paths led directly to this defendant.
Not they got her rolling down.
So first, let's talk about the path involving motive. We'll go down both paths this morning. Police investigated Dan Markel's personal life.
I can. She not only is she slow, but I wish, and I think some, every prosecutor has their own, style, but she just sounds like, it's. Tasha says she's very well spoken. Tasha, she boring me. I just, this is a big case, and she is giving the facts. I'm going to give you that. She's giving the facts. I just need a little. But again, this would be me, the prosecutor up there. And first of all, that would be me. And that's my problem right now. I'm gonna move it up some. So we will move it. Let's see about 1.25. Let's see what that sounds like.
To try to figure out a motive in this case, to see who might want him dead. And they learned that Dan Markel was entangled in a very nasty divorce with his ex-wife.
Nasty divorce.
Who is the defendant's daughter. And his ex-wife is named Wendy Adelson. A review of the divorce case file reveals that Wendy Adelson had asked the court to allow her to relocate to Miami, where she was from and where her parents lived, with her children and Dan Markel's children. In order to be closer to her mother, Donna Adelson, to her father, whose name is Harvey Adelson, and to her brother, whose name is Charlie Adelson. The victim, Dan Markel, as you can imagine, is adamantly opposed to this, to his children being relocated to Miami. He works here in Tallahassee. He's a law professor here in Tallahassee. This is where he lives. This is where his kids have been raised. He wants his children here with him. A review by law enforcement of Wendy Adelson's emails made it clear that her mother, the defendant, hated Dan Markel and was the relentless driving force behind Wendy's relocation efforts to South Florida. And, being a caring and involved parent is great.
Right.
But the defendant's participation in her children's lives went beyond mere involvement or even meddling. She was extremely controlling. She had very strong opinions about all the decisions in Wendy Adelson's life, whether it be about her career, her relationships, or even purchasing a home. And if Wendy Adelson would not do as the defendant wanted her to do, the defendant often then enlisted Charlie Adelson, her son, Wendy's brother, to solve the problem by getting him to kind of go to Wendy and persuade Wendy until Wendy ultimately agreed to do what the defendant wanted her to do. And while the defendant had always been controlling of her children's lives, the emails uncovered by law enforcement showed that this defendant was desperate to find a way for Wendy and Dan Markel's children, her grandchildren, to be able to relocate to Miami. The defendant told Wendy that she deserved more than just a life teaching in Tallahassee without her family, and that Dan Markel was essentially holding her hostage in Tallahassee because of his job. During the divorce and custody battle, the defendant's email showed that she was heavily involved in Wendy's court case, even going so far as to draft and edit the documents that Wendy and her attorney were filing in court, and emailing Wendy instructions for her attorney on what her attorney should do. The defendant would guilt trip Wendy Adelson about how much time she and her husband, Harvey Adelson, were having to spend away from their dental practice to visit Wendy and the grandkids in Tallahassee and complain about how the family was losing income, losing patients because of their constant absences from the practice. And the defendant instructed Wendy Adelson that relocation to Miami was the most important priority in this divorce. And if it had to be her non-negotiable in the divorce. In June of 2013, the judge in the divorce case ended up ruling in Dan Markel's favor. And not only did the judge deny Wendy's relocation motion, but the judge dismissed it in a way that prevented Wendy Adelson from requesting the relocation again. So Wendy would not be permitted to move to Miami to be close to the defendant and her husband with the children at that time or ever, unless of course something happened to Dan Markel. After the judge denied the relocation motion, after that was denied, the defendant told Wendy Adelson in emails that Dan Markel has not beaten the Adelson family yet. She let Wendy know that the Adelson family is a team and they are trying to win. Donna Adelson suggested in her emails several bribes to get Dan Markel to agree to relocation, like plane tickets, paying for her grandson's education. And the defendant even suggested offering Dan Markel a $1 million bribe to allow the relocation, to let Wendy move to Miami with the boys. And if the bribes...
Now, y'all, I just hate my mama dead because I have to call my mom and say, girl, would you be willing to do all of this in a custody battle? Why is Donna acting like these are her babies? They're grandchildren, for God's sakes. These are grandchildren. There is no way she is this involved in a custody battle that has nothing to do with her. That woman chose to have kids with that man, bribing him so that he wouldn't see his own kids.
Didn't work. The defendant also suggested several
$1
ways
million
that Wendy could threaten or bully Dan Markel into submission. The defendant told Wendy to aggravate Dan Markel like he aggravates you. And the defendant set out a plan of action that the defendant told Wendy would make Dan Markel absolutely miserable. And she's detailing all of these in her emails. So, for the plan of action, the defendant knew that Dan Markel was devoutly Jewish. So she came up with the idea for Wendy to pose Dan Markel's sons for pictures in front of a Catholic church, and then post the pictures to social media, and even announce on social media she was in.
First of all, 2013. Were y'all not texting? I graduated. I had LJ in 2011. I was definitely texting. Why the hell are they emailing like this? This woman said, plan of action. Take photo of boys. Is Wendy slow? Take photo of boys dressed nicely, standing in front door or by the sign of a Tallahassee church. What?
Post the pictures to social media.
I hate that man.
And even announce on social media she was getting the children baptized, just to make it appear to Dan Markel that she was changing their religion. The defendant assured Wendy Adelson that this would all be an act to get Dan Markel to agree to let her move to Miami, but told Wendy Adelson that in order to pull off the stunt, she had to put on the acting performance of her life. The defendant said that it did not matter to her if Wendy had to dress her two little toddlers up in Nazi or SS uniforms, as long as she was able to get them to South Florida and show Dan Markel that he was not in control. The defendant repeatedly told Wendy Adelson that the rest of her life, meaning Wendy's life, as well as the defendant's life, Harvey Adelson's life, and Charlie Adelson's life, depended on Wendy Adelson and the boys being able to relocate to Miami. And the defendant said that she would never, never, never give up and never stop fighting for Wendy and the boys to be relocated to Miami. And she never did.
It's time for action.
The evidence in this case will show you that this defendant's closest confidant was her son, Charlie Adelson. She and Charlie Adelson talk multiple times a day, every day. And he was the person with whom she would constantly vent and complain to about Wendy's situation here in Tallahassee, having to live in Tallahassee with her sons. And the defendant would use very dramatic life and death terms to describe it. The defendant portrayed Dan Markel to Charlie Adelson as a crazy person who was impossible to deal with and was causing an extreme amount of stress to Donna Adelson and her husband, Harvey Adelson. And Charlie Adelson was also the person that Donna Adelson relied on to solve her problems. And her daughter and grandsons having to live 8 hours away in Tallahassee was a big, big problem for this defendant. And this defendant made it Charlie Adelson's problem to solve. And although the divorce between Wendy and Dan Markel was final a year before the murder, throughout that year, litigation is still ongoing, to say the least. Each side is continuing to routinely file violations of the custody agreement, violations of the settlement agreement, and that continued right up until Dan Markel's death in 2014. A few months before the murder in 2014, Dan Markel alleged that the defendant, Donna Adelson, was disparaging him to his children. He was very worried about her trying to alienate him from his children. She was doing this by calling him stupid in front of the boys and telling the boys that Dan Markel was trying to take them away from her.
I believe it.
Dan Markel asked the court to prevent this defendant from having unsupervised contact with her grandchildren. And this motion was still pending in court when Dan Markel was killed. And the murder of Dan Markel ensured that not having access to her grandchildren would never be a problem for this defendant. And what do you know? About 48 hours after Dan Markel was killed, after the shooting happened, Wendy Adelson and the little boys relocated to Miami, moved into the defendant's home with her, and the boys started school down the street. And just like that, their father was effectively erased from their lives, and the Adelsons' big problem had been solved. You'll hear during this trial that the Adelson family is a very tight-knit.
Hey, friend. Thank you so much, Kay Schmidt. Thank you so much for gifting 5 Millionaire Mail memberships. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. And if you guys get a membership, just because I've been gone, baby, the rule's still the same. Make sure you say thank you in the chat to Kay Schmidt. Thank you so much, guys.
Family. The defendant, her son, Charlie Adelson, and her husband, Harvey Adelson, actually all work together at their family's dental practice.
Thank you, guys.
The defendant, Harvey Adelson and Charlie Adelson are dentists there, and the defendant managed their accounts at the office. She was the details person. And this defendant, though, she managed much more than just the office for the Adelson family.
Oh.
She was the matriarch and a domineering one at that.
Right.
She ran the office, the home, and the lives of the Adelson family members. After Dan Markel was killed, law enforcement interviewed
Don't be
Wendy
nasty. It's Friday. Don't be nasty.
Wendy Adelson told police, and the police confirmed this, that she was at home having her TV fixed, at her home in Tallahassee, having her TV fixed at the time of Dan Markel's murder. And when police asked her, well, do you know anyone who would have a motive to kill Dan Markel? Wendy Adelson acknowledged that her family had a motive to want Dan Markel dead, and said that her parents had more reason to dislike Dan Markel than anybody else. At one point in the interview, police allowed Wendy Adelson to make a phone call to her parents to let them know that Dan Markel had been shot. And after she got off the phone with her mother, the defendant, Wendy Adelson said to police, well, they acted surprised, so that's a relief. And when asked by law enforcement,
and what does that tell y'all about Wendy's ass? Wendy knew this was happening, but she's a lawyer. Wendy said, I'm not going down for this. I'm going to point y'all in the right direction. You need to be looking at my mom. They acted surprised. That's a relief. Wendy was playing this shit from the beginning. They acted surprised. Wendy was playing this from the beginning.
If anyone could have killed Dan Markel on her behalf, she also told the police about her brother, Charlie Adelson.
What?
Wendy admitted to police that her brother, Charlie Adelson, had joked that he looked into hiring a hitman to kill Dan Markel as a divorce present, but decided to buy her a TV instead because it was cheaper. And what do you know? The same TV that Charlie Adelson bought his sister as a divorce gift would be Wendy Adelson's alibi the morning of the murder. An alibi, the TV repair appointment that was set up by her parents, Harvey Adelson and Wendy and Donna Adelson, the defendant. So this path of looking into Dan Markel's personal life to see who would have motive to kill him leads law enforcement to the Adelsons, including this defendant, a woman who vowed to never, 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 never give up on getting her daughter and grandsons to Miami, and her son, Charlie Adelson, who told his family that he'd looked into hiring a hitman to kill Dan Markel, as Wendy said, was just a joke. But if Charlie Adelson was just joking about hiring a hitman, that joke, that stopped being funny when Dan Markel was actually killed by a hitman. While the police are trying to investigate motive, they are simultaneously following that second path of the investigation by tracking down that light-colored Prius the neighbor saw fleeing from the scene. When law enforcement retraced Dan Markel's steps on the morning of his murder, they uncovered some very chilling surveillance video of that light-colored Prius fitting the description given by the neighbor, following Dan Markel into the Premier Gym parking lot and waiting for an hour while he was inside, and then following him home from Premier Gym back to Benton Hills. Yes. And these surveillance images, coupled with a massive amount of phone and SunPass records gathered in this case, help police track down the exact car used to commit this crime. But police still had to figure out, okay, we got the car, but who was in this car? And why did that person kill Dan Markel? So law enforcement did a painstaking review of digital evidence in this case. And when I say painstaking, finding this Prius and finding evidence in these phone records was not an easy task. And it took much longer than your average investigation of a shooting, as you'll hear. But law enforcement eventually found that needle in the haystack. They found a number that communicated with the cell tower that services Premier Gym at the exact time when the Prius was there. And it was a number with a Miami area code. And that number belonged to a man named Sigfredo Garcia. Law enforcement examined Garcia's call logs, and they saw that he was in frequent contact with another number that was present at Premier Gym that day. And that number belonged to a man named Luis Rivera, who is a longtime friend of Garcia, and he's also from Miami. They both are.
Now, goddamn it, Lauren, I know you ain't been in this chat cutting up about this man. I just know you ain't been in this chat cutting up since we hit live about this man. I'm disappointed.
Police then looked at Garcia and Rivera's phone records, which showed that their phones left Miami 2 days before the murder, so July 16th. They came to Tallahassee, and on the day of the murder, on the 18th, they followed Markel to Premier Gym. The phone data shows that these men turned their phones off just minutes before the murder took place, and their phones then stayed off for about an hour or so after the murder until they were well southbound to Miami. I think around the Gainesville area, the phones turned back on. And then once they got back to Miami, a bank's ATM camera caught them in the light-colored Prius at a bank drive-thru and caught both of the men in the Prius.
Yeah, not both of them.
Police figured out the identity of the two men responsible for following and killing Dan Markel. But they continued to look for evidence to explain why these seemingly random men came all the way to Tallahassee to kill a man that they'd never met. What or who is the connection between the killers and the victim? The defendant in her emails obviously had demonstrated ample motive to want Dan Markel dead, but how do we get from these two random and hired killers to her? Well, those phone records that I talked about, they revealed that one of the shooter, Garcia's, most frequent contacts was a woman named Catherine Magbanua. She goes by Katie. The shooter and Magbanua have a long history of an on-again, off-again relationship, and they share two kids in common. This is Garcia and Magbanua. And lo and behold, these two paths of the shooter's car and the motive, they converge when law enforcement sees that Catherine Magbanua is also one of the most frequent contacts in the phone records of Charlie Adelson, the defendant's son, the same son that she had been nagging to death about his sister being stuck in Tallahassee. Law enforcement also learned that at the time of this murder, Catherine Magbanua was dating Charlie Adelson. So Dan Markel was a problem the defendant needed to solve. The defendant's son, Charlie Adelson, was looking to hire a hitman to kill Dan Markel. Dan Markel is killed by a hitman. And who ended up being the hitman? The hitman that killed Dan Markel? Someone with a close relationship to Charlie Adelson's girlfriend, the father of her children. So you can see how both paths, followed by investigators, charted the way to this defendant. Not only by looking into the motive, led law enforcement to the defendant because of her hatred of Dan Markel and her son's apparent efforts to hire someone to kill him, but also looking into that car fleeing the scene led law enforcement to the defendant through her son's girlfriend at the time. So 2 investigations, 1 conclusion. Law enforcement also tried to follow the money in this case, and that was a 3rd way that the evidence in this case pointed to the defendant. Law enforcement reviewed bank records, employment records, DHS-MV records of all the suspects, and saw that in the months after the homicide, Garcia, Rivera, and Magbanua all acquired some big ticket items. Rivera and Garcia both bought motorcycles and cars. Magbanua got a breast augmentation surgery and later received a black Lexus sedan whose previous owner was Harvey Adelson. Catherine Magbanua's bank records were analyzed, and there was no check ever written or matching cash withdrawal for the car or the breast augmentation.
She got her boobs done.
Bank records also showed that Magbanua's account had a huge spike in cash deposits around the time of the murder. She deposited more money in her account in the 5 weeks after the murder than in the entire year before the murder.
Damn.
And this was during a time when there was no record of her being employed anywhere. And also, about 2 months after the murder, this defendant added Catherine Magbanua to the payroll at the Adelson family's dental practice, the one that she kept the accounts for, the defendant kept the accounts for. And the defendant started issuing her regular checks from their business account every 2 weeks, despite the fact that she did not work there at the time. Magbanua didn't work there. Law enforcement noticed that each one of the 44 checks that were written to Catherine Magbanua every 2 weeks over the course of the next 2 years after the murder were signed by this defendant, Donna Adelson. So the money was talking, but what about the suspects? Law enforcement wanted to know what they were saying.
What?
In examining the phone records in this case, law enforcement noticed a distinct pattern of communication surrounding important events or dates in this case. The phone calls always went from this defendant to her son, Charlie Adelson, and then from her son, Charlie Adelson, to his girlfriend, Catherine Magbanua, and then from his girlfriend, Catherine Magbanua, to the shooter, Garcia, and then back the other way, like train cars. They only seem to touch the car directly in front and directly behind them. The defendant never calls her son's girlfriend, Catherine Magbanua, or the shooter, or vice versa. Charlie Adelson never calls the shooter, or vice versa. So, if this is a murder for hire conspiracy, as law enforcement suspects, could it be that the defendant and Charlie Adelson are wisely insulating themselves from the actual shooters by having Magbanua act as the middleman? Law enforcement decided to launch an undercover operation designed to clarify who are the members of this conspiracy and how information was traveling within the conspiracy. Police applied for and received court authorization to listen in real time to the phone calls of Charlie Adelson and Catherine Magbanua, the people in the middle of this train car. And this is what's known as a wiretap. By this point, though, it was April of 2016. It took about 2 years to do this investigation to find out who was in the car and to get this wiretap going. So at this point, it's been 2 years, almost 2 years, since the murder. And at this point, in April of 2016, Charlie Adelson and Magbanua are no longer dating. They've been broken up for over a year. Catherine Magbanua at this point is actually back together with Garcia. We heard they're on again, off again, and have these kids together. Charlie Adelson has moved on he's had many other girlfriends at that point since Magbanua. And Charlie Adelson and Magbanua, though, they are still friends. They remain close friends since their breakup, and they're still in regular communication by April of 2016, even though they're not together anymore. Rivera, the second hitman in that Prius, was in prison by this point, doing time on an unrelated charge. And the defendant is happily taking care of her grandkids all day, every day. So all the members of this conspiracy have presumably gone on with their lives, believing they've gotten away with murder. So what reason would they have to be discussing the murder at that point if police are listening in? They wouldn't. So police needed to stage an event that would generate some conversation, some activity between the members of the conspiracy so they could see who the members of the conspiracy were. Their plan was to send an undercover agent posing as someone on behalf of Luis Rivera. He was the hitman who was incarcerated by April 2016, to walk up to the defendant, Donna Adelson, on the street. There's a fly right in front of me. It won't leave me alone. To walk up to Donna Adelson on the street and try to blackmail her for money. Law enforcement refers to this as a bump.
This is kind of good because she never saw the actual killers. Hell, I could have walked up to Donna. I could have walked up to Donna and said, baby, you had my baby daddy do boom, 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 and she would have bought it. Oh, God.
So this undercover agent posing as a blackmailer, and this is an actual picture from the surveillance cameras, that this is the undercover agent passing a piece of paper to Donna Adelson back in 2016. This undercover agent is posing as a blackmailer. He hands the defendant a piece of paper, and on the piece of paper is a news article about Dan Markel's murder. And written on the piece of paper is a phone number and the amount of $5,000. He tells the defendant that he knows the Adelsons are taking care of Katie, and he's basically there to blackmail to get more money out of them or out of her on Rivera's behalf, to even things out, because he knows they're taking care of Katie. He never says Charlie Adelson's name or anything about Charlie Adelson to Donna Adelson. The defendant then puts the piece of paper in her purse and walks away without ever looking at the piece of paper, because she knew exactly what it was about. Then law enforcement listens in to see what will happen next. Will the defendant go straight to the police to report the blackmail, or will she do something else entirely? And as suspected, based on the previously observed communication pattern, the first person that this defendant calls is Charlie Adelson, despite the fact that the blackmailer never mentioned Charlie Adelson to her. On that first call, you would think the first thing that Donna Adelson would say to Charlie Adelson is, oh my God, so crazy. Some man just came up to me, handed me an article about Danny's murder, and he's demanding money from us. But she never says any of that. In fact, the defendant never says Dan Markel's name at all. Instead, she tells Charlie Adelson that she needs to talk to him in person about some paperwork
enough for that
was just delivered to her. She said that it involves the two of us, and that he should know what she's talking about. The defendant and Charlie Adelson continue talking, and she says that he should bring cash to their meeting. And she says, the TV is probably about 5. The defendant tells Charlie Adelson,
when she go to trial,
that the man who approached her mentioned an ex-girlfriend. The defendant never says which ex-girlfriend of Charlie Adelson. She never says Magdano's name to Charlie Adelson in that phone call. She only says that the blackmailer mentioned an ex-girlfriend. Charlie Adelson never asked his mom, my ex-girlfriend? Which ex-girlfriend? He's had a lot. He never asked that. Because as the evidence will show, he didn't need to. Mm-hmm. He knew the TV is probably 5 meant that she was being blackmailed about Danny's murder, where the TV was the alibi. And he knew that the ex-girlfriend in question was the only ex-girlfriend that he had solicited to find a hitman for him, Catherine Magdanois. And we know that because after this call with his mother, the defendant, Charlie Adelson, calls Catherine Magdanois. He does not call his most recent ex-girlfriend or even the one before that. He calls Catherine Magdanois. And his call to Catherine Magdanois is the only call he makes to any ex-girlfriend after getting the information from his mother that the blackmailer mentioned an ex-girlfriend. And he hadn't dated her for about 1.5 years at that point. And although they threatened to do it very often, neither Charlie Adelson nor the defendant ever reported this attempted blackmail to the police. You all will hear the calls between the conspirators, and as you listen to these, you'll notice that they're being very cautious about what they say. It's apparent that they're being very careful about the words they use because they are all immediately suspicious that law enforcement could be behind the bump. Law enforcement could be the person who came up to them on the street and gave her the paperwork, and law enforcement could also be listening to their conversations. After Charlie Adelson's first call to Catherine McVanois, Charlie Adelson then meets up in person with his mother, the defendant. And in person, she gives him the paperwork that this blackmailer gave to her and makes it Charlie Adelson's newest problem to solve. And naturally, what does Charlie Adelson do? He goes to the next train car, Catherine McVanois. Charlie Adelson and Catherine McVanois meet in person at a restaurant called Dolce Vita in Miami. And while they sit at their table in this busy, noisy restaurant, an undercover FBI agent is sitting at a table nearby with a camera hidden in a bag, recording. So this is an image from that video recording the conversation. And in the recording, we hear Charlie Adelson discussing whether the man who walked up to his mother could be an undercover police officer, or he could be someone trying to legitimately blackmail them. And if it's a blackmailer, is it somebody who just saw a way to make a quick buck? Or is it another situation entirely, which would be much worse for the Adelsons? Is it actually someone with inside information about Donna Adelson's role in the murder of Dan Markel? And that person could tell police what they know. Charlie Adelson reassures Catherine McVanois, that if it is the police, that is a good thing. Charlie Adelson thinks that, hey, if it's the police, that means the police don't have enough evidence to charge anybody. They're just fishing for information. And in fact, Charlie Adelson tells her, hey, if they had any evidence, we would have already gone to the airport. It's important to note that at the time of this conversation at Dolce Vita, no arrests had been made in this case. And the only thing that police had released to the public at that point was a photo of the light-colored Prius that fled the scene. Police knew at that point that it was Garcia and Rivera who were in the Prius, but the public didn't know that yet. So that fact is interesting in light of some of the things that Charlie Adelson started saying to McVanois. He starts giving her several analogies involving rental cars being used to commit crimes. He reassures her that the police can't prove a person committed a crime just from someone's DNA being in a car that was used in a crime. In order to prove someone committed a crime, you have to be able to put the person at the scene of the crime at the time it was committed.
Thank you, Forrest. Am I crazy, or did you change your profile picture that quick?
So he's trying to reassure her that even if they identify who rented that car that fled the scene, they still would not have enough evidence to hold anybody responsible for this murder. Charlie Adelson also says that crimes are tough to prove unless someone actually witnessed the suspect commit the crime, or the suspect confesses to the crime, or the suspect is caught on a wire talking about the crime. So he's trying to reassure her about the lack of evidence in this case, about no witnesses, and trying to let her know that, hey, as long as we all stay quiet and nobody confesses or gets caught talking on a wire, then we don't have anything to worry about.
While he's on the wire.
Educating Catherine McVanois about how blackmail works. He tells her that, hey, if this is a guy who knows information, there's two ways of dealing with this guy. We could call the police, but then the guy blackmailing us could be charged, and then that blackmailer is going to start talking, and the police are going to be asking questions about what happened. The other option is to pay the blackmailer, but let him know that this is just a one-time thing. And we'll try to scare him off by saying, if you come around again, we'll go to the police. Charlie Adelson gives McVanois very precise instructions on how to deal with the blackmailer. He tells her to call the blackmailer and tell her that my friends, meaning the Adelson family, have no idea what you're talking about. And I'm just going to give you this money as charity, but don't contact these people again or they'll go to the police. And Charlie Adelson said he would give McVanois the $5,000 to pay off the blackmailer who approached his mother, except that he's concerned that this guy won't go away. He'll get that $5,000 and then he'll just keep coming back for more money. We'll see him as an easy target. And so Charlie Adelson then offers that the best solution
is to kill him too,
to have the blackmailer killed.
Damn.
And that he's willing to pay whatever it takes. He says, so help me God, if they F with my family, it's going to be Nazi shit. because this will be done. I mean, Katie, I don't care what I spend. And after hearing that Charlie Adelson wants someone killed and is what I spend. And after hearing family, it's going to be Nazi shit because this will be done. I mean, Katie, I don't care what I spend.
What the hell is up with their family's obsession with the Nazis?
And after hearing that Charlie Adelson wants someone killed and is willing to pay whatever it takes to get it done, Magbanwa then asked Charlie Adelson to help her out. And Charlie Adelson reassures her she'll be taken care of and reminds her she's on salary at the parents' dental practice.
That lady said, damn the blackmailer. I need some money on too. Yeah, you pay me every 2 weeks, but I'm in between those weeks. Run me $5,000 too, since you can just spend it. Thank you so much for the super chat. Laura says, I watch this all day with Miss J. Here just for you, Mel. Sending love. Laura, I appreciate it. And I'm sorry for everybody who is doing double duty because y'all know I'm at work during the day now. So I am on the late crew, but I appreciate everyone. If you're watching this for a second time, I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Laura. And Isis, yes. That lady said, since you just throwing around $5,000 to random people, we don't even know who the person really is. Shit, I'm in between my paychecks. Throw me some money as well.
After Charlie Adelson finishes this meeting where he's getting Magbanwa to then solve the problem of the blackmailer, he gives her they say goodbye. He gives her a big hug that's captured on camera outside by the FBI. And then Charlie Adelson immediately calls the defendant to let her know everything's fine and he has handled the situation. He does this using some pretty obvious code words that you'll often hear these conspirators use to mask the meaning of what they're talking about in case law enforcement's listening. Magbanwa then, also using code words, calls Garcia, and she tasks him with calling the number on the paperwork and finding the identity of the blackmailer. And in the series of recorded calls that y'all are going to hear later this week, you'll hear these conspirators talking and using words like TV, relationship advice, false leads, listings, patients, properties, clients, rap songs, CDs, pigs, all these terms that are obviously normal words, but they're used in context that if you're listening to the conversation don't make sense.
Mm-hmm. Maybe I had Spencer
the code. After that undercover operation was over in 2016, Luis Rivera and Sigfredo Garcia are arrested, and they're charged with the same charges before y'all in this trial. Luis Rivera, who was the second person in that Prius, cut a deal with the state and told law enforcement the truth about the murder of Dan Markel and the people responsible for it. He told police that he was hired by his longtime friend Garcia to help kill Dan Markel. Rivera described how Garcia told him that this was a job that Magbanwa was able to get for them, and it was in Tallahassee, and it paid $100,000, and that Rivera was going to get a third of the money. Rivera said that during the trip to Tallahassee, Garcia had a piece of paper with a picture of the man that they were hired to kill and some handwritten notes. And during that trip, Rivera said that the first call that either of them made after the homicide was from Garcia to Magbanwa, where Garcia told her that the job was done and Magbanwa assured them they would get their money the next day, which they did. That Magbanwa brought the money the next morning to Rivera's home. And law enforcement checked cell phone records, which corroborated Rivera's information. Law enforcement told police that the money that he received from Magbanwa the next day was packaged in a very unusual way. The money was basically in stacks of 1,000. Each stack was made up of $100 bills that were then stapled together. And after each stack was stapled together of 1,000. And after learning this from Rivera, Magbanwa was arrested, and that was in October of 2016.
Damn.
During this trial, you'll hear that the Adelson family had access to a lot of cash because their family gave cash discounts at their dental practice. If you paid in cash, you would have to pay less than if you paid on a card or check. And they kept the cash that they received in stacks, and they stored it in a safe. Law enforcement also learned from Charlie Adelson's friends that Charlie Adelson had a very unusual practice of keeping his money in these $1,000 stacks that were stapled together, just like the money Rivera received.
Damn.
And over the last few years, since the 2016 arrests of Garcia and Rivera in May, and then of Magbanwa in October 2016, law enforcement has not stopped working on this case. 3 years after Garcia's arrest in 2019, he was convicted at his trial. Law enforcement continue, though, to gather evidence. They continue to interview people who may possibly have information and to clarify all of these recordings the FBI did that couldn't be clearly heard. And thanks to their tireless efforts, in March of 2022, Charlie Adelson was indicted. 2 months later, in May of 2022, Catherine McManaw's case went to trial, and she was convicted. During McManaw's trial, Catherine McManawa took the stand, and she insisted, this is back in May of 22, she insisted she had no knowledge of the murder. The Adelsons must have just gone around her to hire the hitman directly. That's what she testified to. Her defense team insisted that the state's theory was correct about every co-conspirator except for her, for Catherine McManawa. That Catherine McManawa was just this victim of bloodthirsty and desperate prosecutors and investigators, and just a victim of this set of circumstances that appeared to prove one thing, but was actually, the truth was something else entirely. However, after being convicted at trial and sentenced, McManawa finally decided to testify about the plot to kill Dan Markel and admitted that she was the connection between the Adelson family and the killers hired to kill Dan Markel. McManawa testified in Charlie Adelson's trial in October of 2023 and said that Charlie Adelson wanted to hire someone to kill his sister's ex because his mom was stressed out over all of the problems his sister was having with her ex-husband. McManawa said Charlie painted a picture that Wendy's ex was this terrible man causing his mom so much stress that she couldn't sleep or eat. McManawa agreed to help him and ended up recruiting her children's father, Garcia, and also Rivera to kill Dan Markel. She says that the night of the murder, she went to Charlie Adelson's house to pick up the payment for the murder. And when she arrived, Charlie Adelson said that his parents had just been at the house and that Charlie Adelson had the money for her there. Law enforcement was able to corroborate this claim with phone evidence showing that Donna Adelson went to Charlie Adelson's house the night of the murder. McManawa then spent the night with Charlie Adelson that night, and the next morning, on July 19th, he put the money that she was to divide up into the trunk of her car. McManawa says several things about the money stood out to her. She said it was stapled together in stacks of $100 bills and that it was damp like wet. She then delivered the money to Garcia and Rivera afterwards. When Catherine McManawa said that when she asked Charlie Adelson about the money being damp, he said that his mother the defendant had actually washed the money, and that she and Charlie Adelson kind of laughed about the fact that the defendant had literally washed the money.
She washed the money.
In Charlie Adelson's trial, Charlie Adelson took the stand, and he testified that McManawa, Garcia, and Rivera were all in on this crime together, but that the Adelsons had nothing to do with it. They were the innocent ones. He had crafted an elaborate story in which Garcia and Rivera came to Tallahassee on their own, killed Dan Markel without his knowledge or his family's knowledge, and then these killers colluded with McManawa to play he and his mother for fools and extort money out of them. And for many reasons, which will be revealed to y'all in this trial, Charlie's interpretation of the facts was not reasonable to believe, and he was convicted. Charlie Adelson was convicted in November of 2023. And within hours of his guilty verdict, this defendant began to plan to flee the United States to a country that she could not be extradited from in order to avoid being arrested for Dan Markel's murder. The defendant on her phone researched countries that did not have extradition treaties with the United States, and she applied for an emergency visa to Vietnam. She was overheard planning to put her money in trust for her grandchildren, and she and her husband purchased one-way tickets with a fast-track emergency visa to Vietnam. And Vietnam does not have an extradition treaty with the U.S., as she would have learned from her searches. And just days later, she was stopped by law enforcement on the jetway in Miami International Airport, where she was boarding her one-way flight to Vietnam. And
Bro, I bet she turned around, and y'all know when she was in that car, this is the first thing she probably said. And I almost got away with it. I would have gotten away with it if it wasn't for you meddling police officers. Why when they said they stopped her, I immediately thought about Scooby-Doo. Forrest, I think she's too detailed. But I'm going to say this too. So much happened. I ain't gonna lie, Forrest. I know it is long, but I'm really not mad about it because I'm learning so much. Now I'm ready to see the proof of all of this. You know, it's not like a cut and dry case. There's so many moving parts. I kind of get that's why she went. What she said it wasn't for you police officers. So Forrest, I don't know. I'm not really mad about this. I'm not mad about it, but if y'all been following me this long, I talk a lot and I don't like to leave details out. So I'm not really mad about it, but I am happy we took Yates' advice and speeded her up.
Was then charged for her participation in the murder of Dan Markel.
The wet money.
After
You
the
remember
defendant
that wet
was
money?
charged, law enforcement received information from women who said that the defendant, Donna Adelson, was offering them bribes in exchange for false testimony in this trial.
What?
They said Donna Adelson promised them money, housing, veneers, prescription drugs.
Somebody got bad
If
teeth.
they were willing to testify that Catherine McBanois told them a completely different story about the crime than the one that she would be testifying to. One informant was even able to show law enforcement a script, a question and answer session for a direct examination in trial that Donna Adelson herself wrote, and that Donna Adelson wanted this informant to memorize
And
and
what?
come into court and perjure herself by reciting it to you here in trial.
Is she gonna give us some new teeth?
Please listen to all of the evidence that y'all are going to see and hear
She's
in this
wrapping up,
trial.
guys. She's
I know
wrapping
it's been a long week already, and we have a lot of evidence for you in this case. But when you do, you will see that this defendant conspired with her son, Charlie Adelson, who solicited his girlfriend, Catherine McBanois, to get this murder done. And then this defendant paid her with cash, with checks for the job once it was completed. The defendant acted in furtherance of this murder plot that went beyond just thinking about it or just talking about it. And these acts make her guilty as a principal to first-degree murder, just as if she was the one pulling the trigger in the garage herself. And while the defendant's choices helped solve a problem within her family, they came at a very high price. She took the life of a loving father of 2 little boys and caused a lifetime of grief for Dan Markel's loved
Them
ones.
poor boys. They gonna hate their mama when they get older.
And at the conclusion of the evidence in this case, you will be convinced beyond any reasonable doubt that this defendant is guilty. And at that point, we'll ask you for the only verdict that does justice in this case, which is a verdict that this defendant is guilty as charged. Thank you.
They better have a case, because after the Dolph case, I can't take another not guilty. Girl, I know Donna ain't crying over there. Okay, y'all. You right, Brianna. It's probably morning break time.
Seamlessly. We'll resume again at 10:20.
Okay, they put a seal up during their breaks too. And why does her lawyer look like her? Creepy.
Everyone can be seated.
Oh, they are teenagers now.
Is the defense prepared to give its opening statement at this time?
Yes, Judge.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Your Honor, counsel.
Wonder, Wendy was definitely
Jackie Fulford and I, along with Mr. Zellman, represent Mrs. Adelson, and I don't think you've heard my voice yet. I'm going to try and talk slow, because if I don't, the court reporter is going to scream at me. I just want to start by saying this. Remember, during the course of the proceedings, that the state always gets to go first.
Mm-hmm.
But the defense has a right to be heard too.
Forrest, let's
Please
not.
keep an open mind until you hear from us as well.
Thank you,
We
Forrest.
just sat through an opening statement. The presentation was pretty cool. I'm old fashioned, so I don't use that kind of stuff, but
Ooh.
for an hour you heard about
Ooh.
this killing. And we're going to talk about that in a minute. And you heard an awful lot about why they think Donna Adelson has the motive to kill Danny Markel. And you heard an awful lot about what other people did in this case. But not a single piece of evidence was.
Now, first of all, she messy, because she is saying everything y'all been saying in the comments. What she say? You heard an awful lot. She first of all, okay, she messy.
Discussed. That shows that Donna Adelson planned this, hired anybody to do this, or intended that this happen. And I just want you to be mindful that when we're at the end of the case and the judge gives you the instructions, and he gives them, I won't do that. When he gives you the instructions, he's not going to give you an instruction that says the state has to prove motive. He's going to give you elements of each offense, and he's going to say that each element of each offense has to have actual evidence to prove that. Not motive, actual evidence that those things happened. We're going to have a long trial. And I know you all are kind of prepared for that, at least in your mind. You know what's going to happen, and it's going to be long, and we're going to have days. And you're going to hear a lot of evidence and phone calls and text messages.
You're not even trying to
emails.
defend the lady.
But I want to ask you to never, ever stop thinking for the 2 weeks or 2.5 weeks that we're here about why it is we are really here.
You tell us.
Not just because Donna Adelson is on trial, but because 2 men killed Danny Markell. Don't forget Danny. He was an amazing professor.
Okay, girl.
He was very well educated.
Take it off her. Put
Put
it on them.
Harvard, one of them from law school there. He was a professor. He had students. He was very well respected by his peers, his colleagues. He traveled all over the place to talk at conferences. They wanted him there for him to come and speak. Very, very intelligent man. And I know, I can't say I know because I never met him. I wish I had. But I know he had to be proud of all that he had achieved. It was his career was important to him. Him continuing to educate himself so that he could get tenure.
So her plan must be, we're not going to go in here and deny. We're going to shift focus, because I can't believe her ass brought Dan up.
At the law school as a professor. He worked very hard. He earned a lot. What he did not earn.
Jackie was banging her bailiff. Is that what for?
You're gonna hear that Wendy Adelson, the daughter of my.
So y'all tell what's Jackie's what's her name, y'all? Because I need to do a TikTok on her. So they're saying Jackie was a judge. That's what Forrest was saying earlier in the chat. She's a disgraced judge. And that's why Lauren came back and said, tell everybody why you're no longer a judge. Jackie, the lawyer, y'all. She used to be a judge. Thank you. She said her name, Jackie Fulford. So we're gonna have to look. We're gonna have to find something. But he said she was banging her bailiff. She owns a funeral home. Oh, God, a funeral home.
My client was married to Danny, and I'm not trying to be informal when I say that. I respect Mr. Markell, Dr. Markell.
It must be his
But
dad.
because so many people in the trial are going to refer to him as Danny, I'm going to do that if that's okay. But I don't mean any disrespect by doing that.
I should get off.
More important to Danny Markell than anything in the world were his little boys. He had 2 little children.
It's
What's
almost
happening?
disgusting, though, y'all.
A 3-year-old and a 4-year-old. When the divorce first happened, when Wendy moved out, he did not want the divorce. That was in 2012. And they squabbled during the divorce. They did. Each side argued for their side. The other side argued for their side. That's what happens in divorce. Divorce is not fun.
What about your client?
Divorce is not usually friendly. Some of us have had friendly divorces, but not everybody does. And a lot of things were said. But moving forward to 2014 is where we're going to concentrate on, because that's.
I wonder if this is mom.
And in 2014, with these little boys that he had, the divorce had been over for a year. Relocation, the opportunity, even discussion about it ended. On July 31st, when the final judgment was entered, relocation was over. The state told you that. The court denied it with prejudice. She could never raise it again. Nobody was fighting anymore about where these little boys would be. Danny advocated for not only himself in the divorce, he advocated for his children. They are an important part of his life.
This is kind of creepy,
He wanted
y'all.
as much time as he could get with them. They ended up splitting the time equally between Wendy and Danny. Their schedules changed a little bit on how they worked that out, but it was 50%. This bug is driving me crazy too. What in the world is that? Sorry. He continuously, from the time Wendy moved out till the time that he was killed, spent as much time as he could get with his children. He loved being with them. If it wasn't his time to have the children, he would go to their little preschool and spend time with them there. He wanted to talk to them on the phone as much as he could. You guys are way younger than me, so maybe you don't even know about this, but I guess there was a thing called Skype. I don't even know if it still exists, but I guess it's like FaceTiming, but doing it on your computer. And that's how he wanted to talk to his kids, so that he could see them when he wasn't with them while he spoke to them. Now, at 3 and 4, it's kind of hard to wrangle them to sit down in front of a screen. So Danny came up with a really good idea. When he Skyped the children, it would be most of the time after the kids had had their dinner and had their baths, where they're kind of calmed down. They're not in their little running around state. And he would read bedtime stories to them.
Now, why is she doing this?
He didn't have his
Now,
little
this,
kids.
what are we doing?
He still wanted to know that when the children went to bed,
Is she
they didn't forget about Daddy. And he made sure that didn't happen. These kids are not deprived of their father. Their father was brutally taken from them. Not just when they were 3 or 4,
Big Mama Martin
5 or
Ford?
6, or 7 or 8, but up into their teens.
Lord, they have some nerve.
They lost the opportunity because someone took it from them to grow up with a father, to have his involvement and influence in their lives, to talk about what he did as a kid and share his experiences. All of that was stolen from him. That's very important. This Skyping that he did with his kids, Mrs. Adelson, when she had the little boys, actually arranged so she could do that with him. And she would keep the kids in front of the screen while he talked to his children.
Whoa.
Heard a lot about how she hated him. She said some ugly things during the divorce. Pretty foul things, actually. But you're going to learn through the evidence why that was occurring and how she was actually interacting with Danny.
Paris,
Very
please.
different things. I want to talk to you now about my client, Donna Adelson. She is a normal person, just like all of us. At the time that this happened, she was 64 years old, married to her husband, Dr. Adelson, a dentist. Now they've been married 54 years. It was somewhere in the 40-year range when this happened 11 years ago. And she got up in the morning and went to work, not at her and Harvey's business, like you were just told. She went to the business owned by her son. Every morning, they got up and they went to work. She did the books. She kept the books. She greeted patients. She got charts out. At 7:30 every morning, she was there and organized and had everybody ready to go because they had a little staff meeting. So everybody can know what to expect, what patients they were going to see, what they were going to take care of. She was there
She
working,
is old, Paris, 75.
sometimes late into the evening, just like all of us.
75.
She's a normal person. People who know Donna will tell you that she is not the person that the state is portraying her to be. She's kind, caring, loving. She cares more about people than she does about herself.
Hey, Shay.
Now, what happened on July the 18th of 2014? You've heard the state describe it, but I want to talk about it for a minute. The state is going to be able to prove to you some of the things they were talking about.
Paris, and she's probably never getting out. She's gonna die in jail.
Can everybody see it okay? No? Oh,
Clearly. Thank you.
thank you.
I just don't like the angle she chose.
So the state told you that he got up every day, just like he normally did, on July the 18th of 2014. And I just want to say this also. Throughout the trial, you may hear me say that he was murdered on that date. Somehow he survived for another 11 hours. But in my opinion, all the evidence is going to show that what killed him took place on the 18th, and he was just able to survive long enough into the next day. So on that date, July 18th of 2014, these two men, Secreto Garcia and Luis Rivera, followed Danny all over town. Started at his house, followed him to the school where the little children were going to school.
She just told us
Where he
what
dropped them
happened.
off. Watched him drop those kids off, followed him to the gym, waited outside the gym for him, followed him to his house, pulled up in the driveway. Mr. Markel is talking on the telephone to someone, and he notices someone's coming into his driveway. And while he's talking on the phone and says something about needing to see who this is, He turns and looks in the direction. And
Yes, Tasha.
Fredo Garcia, is holding a revolver. And he points it at him. And you may hear testimony that there's some evidence that maybe he tried to, you know what you do in defense when somebody's going to hit you or whatever, you put your hands up. He saw this man pointing a gun similar to this at him. And in that instant, I cannot fathom how terrified he must have been when this man shot him, not one time, but twice. One of the shots is almost right between the eyes. He was brutally murdered by this man.
Mm-hmm.
This man, Luis Rivera, who you've heard them mention in the state's opening, traveled with this car. This is an actual picture of the car, and the state's going to show it to you. This is the Prius that they were traveling in. This is the
Put everything on them.
photo that the
Nothing to do with it.
investigators were able to find to know that it was a Prius that they were looking for. This man supplied the gun and drove the car following Danny, drove it up into the driveway less than 3 feet away from Mr. Markel, whose engine is still running, and he's on the phone, and he waits while this man kills him. He hears the shots. This guy, Mr. Garcia, runs back to the car where Mr. Rivera is in the driver's seat, and he's the getaway driver. Supplies the gun, knows what they're going there to do, kill him, and drive off. They drive off. The state can prove that about Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera. But they're not on trial here, right? You heard they've already been on trial. Then you're going to hear, as the state said, that they can prove that everybody can.
Okay, Laura.
They can prove that Katie Magbanwa, her name's Catherine, some people call her Katie. They can prove that she's the one who set it up. This is the father of Katie's children. This is his buddy that was recruited to go along on this trip to kill Danny. They can prove that she arranged these guys to do it. And
Yes.
she's the one who paid them the money. The money that was in stacks, stapled, $100 bills, all $100. Well, there may have been some
so.
bills. Each stack was $1,000, stapled together. And you're going to hear testimony that that's exactly what he did with his money. He kept it and saved it for a long time. And you're probably going to hear testimony that this happens on July 18th. And on July the 19th, Mr. Adelson, Charlie Adelson, which is her son, gave approximately between $130,000 and $138,000 that he had in his safe that he collected and stapled together. His money went to her, not Miss Adelson. They can prove and have that he paid her to get them to kill Danny Markel.
She said
That's
he
what they can
prove
prove.
everybody but
And
Donna.
they've done it 1, 2, 3, 4 times. This case is really a lot of theory and motive and not evidence. The state has a theory, and for the past 9 to 11 years, in fairness, probably 9 years, they have told the whole world that Mrs. Adelson was the reason that this happened. Mrs. Adelson was the reason that this happened. They've told this story, and it's outrageous. It gets people's attention. It's made a lot of money for the media, interviews, specials. Some people in jury selection said they had watched these specials. Lawyers on there, investigators on there. They made a lot of money for the media, and it got big attention because this is outrageous, what happened. It is truly outrageous. But what's more outrageous is, without any evidence, only motive and theory, they put her at the top of this pyramid. She's the matriarch. She's the matriarch mastermind behind Danny being killed, and they don't have evidence of that. That's what's outrageous. It's outrageous that he got killed, but it's also outrageous that we're sitting here with a jury, and you're going to hear a lot of theory, a lot of motive, and a lot of what they believe the evidence means. They don't get to decide that. The evidence is what the evidence is, and I ask you to patiently sit here and really pay attention to all of the evidence that you hear, every witness that they put on, every piece of evidence that they present to you, all of it. Don't, for 1 second, I'm not asking you to ignore any of that. Please listen to all of it closely. Look for what they actually have as evidence that Mrs. Adelson planned. She planned Danny Markel's murder, that she engaged these men to kill him, and that she gave the money to her son to give to Katie to pay them. You won't find evidence of that. The evidence about the $3,000 a month, I have that here on this board. $3,000 a month.
She probably had her granddaughter do that.
Charlie Adelson gave $2,000 a month, and he instructed his mother, for reasons you're going to learn in the trial,
Okay.
out of his business account to put her on payroll. She worked for him, and she paid that money. It's this man's money, not Donna Adelson.
Ooh! I bet
At the
Charlie.
end of listening to all of the evidence, we're going to have an opportunity to make closing arguments. And the judge is then going to give you, well, he's going to give it before, he's going to give you all of the instructions on what it is that you have to decide. Did the state charge and then prove that Mrs. Adelson committed a conspiracy?
Baby.
Not one of the elements, all of the elements, proven by evidence, not theory, not motive. For each count, then solicitation, all the elements. So while you're listening to the evidence, you don't know what those elements are, but think about what each thing it is that the state has alleged. She planned it. She got people to do it. She intended that he die. That this woman wanted to take away the father of her grandchildren for the rest of their life because of relocation that happened a year ago and was done and over.
It sounds
at the end of the
crazy.
case,
It also sounds like
there's not going to be
a girl.
evidence that she did this. Keep an open mind. Listen to all
Try.
of it. We're going to ask you to find her not guilty of every single count.
I'm gonna try, friend. I try to keep
Thank you,
open
Ms.
mind for you. Who
A
knows?
moment if you could take down the
Just
eagles
saw
eyes.
somebody get off for literally having
Is
this
the
same
state
train.
prepared to call its first witness?
How many convictions they got so far? 1, 2, 3, 4. Dan, they got 4 convictions in this case so far. I don't know if they gaslighting on this one. Hey, Gabrielle. She using, are you talking about her poster board? Hold on, y'all.
Please raise your right hand to be sworn, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly for the jurors. You may examine the witness.
Yes, sir. Perfect. Thank you. Please say your name and spell your name.
My name is James Geiger, Geiger.
Sir, where do you live?
I live at 2122 Trescott.
How long have you lived at that residence?
It's getting pretty close to 50 years now, I think 48 or 49.
All right. I want to take you back to July 18th of 2024. Now I've got an ad on me. Do you recall something unusual that happened that day? I'm sorry, I said 2024, 2014, sir. You know what case we're here about. Do you remember what happened on that date?
Yes, I do.
All right. Could you please tell our jurors how something unusual first got your attention?
It was a Friday morning, about 10:30. My wife and I were sitting in our living room looking out towards Trescott Drive out to the street. And as we were sitting there, we were doing something with our iPads, and we heard a noise, a popping, loud sound, bang sound. And we immediately got up and walked to the front. We have a big picture window, walked up to see if we could determine what had happened and where it had come from. We weren't sure it was to the right or to the left.
All
And
right, let me pause you right there and show
Yeah,
you. a
this is
couple
the neighbor,
photographs
right?
I have. Marked as states 1, 2, and 3.
okay,
Do you recognize these photographs?
yes, I
sir?
do.
Are these fair and accurate photographs of your residence at that time, as well as the view from the window you've described?
Yes, it's true.
Judge, at this time I ask that admit 1 through 3 and publish. No objection.
Okay, thank y'all. I thought that was Donna's husband, child. Even though I know I just saw old. I
Publish
said,
this
oh,
one, please.
oh, really, Gariel? I like him so far. I know y'all said the other man was a husband. I just saw an old person on the stand. I said, damn, this might be a husband.
All right, sir. So if you could just explain, give me that pointer, please, what we're looking at in this photo, and I've got pointer here. If that's nice.
Got him out of his bed. He said he didn't. This is not a happy retirement involving him in a murder.
You don't have to use it. Oh, if you are going to use it, though, use it on the big screen, please, sir. All right, so just describe what we're looking at in this photo. States 1.
This is taken from Trescott Drive. The house on the right is my house, and the house on the left was Danny's house.
Okay, and the bay window that you've described, is that what is pictured? This portion of the photo right here? Yes, sir.
That's correct.
Publish States 2, please. Sir, is this the view from that window?
Yes,
All
this
right.
is what I saw as I looked out.
Okay, and the driveway that we can see there on the right side of the window, is that Dan Markell's driveway?
Yes, it is.
All right, so you've described that something got your attention. Can we have States 3, please?
Well, as I mentioned, I wasn't sure where the noise had come from, and I looked to the left and to the right. And as I looked to the right, there was a car that was rapidly backing out of the driveway and immediately headed down in that direction towards Benton Road. It caught my attention because it seemed to be going so fast. And I noticed what it looked like, and that caught my attention, although quite frankly, it was out of the corner of my eye. It appeared to be a Prius, a light colored Prius, maybe silver or white.
Okay, so something got your attention. What was that?
Well, that was what got my attention. And then
Was the vehicle itself?
Excuse me?
Was the vehicle itself, or some noise preceded you seeing the vehicle?
Well, initially we had heard this loud noise, which we weren't exactly sure it was. It could have been a gunshot. We weren't sure. And then when I saw the car back out, that prompted me then to walk next door. There had been in the neighborhood a few break-ins, burglaries, and my first thought was that somebody was trying to break into the Markell house. And so I went out the front door and walked across over to Danny's house to see if anything had been damaged, maybe tried to be broken into the garage or something.
Yes, sir. When you looked out, you said you saw the car back out and then exit toward Benton Road. Would that be going this direction, to the right of the photograph, or toward the left of the photograph?
It would be towards the right.
So out this way. And you said you walked over there just to sort of look around, make sure everything was okay. What did you see?
As I approached his garage, I noticed that the garage door was open. His car was inside, and the motor was running. And so I thought then, well, I guess so much for a burglary. I don't think that's happened if Danny's there. So I turned around and walked back to my house.
Okay. What happened next?
After that, I can't tell you why, but I just stood at my front window and looked out and waited for a few minutes, maybe 3 or 4, up to 5. And for some reason, it just didn't quite seem right. Danny hadn't backed out. And I thought by this time he should have backed out of his driveway, and he didn't. And so I said to my wife, I think something just seems wrong. I'm going to walk back over. And so I did that.
All right. And what did you see when you got over there?
Excuse me?
What did you see when you got over there the second time?
Well, when I went back the second time, I noticed that the garage door was still up. The car was still running. And this time I thought, maybe I better walk on into the garage. He's probably in the driver's seat. He's probably on the cell phone talking, but I just wanted to make sure everything was okay.
Yes,
And
sir.
so I walked into the actual driveway then, and I saw that the driver's side window had been shattered, and I stepped on glass at that same time. As I looked inside, I saw a bloody head, and the head was slowly moving back and forth, rolling back and forth, left to right. And I hollered immediately, "Danny, what happened?" And I didn't get any response other than the head rolling. And so I hollered again, Danny, what's happened?" Still nothing. And at that point, I knew that I had to get the emergency medical team there as quickly as I could. I reached into my pocket to pull out my cell phone, which is where I normally keep it. And it wasn't there. And I thought, gee, I've left it back on the couch at the house. So I quickly dashed back to the house, got the phone, and called 911.
How many minutes do you estimate elapsed between
Yes,
the time you
Alice.
saw the Prius backing out, or really I should say the time you heard the loud bang, to the time that you were able to reach 911?
Less than 10 minutes, more than 5 minutes, somewhere in there, I would say.
I'm going to approach and show you what I've marked as State's Exhibits 4, and then I also have 6 and 7. This is number 4. And I'll draw your attention to some initials on number 4, and then also 6 and 7.
Mhm.
Do you recognize these photos?
Yes, I do.
All right, Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence 6 and 7.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 6 and 7 are admitted.
Published State
Brianna, as
6,
fast
please.
as he could. That's what he said. As fast as I could.
Sir, is this how the vehicle was positioned when you went over there and found Mr. Markel so badly injured?
Yes, that looks correct.
Published State 7, please. Was the doors to the
Hey,
vehicle
T.
open in this photograph? Were they open or closed when you went over?
No, they were all closed.
Okay, closed, and the only window that was damaged was that the driver's side window?
That's the only one I saw. That's if there were some others, I didn't look at any other windows. I just simply saw the driver's side that was completely shattered.
All right, yes, sir. And State's Exhibit 4, is this consistent with the type of vehicle that you observed in the driveway backing out that day?
Yes, it was, although I didn't quite see that angle.
Okay. Judge, at this time, I'd ask to introduce State's 4.
Objection, States 4.
No objection.
Admitted at this time.
All right, and you described it as a light colored Prius. You weren't exactly sure of the color, maybe white, maybe silver, right?
Yeah, silver came to mind first, I guess, but certainly a light colored vehicle.
I'm gonna approach and show you State's Exhibit 5. Recognize State's 5?
Yes,
Is that Mr. Markel?
yes, it is.
May I introduce State's 5? Judge?
Any objection? States 5 is admitted.
Publishing State's 5. What did you know about Mr. Markel?
Well, this occurred in 2014, and Danny and Wendy were newlyweds and had moved in about 5 years earlier than that. They moved next door. We were not particularly close to either one. We would see them occasionally out on the street. The memorable thing, and the other neighbors would tell you, was that when they first moved in, they had a housewarming event and they invited all the neighbors in, and we attended it. That was our first time to see them and visit them. They seemed like a nice young couple, and but after that,
I
we
used
weren't
to
particularly
divorce.
close.
Did they have a couple little children living there?
Well, when they first moved there, they didn't, but after a year or two, they had the first child, and then later a second child.
All right, and at the time that Mr. Markel was shot, had his wife Wendy moved out? Had they separated?
Yeah, we had understood that they were going through a divorce, and Wendy had left, and after that, we rarely saw Danny, and I don't think we ever saw the kids either. But
Were you familiar with Mr. Markel's profession?
yes, I knew that he was an attorney. Both of them were, and
Ooh.
they were connected with the FSU Law School, I believe, but I didn't know their exact positions there.
Yes, sir. Publish 4 again, please. Are you able to tell the jurors anything about the occupants of this vehicle on that day?
No, I only saw it just briefly, and I didn't notice what kind of car it was. I couldn't tell you who was inside. The windows were dark as far as I could see. I didn't even know if it was 2-door or 4-door. I just didn't see anything like that.
During the time that you were present at the scene of the shooting, did Mr. Markel ever regain consciousness or ever say anything that you heard?
No, I never heard him say anything. The only notion was that his head kept rolling back and forth during the 911 call, which it took forever to try to get the emergency vehicle there, the emergency medical team. They would occasionally ask if he was still breathing. And I would walk back up into the garage and his head was moving still. And I said, well, his head's moving. So I assume he's still breathing.
Yes, sir. Have you had an opportunity to review that recorded call that you made to 911 that day?
Yes, I have.
All right. And was it a fair and accurate recording of that call?
Yes.
All right, Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence stage
Oh,
3.
no.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 8 is admitted.
May I publish?
Go ahead.
Oh, he is going to testify, Laura.
It's right next door at my house, which is 2122 Trescott Drive.
Can you repeat that for verification?
2122 Trescott Drive, T.
Okay, the phone number you called from?
I'm calling from 8502.
Okay, tell me exactly what happened.
We heard a loud bang and a car pulled away from next door. I came over and looked in, the garage door was up. And I thought the gentleman was backing out, and I went back to my house, but he never backed out, and I came back over, and his driver's side window is shattered, and he's battered, and can't answer. He's inside. I don't know if somebody tried to shoot him, or if he shot himself, or what, I don't know.
And it was at this location, correct?
Right next door. I gave you mine. I don't know his address. It's next door.
Okay.
He didn't send an ambulance in a hurry. EMG. He's still alive. He's moving.
Okay, what's going on with it?
I don't know. The driver's side window is all bashed in. He's inside. The car is running, and he's got blood all over his head. He's not responding to me. That number, by the way, is 211-21.
All right, that's the first few minutes of a 14-minute call. Is that how long it took them to get somebody to you?
Seemed to me a lot longer,
Seemed like 14 hours.
Oh, damn.
long time.
They like they live in a nice neighborhood. 14 minutes.
Cross-examination for Mr. Geiger. Mr. Geiger, you may step down, sir. Is he released from his subpoena? Will anyone need to recall him for any purpose?
He's released, Your Honor.
Have a good day, sir. Please call your next witness.
State calls David Sims.
Please approach.
That's good. Okay, Miguel. Dana Sims. That must be his wife or something. Oh, that's Big Mama. Big Mama must be his wife.
Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? I do. You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly for the jurors.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
David Sims, S-I-M-S,
Are you,
retired sergeant from Tallahassee Police Department,
how long were you with Tallahassee Police Department?
28 years.
And were you employed with them back in 2014?
Yes,
Did you respond to a scene
too, Dave.
in response to a 911 call 2116 Trescott Drive on July 18th of 2014?
yes, I did.
Is that location in Leon County?
Yes, it is.
And do you know what time you were dispatched to the call?
I was not dispatched. I was actually at the station working on paperwork, and I heard the call go out, so I just responded.
Okay. And were you the first or?
First on scene.
You were first on scene.
Yes,
And did you make contact with Mr. Geiger, the neighbor?
yes, I did.
And did Mr. Geiger indicate something going on in the garage next door to his residence?
Yeah, he said it's his neighbor. He thinks it was his neighbor in there, and he heard a loud noise, and there was broken glass in his car.
Oh, this is
Published state
bad.
7, please. That's in, right? Yeah. Has the vehicle been moved from the position it was in when you first arrived?
No,
Okay, other than the doors being open, right?
correct.
Okay. When you got there, was the vehicle running?
Yes, it was.
All right. What did you do when you first arrived and observed the vehicle?
I walked up to the driver's side window. Mr. Geiger had told me that the homeowner's name was Daniel, and I saw someone in the car, and I spoke his name, said Daniel. There was no response, and I got a little closer and found that the driver's side window was broken kind of at an angle. Some of the glass was in, some had come out, but there was also a small rounded spot in that glass that was still in there. I said, Daniel, again, no response. He was slumped over and kind of gasping for air, and it was just a sucking sound. I noticed that he had a set of eyeglasses. Half of a set of eyeglasses was laying in his lap. He had a cell phone in his left hand. He had a business card in his right hand. I walked around to the other side of the car. Well, first I reached in and unlocked the door, and I went around to the other side, and I opened the door and reached in and turned off the car, so the car wasn't still running. And then I noticed the other half of the eyeglasses laying on the floorboard of the car. I
Let me
removed
pause
it.
you there and approach and show you what I marked as state 8 through 10.
Yes. Yes.
Are these 3 photographs
Hey,
there
Prince!
accurate representation of how the vehicle appeared that day?
Yes.
The judge had asked to introduce states 8 through 10.
States 8 through 10.
Publish 8, please. All right, can you show us what you're talking about as far as the way the window was?
Part of it had broken out, part of it was still intact, but right there looked like a little rounded area.
All right, and was this large void that we see in the window there before the door was opened?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so you said you were able to reach in and unlock.
Yeah, I reached in, the door was closed. I reached in through that broken area, unlocked the car, and then ran around and entered from the other side to pull out, turn off the car and pull out the keys.
All right, and during this time, was EMS already en route?
Yeah, I could hear them. I could hear them coming down the street. They were almost there.
And were life-saving efforts made to try to help Mr. Markel?
Yes, I when I was on the passenger side, I pulled out a gym bag or something that was in there, pulled it out, set it on the ground so they can make better entry into the vehicle to extract him.
Okay.
Hey,
Did he ever
Lexi.
regain consciousness or say anything during the time you were
Not in my presence.
Yeah, happy Friday.
9, please. Publish 10, please. All right, do you see the half part of the eyeglasses there in that photograph?
Yes.
Could
This
you
is
indicate
big.
with your pointer?
Yeah, we're right there.
And is that where you observed them, or had they fallen out?
They had fallen out. One was in his lap and then one was on the floorboard on the driver's side.
All right, and what about the cell phone that we see pictured to the left of the
That
eyeglasses?
was in his left hand.
Was there a safety search done of the house?
Yes, after EMS was removing him, then myself and a couple other officers, we took the keys that were in the car. The person door from the garage into the house was locked. We unlocked that, did a search of the house, found no one, nothing amiss.
Any indication that this was a burglary, a robbery?
No,
Any obvious signs of a struggle?
no.
No further questions.
Cross-examination for Mr. Sims. You may step down, Mr. Sims.
This
Yes.
witness is released, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please call your next witness.
Joanne Maltese.
Ian Murphy. All right.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, I do.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly for the jurors.
Please introduce yourself and spell your name.
My name is Joanne Maltese. Joanne, Joanne, and Maltese, Maltese.
Are you employed, ma'am?
Yes, I am.
Are you employed as law enforcement, in law enforcement?
I'm retired Tallahassee Police Forensic Specialist.
How long have you been retired from, it's Tallahassee Police Department, right?
Yes, a little over 8 years.
What were your duties when you were employed there?
Duties as a forensic specialist is the documentation, collection, and preservation of evidence at a crime scene.
How long did you do that type of work?
Done that work for probably 15 years.
Okay. And were you doing it back on July 18th of 2014?
Yes.
As part of your job, did you respond to 2116?
As what you say, one coming out, one needs to be coming in. I don't need any type. What page say? I don't need any breaks in between. One coming out, one coming in. A revolving door.
Prescott Drive on that date?
Yes, I did.
All right. And what was your job once you arrived at that particular scene?
That particular day, I was called to document and collect evidence at a crime scene.
Publish 10, please.
Page didn't play with them.
Is this the scene that you're referencing?
Yes, it is.
All right, I'm going to approach and show you states 11 through 17 as well. Just have you look through those and tell me if you recognize them.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
I took these photographs at the scene.
All right, Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence states 11 through 17.
11 through 17 are admitted.
Publish 11, please. Publish 12, please.
Laura, I'm thinking
Back
I'm
to
gonna
eyeglasses shown and
do
states
that.
12.
I believe Sunday.
Yes, I did.
Hey, Siobhan. I'm going to the R&B Music Festival again tomorrow.
That appears to be half of a pair of eyeglasses. Did you collect both halves?
Yes, I did.
Showing you what I've marked as states.
You're about to
121,
retire. I know that's right.
122. Do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
Are those the two halves of eyeglasses collected from this crime scene?
Yes, they are.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move an evidence, states 122 and 123.
Any objection? States 122 and 123 are admitted.
Publish the next exhibit, please. Did you collect this eyeglass lens?
Yes, I did.
Where was it located?
I believe that one was the floorboard of the driver's area.
Was there another piece of eyeglass lens also collected by
Yes,
you
there
that
was.
day?
Yes, there was.
Okay, where was that piece found?
That was the other optical was on the driveway, or I'm sorry, the garage floor right below the driver's area.
123 and 124. Are these the two pieces of lens that you collected that day?
Yes.
Move into evidence 123 and 124.
Any objection? States 123 and 124 are admitted.
Did you take any swabs or attempt to get any fingerprints from the scene?
Yes, I did.
And what efforts were made on those fronts?
I processed the entire exterior of the vehicle for fingerprints. There was an area that was lifted, but it did not have fingerprints of value to compare. As far as the swabbing, all of the exterior and interior door handles, as well as a phone that was collected and the doorknob from the garage to the interior of the house.
What were the results of those efforts?
Those I would not know. They'd be sent to FDLE lab for analysis.
Did you find any fingerprints of value to send to FDLE lab?
No, I did not.
Publish states 14, please. Approaching with states 125. Do you recognize 125?
Yes, I do.
What is this item?
This is going to be a brown wallet with its contents that were found in the glove box of the vehicle.
All right. And did the wallet contain Dan Markell's driver's license?
Yes, it did.
And in the exhibit, there's no cash, but there's some cash pictured in the photograph.
Yes.
Was there cash that was seized as well?
Yes, there was.
All right. So based on this, didn't appear there was any effort to take Mr. Markell's belongings.
Correct.
Okay. Any evidence that the house was broken into or anything was taken from the house?
Not that I could determine.
Publish state 16, please. And 17. And then back to 16, if you would. What efforts were made to document this? What is it that we're looking at?
We're looking at the front driver's door window that was shattered with a hole in it.
Okay. And what did you do to try to document this?
The glass was very fragile because it was broken. So prior to doing anything to it, besides fingerprinting, I would have put clear tape on both sides, the interior and the exterior, just to hold it in place for transportation and collection.
I'm approaching with what I've marked as states 126. Is this the glass that you were able to remove from the vehicle?
Yes.
Is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you seized it?
Yes.
Move into evidence states 126.
Any objection? States 126 is admitted.
I publish. And the glass evidence, is that consistent with the gunshot?
Yes, it is.
All right. Did you, as part of your job, have an occasion to photograph Wendy Adelson's vehicle?
Yes, I did.
Was that done the same day that you collected this other evidence?
Yes, it was.
Where did you photograph her vehicle?
Her vehicle was towed to the Tallahassee Police Department.
I'm going to approach and show you what I've marked as states exhibits 18 through 21. Do you recognize 18 through 21?
Yes, I do.
Are those the photos you took of Ms. Adelson's vehicle?
Yes.
Move into evidence 18 through 21.
Any objection? States 18 through 21 is admitted.
Publish states 18, please. Publish 19. Publish 20. What is this item?
This was on the front passenger seat of the vehicle, and it is a bottle of alcohol and a receipt.
Press, baby. I know
Take
that's
a picture of the receipt. States 21, please.
Yes.
And what does that show about when the alcohol was purchased?
On 7/18 of
Y'all, that lady was stressed. She probably about to take that whole bottle to the head. The police, the walls were closing in on Donna. Donna said, "Baby, just get what." Isis, what she say? Poke me whatever. Poke me whatever. I don't even know what it is. That lady was stressed.
2014 at 12:49 from ABC Fine Liquor and Spirits, or Fine Wine and Spirits.
Did you also go to the hospital?
Yes, I did.
What were you asked to do at the hospital?
Well, no, was that his
Document and
car?
collect
Am I-
any
was that his
evidence.
car?
At the time that you responded to the hospital, was Mr. Markel deceased or
It had to be his
still
car, yeah.
alive?
He was still alive.
I'm gonna approach and show you what I've marked as states exhibits 22 through 24.
I think that was his car. Wendy had probably got on his damn nerves.
Do you recognize these exhibits?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
I took those photographs at the hospital.
Are they fair and accurate photos of how Mr. Markel looked that day?
Yes.
Move into evidence, states exhibits 22, 23, and 24, Your Honor.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. States 22, 23, and
Yeah, they
24.
said 28,
That was 22.
2014. That was his car.
This is how Mr. Markel
That's
appeared,
Wendy's car?
Yes.
and this was done on the 18th.
Yes.
Now it makes sense. Thank you, Laura. Laura said that is Wendy's car. I said, well, they towed this car in 2014. They didn't catch on to Mama. Is she crying? Yeah. I just hit pause. I did not see that she was crying. What the hell? This is Wendy's car. Now it makes sense why Wendy's car was towed. I didn't even try to do this, y'all. I did not try to freeze the stream on the Mama Adelson grind. I did not try to do that. It just happened to work out that way. When I tell y'all she in here putting on a show, she is in here putting on a show for those jurors. And thank you, Laura. So that was Wendy's car, which again, I'm going to say stressed. Wendy knew those people had killed that man or were going to be killing him soon. If I knew I was about to have my child's father killed, I'd probably go buy me, I don't know what you call the big bottle of liquor, but I'd probably go buy that too. Girl.
No questions, Your Honor.
Yeah, she is crazy.
Very well. Ms. Maltese, you may
Hey,
stay.
T, do you hear me? Lips are trembling. Laura. Hey, Kristen.
Please call your next witness.
State calls Dr. Clark.
It's called a fifth. Okay, I go buy me a fifth too. Miss Cherie said the headphones. Miss Cherie said that lady can hear. Y'all, they are coming right on in.
Dr. Clark, please raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth?
Yes, I do.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
I'm Dr. Anthony J. Clark, Anthony J. Clark, CLARK.
How are you employed?
I'm currently employed as Associate Medical Examiner for the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, Division of Forensic Science in the Central Regional Office in Macon, Georgia.
What are your duties there?
I work as an Associate Medical Examiner. I perform what's called the autopsy and forensic autopsies and death investigations.
Was there ever a time that you worked here in Tallahassee as an assistant medical examiner?
Yes.
What time periods did you do that?
I was from 2007 to 2023.
All right. And how many autopsies have you performed during the course of your career?
It's over 8,000 now.
And what is the education and training that you have at qualify?
Now let me tell y'all something. I gotta rewind it before I say this so y'all can see this. Look at Mama Adelson, and then look at this is probably paralegal.
What time periods did you
Or
do
maybe
that?
I
look,
was from 2007 to 2023.
look
All right,
y'all.
and how many autopsies have you performed during the course of your career?
It's over 8,000 now.
And what is the education and training that you have that qualifies you to do that type of?
Now, I was at a funeral and I saw someone who I won't even say who it is. We were at the funeral and this is what their mother was doing to them. I said, this is the problem with your son right now because that man is almost 40. And he was not crying, just sitting there doing this right here. And that's what that reminded me of. Donna doesn't need all of that. She is playing.
Work.
I obtained my Bachelor of Science degree from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. I did 2 years of animal research before moving on to Jefferson Medical College in Philadelphia. I graduated from the college and then traveled into Britain General Hospital in Britain, Connecticut, and did a 2-year general surgical internship. I then went to the Hartford Hospital in Hartford, Connecticut, did 4 years of anatomic and clinical pathology. I then traveled from that program down to Atlanta, Georgia, where I did a 2-year forensic pathology fellowship at the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office in association with Emory University. I am board certified in anatomic and forensic pathology. I have medical licensures both in the state of Georgia and Florida.
Have you ever testified as an expert in the area of forensic pathology?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
Several hundred times.
Tender Dr. Clark as an expert in the area of forensic pathology, Your Honor.
Does the defense wish to retire the witness? Is there any challenge to his ability to provide an opinion? Members of the jury, the witness will be permitted to testify before you today in the form of an opinion in the fields of both medicine and forensic pathology. You may continue.
Doctor, did you conduct the autopsy of Dan Markell?
Yes, I did.
When was that conducted?
We performed it on July 19, 2014, and we started at 11:55 hours.
Where was the autopsy conducted?
At that time, we were in the Tallahassee Memorial Hospital morgue.
Did you take photos as part of your autopsy?
Yes, I did.
Would use of those photos assist you in your testimony?
Yes, they would.
Would they assist the
I forgot that it's sped up. Do y'all want me to slow this down? Because I think we're on like 1.25. Yeah, we're on 1.25. We can go normal and see how y'all feel.
jury in understanding your testimony?
He was
Yes, they
going
would.
fast.
States 25
Look at her. She said, I can't even barely look at him.
those and let me know if you recognize.
Y'all, this lady is crazy. She is crazy. I don't know what triggered the crime that time, Tasha. They talking about a car.
Yes, ma'am.
Are they fair and accurate photographs that were taken during the autopsy of Mr. Markell?
Okay,
Yes, they
y'all
would.
didn't know. Okay,
The
look at that.
evidence states 25 through 34, Your Honor.
I put it back. I was fine. I was
States 25 to 34, and at this time,
Publish 25, please.
before you publish, the parties can briefly approach.
I was fine, but he did seem like he was talking really fast. And then someone put in the chat, and I remember, oh, we did speed it up, but I'll leave it there. I'm fine. Oh, okay.
The examination of Dr.
Girl,
Clark,
she didn't have to take
the
her
bailiff will take you
glasses
to the
off.
jury room.
She didn't have to take her damn glasses off. She's so distraught. Girl, wait a minute, y'all. Look at how she getting up.
To use the restroom, this would be a good time to do so.
She don't get any sympathy from me. I saw those messages. That lady said, dress them kids up and sit and let them take pictures in front of a church. She ain't nothing to play with. You'll play with the Lord like that. Baby, she ain't nothing to play with. What she say, Ash? Girl, she can't. Y'all, she crying and looking right at me.
5. Doctor, you have a pointer. Explain what we're looking at in states 25.
No, they were doing
As
what
part of the examination, particularly in gunshot wounds, we like to know whether the bullets are still in the body or how badly they are broken up, etc. So we do X-rays, and this is an X-ray of the head. You can see the top of the head here, the jaw, right side, left side, and these really bright spots here and here are the bullets that we recovered from this individual. They come out because they're very dense. The X-rays bounce off and turn them white here, just like bone. It's fairly dense. These are the bullets here, and here.
Publish states 26, please. How many bullets were in Mr. Markell's head?
There were 2 bullets in his head, and you can see on this one here that hit the left cheek, actually fragmented a little bit. And then we had a bullet inside the head, back to the right side.
States 27. What are we looking at here, doctor?
This is actually the identification photograph of the individual. We like to get them cleaned up. We'll put the identifying tag underneath their chin, the case number, the date, and usually my initials. And you can see that there has been quite a bit of damage here, particularly in the left side of the face. We have a gunshot wound here, It's labeled number 1 in the autopsy report.
Oh
And
God.
this is number 2, labeled number 2 in the autopsy report.
By labeling them 1 and 2 respectively, are you opining that that's the order in which those shots were fired?
No, the numbering system in the autopsy report is just for me to discuss during the trial.
Publish 28, please. What does 28 show?
So this is what I call gunshot wound number 2. And you can see it's quite irregular. It's not a nice round hole you'd like to see, but the way it hit the bone, it caused a lot of damage and tearing in this area here. You can see that there's some what we call raccoon eyes or hemorrhage around the eyes, or quite a bit of swelling going on here. Also in this area.
Let me act like a teacher in class. What hearing raccoon eyes, what did we watch previously that educated us about this term? Y'all remember you used to be in school and your teacher teach you something new and she's trying to connect the dots on something? What class? Remember about 2 lessons ago, we learned about raccoon eyes and how they form. And where did we hear that at?
Here you see a lot of minor superficial abrasions that
Great
vary in
job,
size. Some are
class.
much bigger and some are
All
smaller.
right,
You can see
Laura.
it's all over the cheek here, so and the ear and the side of the neck here. This is what we call pseudo stippling, and this usually happens after the bullet goes through a door or a window or hits concrete and causes those items, the glass or the wood or the concrete, to splinter and cause small particles to to shoot out and hit the individual skin. So this isn't true stippling, which is due to gunpowder. We'll see an example of that in a minute. But so we have large areas of pseudo stippling around the left side of the face, the left side, neck, and ear.
So each of those small red injuries represents a piece of glass striking.
Piece of glass, yes, ma'am, or part of the bullet that fragmented off the main part of the bullet.
States 29, please. What does this one show?
Again, we're looking at the left side of the neck here. Here's the left ear. You can see that this pseudo stippling is quite extensive. Also, you'll see that there's kind of a purplish discoloration here because of where the bullet track went to. It caused a large amount of bleeding into the left side of the face. Where you saw that huge distortion of the left side of the face and then drain down into the neck.
Oh, Jesus.
Okay, this is going to be gunshot wound number 1. It's right between the eyebrows, closer to the left eyebrow. Again, it is distorted. It's not a nice little round hole because of the shelf of bone that's there. It's called the glabella. So it causes a irregular entry wound. And now we're seeing a much finer area of
Time out. Y'all look how that lady looked at her. She says, okay, you running out now. Look at how she looked at her, y'all.
to the left eyebrow. Again, is distorted. It's not a nice little round hole because of the shelf of bone that's there. It's called the glabella. So it causes a irregular entry wound. And now we're seeing a much finer area of stippling across the forehead here.
You got it.
This is much different from what we're seeing on the left side of the face. This is true stippling or gunpowder stippling from the barrel of the gun. It's directly.
How does firing a gun cause this pseudo stippling?
The stippling.
Stippling.
Okay, when the firearm is discharged, out of the barrel comes the bullet, of course, hot gases, soot, burning, and unburned gunpowder. What causes the stippling is the burning and unburned gunpowder. It actually it's a particulate that strikes the skin and abrades it. It doesn't burn it, but it hits it and abrades it, but it scrapes it. So that usually with a handgun, we can see the stippling out to about 18 to 24 inches. This to me looks a lot closer than that, but all we're seeing is the stippling here.
So the presence of this evidence suggests that the muzzle of the gun was quite close to Mr. Markel's head when it was fired.
Yes, I'm thinking inches. Yes, ma'am.
Oh. States 31, please. What does this show?
Okay, this is giving you a perspective of the 2 gunshot wounds here. What I call labels 1, what is label 2, the pseudo stippling on the nose, the fine stippling on the forehead, the hemorrhage around the left eye, part of the raccoon eye pattern.
States Exhibit 32.
Oh, this is so sad.
This is the left forearm, and what you see here is kind of a ring of soot, partial ring of soot here, and some stippling on the forearm here too.
What does that consist of?
Probably because
that to me is suggested that arm was up near the gun when it was discharged. That's at one point in time, and most likely the one gunshot wound that went to the center of the head here, that arm was up in a defensive type thing or a reaction type thing, and the soot, the stippling is actually not from the barrel, but when you're talking about a revolver, you have a cylinder where the bullets are. You have a space between the cylinder and the barrel. It's called a cylinder gap. And soot and gunpowder can come out of the cylinder gap and cause this kind of pattern.
So again, consistent with the firearm being very close to the victim?
That's correct.
And also, is it consistent with the victim at least having enough wherewithal of the impending danger to raise his arm in defense?
In my opinion, yes, ma'am.
Right. And you said that the number that you order the shots for purposes of your reports does not necessarily mean that's the order of the shots that were fired in this case. Do you have an opinion as to which shots were fired in what order?
Yes, after discussions with the investigators and looking at the scene photographs, the first shot went through the closed car window. So the first shot would have been to the left cheek area. which traveled from the left cheek just before the left ear, hitting soft tissues, fracturing the jaw, fracturing the left cheekbone. Again, this is maybe slightly incapacitating, maybe stunned him, but would not immediately put his lights out. Okay, so that is where all the pseudo stiffling is coming from that glass shattering. Glass is not there anymore. The second shot is to the forehead,
Oh,
where the actual gunpowder can strike the skin, and the hand was raised somehow into the vicinity of that.
he
silver
could have
gap.
lived.
And that's the second shot is the one that was not survivable.
That's correct.
And was there any amount of medical attention that could have assisted Mr. Markel, say that it gotten there sooner?
Well, these are pretty devastating injuries, particularly the gunshot wound in the brain.
Mm. Dang.
Did you collect the projectiles from Mr. Markel's head?
Yes, I did.
Let's show you State's Exhibit 127.
I thought so too, Brianna.
We will publish.
He's probably so desensitized, though, right? He sees dead bodies all the time.
You recognize 127 and 128.
Yes, I did.
How do you recognize those?
These are the envelopes that we placed these bullets in with the identifying marker labels and where they were from. Both one's from gunshot wound number 1 and one's from gunshot wound number 2.
Are they in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected them?
They appear to be so, yes, ma'am.
Moving to evidence 127 and 128, Your Honor. And is this a photograph of one of these projectiles removed from Mr. Markel's head?
Yes, ma'am. This is the one from gunshot wound number 2 to the left cheek area. If you remember on the x-ray, it had kind of a barrel shape to it. I don't remember, but you see the barrel shape here.
And for the record, that was 33, now publishing 34. What does this show?
This is
Details of turn it. Upper left, maybe.
He lived for 14 hours. Man.
this is the bullet that we pulled from the right side of the brain. On the x-ray, it's getting a little pretty deformed. You can see that we take one picture, one aspect of it here. Here's the identifying label.
What is meant by the term cause of death?
That is how that person died.
Right, and is it part of your job as assistant medical examiner to determine a cause of death?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you able to do that in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the cause of death?
Got gunshot wounds of the face and head.
And what about manner of death? What's meant by that term?
Manner of death is how what were the circumstances that eventually led to the death.
And do you have an opinion as to the manner of death?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
Homicide.
No further questions.
Clark.
Judge, this witness can be excused, and this might be a good time to take.
She
our
telling
leave.
her you got to get your shit together.
Clark, you may step down, sir. Have a good day. Members of the jury, we are going to take our lunch break at this point. As you have been previously instructed, I'm just going to remind you again, you are not to discuss this case with each other or any other person. During your lunch break, you may eat together if you choose to. Again, you may converse about any manner of things, but this case. Does everyone understand this instruction? Please raise your hands.
Now, Isis, the tissue and wipe it. You know what she just did? First of all, she's 75 years old. So I know she's aware. She can cry a little better than that. You know, she can cry more discreetly. She just wiped her face like, you know, when your 3-year-old get in trouble and they gonna unroll all that tissue and just be wiping their face like they got they're crying an actual river. She didn't have to do. Donna is putting on a show. She is putting on a show. There's no way she needed to have those napkins like that.
And for the break.
Donna's putting on a show. And then y'all look at where she's looking. Notice where Donna is looking every time the jury leaves it. Look at her. She looks over at that jury. Okay?
We believe this merits a small bit of discussion on the recess break this afternoon. I do believe this merits a small bit of discussion on the topic. The matters that we discussed at sidebar concerning emotional responses.
Right.
I do feel it is important at this point, Mrs. Adelson, when the testimony is occurring or the evidence, I know you may have a natural reaction, but as best possible, you need to control your reactions concerning any head movements, any expressions of disagreement, or any emotional outbursts. The jury must decide this matter on the merits, on the evidence. Do you understand this? Very well. I do not wish to do this in front of the jurors at all, but it's very important that you are able to control your emotions. Do you understand what I'm saying? Does either party need to be heard before we before we go into the lunch break?
No, Your Honor.
All right, please report back at 1:15
They're gonna have,
as well.
they're gonna have to
I
leave
believe we
her.
have 3 other witnesses that we can possibly get through this afternoon.
They're gonna end up having her ass stay in that jail cell. Baby, they gonna end up having her in their jail cell. Just watch. She's not gonna be able to control it. Hold up. I want to make sure we're right where we come back.
Donna Adelson, Wendy Adelson, and Wendy Clyde, March 20th.
Laura said, "Don't make sure I don't fast forward." Okay.
As to my exhibit that I intend to introduce with this next witness, which is exhibit 64, is a female exhibit, it's a composite, and I haven't had time to look at all the ones they're objecting to, but I know the first one is marked as State's Exhibit 64A.
You right?
This is an email initially from Donna Adelson, Wendy Adelson, and Wendy Clyde, March 28, 2011. It includes content in paragraph 3. There's a discussion of Dan and his parents attempting to spend time with the kids and knowing that is Mrs. Adelson. You can read what it says. Hence is objecting to that item. Relevance grounds. Relevance is that Mrs. Adelson hated the victim and that hatred extended to his parents as well.
Ms. Wolford?
This is while they're still together, Judge. This is 2011.
Who
They have
cares?
nothing to do with Danny. It's a derogatory comment made by my client regarding Danny's parents. Wendy made comments, and Mrs. Adelson made comments, and they're not relevant to this case. This is while Danny and Wendy are still together.
As to whether your client had any animus towards the deceased, is there a time period where it has to be within the divorce?
It's not animus towards the deceased. I'm talking about the comments towards his parents.
Settlement as it relates to the comments going towards the parents.
If it's relevant, Judge, goes toward motive.
Mm.
I want these children to be with the father and with the father's family. She wanted them with her family. That's what happened.
That's not what this email says.
Oh, right. That's not what the email said. It's not a confession of murder. It's a expression of dislike. It just goes to the motive.
Oh, have a great first day, Brianna. Congratulations. You know who's not in here? India. India's not in here. Y'all let me know when India coming this live. Hey, Miss Sheila. She does, Miss Sheila. She did put some lipstick on. She gonna stop that crying now.
All right. Much of this email does lack relevance or probative value for the jury. However, Ms. Kappelman, does this tie into other messages which otherwise would demonstrate the motive you're trying to prove? Or is this a standalone item?
I mean, there are other emails that express similar sentiments. I don't think they're specifically tied to the visit that's referenced in that particular email.
Are you arguing then that the defendant had a consistent animus towards the deceased?
Yes.
Very well. Over objection, I will permit it only on the grounds that it shows that the defendant had a consistent animus towards the deceased or his family. However, if the defense is asking for a limiting instruction as to this evidence, you are requested no.
Y'all better wouldn't have let it in. Hey, TL Goldie. Y'all better wouldn't have let that in. No, ma'am. It would have said it.
Yes, we would ask for a limiting instruction. This is not directed towards Danny Markel. I mean, if you take a look at it, Mrs. Adelson is complaining that Danny and Wendy have to schlep the boys down to see his parents instead of them driving up to see the boys. It has nothing to do with trying to.
How is that her business?
So I'm not sure what limiting instruction would be effective, but this is as to doesn't express any animus to Danny. So I'm not sure what the
This
court would
is for
suggest.
his family.
The state's theory is not hatred towards Danny Markel's family.
Is
That's-
anything involved?
And so I'm
Ms. Kaplan,
confused.
as to the state's theory, please clarify this issue.
State's theory includes that Mrs. Adelson hated all things Dan Markel, and all things Dan Markel needed to be erased from these children's lives, including the grandparents.
There we
Now,
go.
Your Honor has precluded me from mentioning visitation with the grandparents and things like that, but obviously that's always been a part of the state's theory, and I understand that I'm limited from including.
I gotta stop this live, and I'm not finna cry on here because y'all say I always cry. Brianna said, "Thank you. I'm so nervous, but it was one of my y'all. I'm really trying." She said it was one of my things on my list of 300 we did. Thank you for the push too. I love y'all. The fact that Ken always on here, right? And she said, "Hey, I'm about to get on my flight. They don't have Wi-Fi." And y'all like, have a safe flight. I see some of y'all in the comments like, "Oh, I missed you. Oh, I was wondering where you were." This community, it means I love y'all so much. I just want to say that, okay? I just want to say I love y'all so much. And I also want to tell every person on here, like, years, like when I was really, it was like 20. I think I got the board somewhere. I'm gonna find it now that I've moved. If I find it, I'm gonna show it to y'all on TikTok. But I remember sitting in the car and it said, if you could get paid for doing, if you didn't get paid, what could you do all the time? And I said, motivate and inspire people, because I feel so good when I'm able, anything that I do inspires someone, because you just never know, how something so small can affect a person. Brianna, girl, congratulations, and you better kill it in school, okay? I'm sorry. I was like, man, like y'all just don't even understand. Everybody on the lives who are here often, if you're not here often, but you watch behind the bushes, y'all don't even understand the energy that you guys bring to this channel, and the energy that you all, like the positive energy that you guys push off. And you actually, like, people are behind their screens feeling your energy. Okay? Yes, y'all are feeling the energy. Sharonda, listen. They're feeling the energy, guys. I just want to say that. And I hope everybody on here just keeps it positive, man. Y'all you never know how you guys in this chat affect other people in the chat. My laptop cousins, okay? Mama Jackie said I was having millionaire withdrawals. Oh, y'all want me to tell y'all something? And I have to whisper because it's a little messy. So I was talking to a certain man who happens to be my son's father, and I was talking about a particular case that I didn't stream. Y'all know what case I didn't stream. And he was like, "Dang, you didn't do it?" I said, "No, I couldn't because I told my sister I wouldn't." He's like, "Dang. Shit, damn, that's messing up your money. I wanted you to stream it. You and your millionaires." I said, "My who?" He said, "Millionaires." I said, not the millionaires, his fave too. Not the millionaires, his fave too. That man said, "You and your millionaires, y'all, I bust out laughing." That man be in our chat. He said, I be rooting for you behind the scenes. Baby, when he said millionaires, I said, oh, Big Law be in the chat. Okay? It's cool, Big Law. You can be a millionaire too. Okay? Y'all, when I tell y'all I bust out laughing, that man said millionaires. Sharonda, we might as well buy him a shirt. Paris, he in them bushes, we might as well buy him a shirt. Alice, that's why I said, ugh. Cause she probably be in here too, baby. She probably be in here too, baby. Tell him, make sure he liked the live. Make sure he liked the live. Y'all, I told him, I said, I can't wait to my next live because I got to tell them this. I love y'all. That's all I had to say, y'all. Brianna, listen, girl, I hope you have an amazing semester. For anyone else that has any goal, big or small, that you are trying to accomplish within the next 6 months, guys, I hope you guys reach those goals. And just remember that we always got love and positive vibes over here. See, I did good. Didn't tear. I teared up, but no tears fell. Okay? No tears fell. Okay? No tears fell. Here we go.
But it is important to show that this animus existed as far back as 328 This is the first item in the exhibit because it goes back furthest in time. It's important.
We're not going to be wasting a lot of time on this back and forth. This is the point of pretrial motions. On this point, as it relates to the state's theory of the case, that the defendant had animus towards the deceased or his family. It will be permitted on those grounds. If the defense is asking in some way for a limiting instruction to be given, please request it now.
Yes, Your Honor.
What is the limiting instruction that is requested?
Your Honor, I'm at a loss. I think that an instruction that, I mean, this doesn't show hatred towards Danny. So again, I'm not sure. Obviously I disagree with the state's argument concerning this. So I'm open to suggestions.
Considered for the defendant's state of mind as it related to the deceased or his family.
I would ask that it be related to the deceased's family. It's not to do with the deceased.
It's kind of well. Now, let's go through them.
Yes, sir. State's Exhibit 64D is an email dated 10/26/12 when I approach.
Midnight.
This email is from Donna Adelson, Wendy Adelson, showing her a list of prospective love interests from the
What?
website. Mrs. Adelson has identified as potential matches for Wendy. It's offered to show how controlling Donna Adelson was over her children's lives, how much she inserted herself into their private lives. And again, she likes to be in control of who they date. and who
Yeah,
they
this
marry.
is insane. Paris, Messi.
Response.
Potential matches?
From my client, Wendy Adelson. This is an email from Match.com to the email address that my client has. It doesn't say anything, the copy I have at least, doesn't say anything at all about Wendy Adelson.
Okay, I'll replace it with a copy that shows the email heading on the top. It's my fault.
And this was her forwarding this or actually including some sort of message?
She forwards it. I'm not sure if she included a message. She definitely did on the next one, which is also subject to defense objection. It's State's Exhibit 64I. I'll approach with that. It's a little related.
What's the date on that?
You must think Wendy was taking too long. You heard it right, Alice.
As to any questioning of Wendy Adelson as the role her mother played in her life, including screening potential romantic interest, that question certainly can be asked. But as to an exception to hearsay, what is being offered concerning this?
The relevance of it, or
Yeah.
the exception to hearsay? It's
Let's
a
go
statement
through
of a
both.
party. Relevance is that Mrs. Adelson was very controlling and micromanaging of their children's lives, particularly their love lives, which directly relates to the motive to this offense.
Right.
Eliminated Mr. Martell.
I just can't understand how this would be material to this case in any way, anything that the state has to prove. that, it's not, we just want to bash her reputation or what she did. They got to prove criminal offenses against her. How does her being on Match.com while she's living with her daughter have anything to do with something the state has to prove here? Nothing.
Oh, she
I
was
believe
gone.
this once again goes to the issue of motive. I understand the defense's position that you disagree. As to this motion, or excuse me, as to this item, this is 64I.
64D and I, Your Honor.
He has a good chair.
As to whether the defendant in any way possessed a motive concerning Wendy Adelson, or excuse me, as it related to the deceased in controlling who Wendy Adelson may have sought as a romantic interest. Ms. Kappelman, do you have other evidence that's going to tie that to this particular item?
I do have other evidence that Mrs. Adelson, just on the wire, speaking about Wendy's love life and her current love interest and who she wants her to date, and discussing Charlie Adelson, wanting Charlie to intervene with Wendy and encourage her to date a certain person. So I do think it is a theme that reemerges with other evidence.
Well, as the state of mind and motive, I will permit this evidence to be given over objection. However, as to the foundations for these things, Ms. Kappelman, they'll have to be laid through the appropriate witnesses.
All these items came from a search warrant executed on Wendy Adelson's Google account. The next item, Judge, is
I guess she was old school like her lawyer because she's emailing everything.
I believe it's 60.
Ronnie, I believe so.
Email dated June 27th.
You're crazy to think she just started meddling at this point.
And the objection in this case relates to the characterization of Judge Hobbs as a, can't find the quote, but something like a Southern black lady. They just were proposing redacting that. On page 3, Your Honor.
Prince, what? I believe it though. It's her way or no way.
Page 2 of that email, I'll give you 1 and 2. Second page, 2/3 of the way down to the second paragraph, mention of Judge Hobbs. There's no particular relevance to that character.
Here she is dumbfounded. Look at her.
I just don't think it's prejudicial, so I don't know why we're redacting. Whatever Your Honor thinks on that one.
Folks,
I believe the jury could take that as in a very derogatory way. It has absolutely nothing to do with this case, that comment. Nothing. Unless there's another motive I don't know about.
Paris. Emailing like this is crazy. In
in some
2014,
way, since we do have 2 jurors of African American descent that would otherwise impute on the defendant a negative character trait, I will permit redaction for that reason. Beyond that, the item will be admitted.
Next, Judge, is an email dated April 7th, 2015.
ooh, JT, I just think when she doesn't like you or you don't do what she says, it sounds like she had those kids, these grown ass kids, under her spell, still telling them what to do. Grown kids.
And her,
Okay?
Sharonda, emails in 2014 is crazy. This many emails?
This email is a email regarding Wendy moving, and the evidence is going to show that she moved from a more secure location to a less secure location, so the relevance is sort of going to have to be developed as the trial goes on, but the idea is that there was no fear for Wendy's safety. That email is dated,
7/15, I believe, is the last date you changed.
thank you.
If you have to start the foundation for with one witness but enter at a later point, that's certainly appropriate. What is the objection?
Well, Judge, I have a question. The email that I'm looking at that was provided to us on July 15th, 2014, is to Jeff Cross from Wendy Adelson.
I believe these are from David Trafton at myrealestate.com.
That's not what we're doing.
May I show the exhibit to the test?
Please do.
Yeah, I'm trying not to skip it because I don't want us to miss anything, but they are quiet now.
Email that we've been handed is April 7th, 2015, 4:42 p.m. This is regarding
Oh.
Wendy moving. It had the same security as where she was living with her mother, so less secure. There's nothing in here that indicates that.
I'm going to ask the salesman about that. My understanding is it is less secure. They're asking lots of questions, but they're not about security. They're being actively extorted under threat for their lives. One would expect.
Actively extorted.
May lay the foundation, or at least begin to lay the foundation for that item with when that witness is examined. Going back to the last trial in this matter, when the intent instruction is given, the intent with which an act is done is an operation of mind, and therefore is not always capable of direct and positive proof. It may be established by circumstantial evidence like any other fact in the case. Specifically, as counts 2 and count 1 that are charged in the indictment deal with aspects of intent.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to find evidence that demonstrates
Oh, I got what you're saying now.
motive, which goes specifically to intent, is admissible. One thing, though, that is starting to trouble me with this, we had many motion hearings in this matter, and we continued this case several times to handle this matter through trial. Why is this coming up now?
Ooh.
The exhibit that we were provided with, I went through thoroughly and had all of my objections listed, and then was told that's not correct. It's another binder. It's different emails. The binder I was handed by the state was completely discombobulated, not in date order. It was a train wreck.
As the state's exhibit you're referring to.
That's correct. And so then they provided us with this binder. It appears to maybe still be missing something, but they have a list, an exhibit list, everything laid out by date, by exhibit A, all the sub-exhibit numbers. So that's why, Your Honor.
We're not going to waste years' time. At this point, with 30 minutes behind, where it should have been, are there any matters that need to be addressed?
There's one more that I asked for, Judge. It's dated April the 20th of 2016, and it's an email about whether one of the children is sad.
64II, Judge, is an email specifically in which the defendant is claiming that the child cannot be sad about the death of his father. Extremely relevant.
Hell yeah, it's relevant. What? And why is she still doing all this damn emailing?
Probative value is outweighed by the undue prejudice, Your Honor.
Yeah, it would be bad. I get that. More prejudice than probably I guess I get that. Because not you sitting over here crying, but you didn't care that he was sad that his dad died. Donna she does too damn much, but I'm gonna tell you, y'all saw Kylie. Kylie didn't give a damn that my mama was dead. She was sad that I was sad, but she didn't really like understand the concept. Like she's like, "Oh, you crying because they put that dirt on your mama?" And I'd be looking at her like you want to tell her shut up, but she was 4. She was about to turn 4. Hey, Tim.
Compliment again, the purposes of being offered for is going to motive or state of mind. What is the undue prejudice the defense is arguing concerning this particular email?
And she doesn't give a damn.
The state is arguing, and they're going to argue to the jury, is that this email says that Donna Adelson said he could not be sad about his father. What she's describing as her time with the child, and she hasn't seen him sad. And it's 2 years after, unfortunately, Mr. Markell was killed.
Compliment, if you wish to proffer the testimony from the witness on this, I'll allow you to do so in the presence of the jury, but this one is seeming a bit attenuated. in commenting on how the child is.
Sure, Judge, but it relates back to the motive and thinking that it wouldn't harm the children. It was going to be good for the children to get rid of their father. Children have no memory prior to this young
What?
the father was killed. I think it's the motive, Judge.
That will allow you to set up your foundation within parts if you need to do so.
I mean, she was saying Wendy wrote.
This item can be admitted at that point.
Jasmine, she's crazy.
Today, in light of the opening statement regarding Mrs. Adelson's use of the Skype to facilitate visitation with the father, stated December 18th, 2013, has been previously provided.
Yes,
Now
JT.
marked as State's Exhibit AA.1. While the defense is looking that over, I also have a stipulation of the parties may approach.
Okay.
Oh, she said her book was about human trafficking. I really just think Wendy outsmarted them. She got rid of her mama and her husband, ex-husband. Bart, you stop. Hold on, y'all. I'm gonna leave this on.
Sorry, Judge, I handed them the wrong thing. I'm gonna have to circle back to that. With that, stipulation, we're ready. No other issues.
Right, as to 64, I believe D and I did rule over motion that these can be admitted with a proper foundation. As to I believe that's the item that the state is going to, 64 I should say, that's the item the state is going to attempt to lay the foundation for as it relates to motive in this matter.
That's where I found the relevant portion. It reads from Donna to Wendy here. I'm sorry, from Wendy to Donna. Dear Mom and Dad, here is the phone/Skype plan for the holidays. And she's forwarding the Skype plan from Dan Markell. Please help me do this. It means less stress for me if we just follow it.
I don't know what the relevance of that is. Wendy Adelson sending an email to her mother because her mother takes care of the children very frequently and saying, here's the schedule. Let's do this. It doesn't say Mrs. Adelson has not done it.
I think it suggests that Mrs. Adelson has not done it, or at least that there's been issues and problems with Skype and facilitating Skype is satisfactory to Mr. Markell. So I would ask you to admit it based on the statements made in the opening statement by the defense.
Well, the opening statement is not evidence. The jurors are not considered as such. As to any foundation that you wish to lay for that particular item, that it was not previously followed, and now Wendy Adelson sent that item to her mother, you'll need to establish the foundation first before it's offered. Please bring in the jurors. I are offered, the limited instruction will be given.
Thank you.
Everyone can be seated. Members of the jury, I trust you had a restful lunch break. Before we resume with the evidence this afternoon, I'm going to read to you a stipulation that has been agreed upon by the parties. When the parties agree that certain facts are true, that is called a stipulation of fact. You must accept stipulated facts as having been proven. However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts, is for you to decide. In this case, the stipulated fact that you must accept as true is the projectiles contained in State's Exhibits 122 and 123 were examined microscopically by a firearms expert from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement and were determined to have been fired from the same revolver. Ms. Kappelman, you may call your next witness.
State calls Craig Isom.
Raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly for the jurors.
Please introduce yourself and spell your name.
Craig Isom, Craig Isom.
How are you employed?
I'm currently retired,
Congratulations. Where did you work when you worked?
sent to Tallahassee Police Department,
How long were you with the Tallahassee Police Department?
28 and a half years.
Were you assigned to investigate the murder of Dan Markell?
I was.
How long did Dan Markell live after being shot?
I believe my understanding was around approximately 11 hours.
As part of your investigation, were the people closest to the victim interviewed,
Yes,
including his ex-wife, Wendy Adelson?
yes.
When and where did you approach Wendy Adelson?
She was at a restaurant in Tallahassee on Market Street.
What date and time did you approach her at the restaurant?
That was on the day of the shooting, which was July 18th, 2014. July 18th, 2014. It was approximately 2:15 in the afternoon.
All right, so approximately 3 hours and 50 minutes after the shooting.
Approximately, yes.
What did you say when you approached her?
I told her that I needed to discuss something with her in private. She was with two other individuals at the table.
2 ladies having lunch?
3 total, yes.
And when you told her that you need to speak with her, were you wearing police insignia? Did you identify yourself as law enforcement?
Immediately before I identified myself and said that I was there for the purpose of speaking with Wendy Adelson.
Okay.
And I had a badge on that was readily identifiable as a police officer.
All right. And did you reassure her that she wasn't in any trouble? Did you?
Yes, I got her to step away from the table she was eating at, approximately 10, 15 feet out of earshot of the other 2 individuals that were sitting at the table. And I told her that I needed to discuss with her something that happened with her ex-husband and that her children were not involved. I reassured her because the children had already been checked on. They were still at the daycare and they were fine.
As part of this approach of Wendy Adelson, were there any handcuffs involved?
No,
Any Miranda rights read?
no,
Any use of force at all?
no,
She was not detained or under arrest?
no,
At any time, did you tell her she was a suspect in anything?
no,
Was she a suspect in anything at that moment?
no,
At any time during your interview, did you do anything that would treat her as a suspect?
no.
In fact, you told her several times in the interview that she was not a suspect. Isn't that right?
I did.
Did you ever accuse her of anything?
No.
Did you provide her with a victim advocate?
Yes.
Is that something that your office typically does for next of kin when a tragedy has occurred?
Yes.
Did you allow her to access her phone during the interview?
Yes.
What did you learn about the victim's relationship with his ex-wife, Wendy Adelson?
They had gone through it and were still fighting in a contentious divorce
I'm going to show
regarding
you
child custody.
with child custody.
Including child custody.
All right, I'm going to approach with states demonstrative A. Have you had an opportunity to review this exhibit before today?
Yes.
What is that exhibit?
It's all of the filings from the divorce case between Wendy Adelson and Daniel Markell.
Starting with the petition for divorce and ending at the time of his death. Is that right?
Correct.
And the filings in here, have you had an opportunity to review them?
Yes.
All right. And did this litigation include arguing over things so petty as a tennis racket?
It did.
Objection, Your Honor. Nothing's
Now that's messy.
evidence.
A tennis racket.
Specifying to the contents of the file.
And I bet you that tennis racket, Mama Adelson bought that for Wendy. And he may have, Wendy didn't play tennis. Dan played tennis all the time, and it was probably his favorite racket because it was a good racket. And Mama Adelson said, he won't get my damn racket because a tennis racket?
Rule, the witness may testify concerning his personal knowledge of the investigation.
Thank you, Judge. As part of these proceedings, did Wendy Adelson seek to relocate with the children from Tallahassee to South Florida?
She did.
Did she say why she wanted to relocate to South Florida?
Objection, hearsay.
Staying the answer to the call for hearsay unless you have an exception.
I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 60. Have you had an opportunity to review State's Exhibit 60?
Yes.
Are those the portion of the divorce filings contained in State's Demonstrative A that can be directly linked to Donna Adelson?
Yes.
Meaning she saw those items.
Yes.
Objection, lack of foundation.
I believe that's what Ms. Cattleman is doing right now. Overruled.
Move into evidence state 60, Your Honor.
So Yates, was the judge mad because of the objections? Why was he mad? Miss Sheila, you messed it talking about I argue over a glass cup. As long as you ain't trying to put out no hits, Miss Sheila, I think it's okay. She stopped that damn crying. I know y'all see that. She does look like a sweet. Oh, well, JT, guess what? Their plan is working then. Their plan is working, JT, because she does look like a sweet old lady. That's why she was crying. She needs the jury to see her that way. This old, you see how she getting up out of her chair? An old, fragile lady. That's what she needs the jury to see her as. Oh, Miss Sheila, hold on there. Okay, yeah, I'm just trying to make sure they're not talking. That's why I'm going so slow. Like we got about 2 more hours left too. Okay, now we do. Yeah, I was thinking like 6 to 12. I said I want to do 4 to 6 hours, but I know we watching the case, so I know it'll be maybe about 6 to 7. I'm gonna go to bed feeling so accomplished today, baby. I don't work 8 hours for them people and give 8 hours to my people. Play with me. Prince, I just can't believe she fell for that, because I would not have taken anything from the person. Well, let me not say what I would not have done. I wasn't in a situation. I would think she would have just acted like she was oblivious, didn't know what was going on. You know, didn't take the bait. She took the bait. Well, damn, how long is it, y'all? Okay, they're coming back now. Oh, Lord. She was sending emails to everybody, Miss Cherie. Charlie, Wendy, you, if she had your email, she seems like she liked to communicate via email.
Please be seated. What's that?
Yeah, right on that phone,
Please
Perry.
step down, Mr. Rice. Please step outside the courtroom.
Our burner phone's still a thing, because every time I see people talking on their real phones, I'll be like, why they ain't gonna buy a burner? I watch too much crime TV. Alice, they say they do this several times a day.
At this point, I'm nearing becoming inclined to send the jurors home for the day, as we are wasting a significant amount of time on matters that were either previously litigated or now are still being challenged for reasons that could have been handled out of court. Mr. Zellman, for any item that is being objected to with State 60 that you are claiming has no tie to your client's communications, you need to look for that binder now.
Part of the objection that we're making concerning that is, without laying the foundation through a witness with personal knowledge, there is no tie to my client. Anything, and specifically anything post-dissolution, so post-July 31st of 2013 that's in here, there's no evidence.
I heard this argument previously.
Yes.
It has been ruled upon.
Yes.
At this point, if the state has multiple witnesses that the foundation can be laid through, your objection will be noted for the record, but we are going to move on.
Ooh.
If you need to look through this binder to match it up with specific communications in which you believe no foundation can be laid, you'll need to take the time. But as far as wasting the jurors' time on this any further today, what else does a defense need to look through concerning these exhibits?
Let me tell you who wouldn't survive in his court. That goddamn Adrian Love. Because as he is so firm in what he's saying, Judge Glanville would act firm, but then still let Miss Love argue him and change his decision. Baby, this judge, what I say is what I said. No. I said what I said. And there are no exemptions to the rule. This is how it's going to. I like him. As long as he's fair, I don't mind a judge that's fair to both sides. I don't care about a judge that's fair on both sides. Glenn, baby, Adrian Love wouldn't have survived. Fulton County wouldn't survive with this.
If we need to go through every single state exhibit to deal with any objections concerning them, we will do so, however long that takes. But we're not going to be wasting the jurors' time.
Ashley, never. You hear me?
Just a moment.
Miss Love wouldn't. Fulton County wouldn't have survived. Adrian Hilton. Oh, I would love to have seen him when Hilton, when that boy read, what did he say? Free what? Yeah, I can't even think of the name right now. What is it? Frequa? Oh, I would love Frequa. Huh? I would have loved to see Frequa. Oh, Frequa. Oh my God. Could I have been in the courtroom where Frequa happened with this judge? I really do want to see it, Alice, because people keep, Ashley was just telling me about it too. So Alice, I don't remember. Oh, I didn't see Hilton's closing in the YSL trial. So that's why I don't know about the red bike story. But somebody put that on X. And I said, what the hell are they talking about? I need to see it. I know it's Quay, but remember, Paige kept saying Qua. I know it's Quay, Brianna. That's his name, Quay. But they kept saying free Qua when they were going back and forth with it. That's why I always say free Qua, because I still think that's funny. The boy's name was Quay. I gotta see it. Yeah, remember she kept saying free Qua. I know that man stressed. Have y'all ever been looking for something with somebody standing over your shoulder?
Subject to our objection concerning establishing the foundation for proving my client's knowledge, we're ready to proceed.
Concerning that, Ms. Kappelman, between former Detective Eisen, Wendy Adelson, or any other witnesses, are you going to be establishing the foundation as to the defendant's knowledge or connection through multiple witnesses?
I hate to be his child.
May I have a moment, please?
Go ahead.
Sharonda, I need to go back and I need to find that day she said it, because I know I probably went ignorant on
I
it.
plan to do that. I provided this exhibit to the defense. I have not heard anything about an objection, so I have not planned to ask this, go through every single piece of paper with this witness. I can do that, but that is going to take some time. I will need a recess to prepare for that. I do have a list of how each piece of paper is related to the defendant, but this witness isn't prepared to go through every single piece of paper in this exhibit.
Are you requesting for me to send the jurors home for the day?
Shit, and I'm like,
No. I think I've complied with the court's ruling, and I'm requesting that the exhibit be admitted pursuant to that and move on.
There does have to be a foundation as to the nexus between the defendant's either communications or actions and these pleadings. That was the ruling. For what was provided in discovery,
Is that something that needs to be done in front of the jury, judge, or is that something we can tie up later and move on right now?
you can tie up later, but it will not be admitted until the foundation is tied up.
Okay, Judge, I think that would be my.
running, they was trying to eat me up on that line.
Well, please bring the jurors up. Please direct Detective Eisen to come back in and take the stand.
Y'all know what?
Detective Eisen, come back in.
Sharonda just reminded me how stressed out the last day, the verdict day for Rocky. I need to go see how much money I made on that video. And God knows, I hope I know it's not nearly enough to have paid for a therapist for 3 weeks because they stress me out. Oh, baby, them people stress me out on it. Sharonda, let's not talk about Rocky. I got PTSD. Oh Lord, that was probably one of my worst lives. I went and made me a little lemon drop. I should have put it in a cute glass, but I didn't feel like doing all that. It was Alice, you know how pissed I was that day. He jumped over that damn bench. I still say that because of his tax bracket, he didn't know he was acting a fool. He's so far removed. He didn't even know that he was doing something crazy. And now to know that Rihanna was pregnant. Ain't no way you hopped over all them damn seats on your pregnant wife.
You may continue your examination, Ms. Kappelman.
Oh, I gotta get one. Freddie really makes me want to have one. I can't believe he jumped over this seat. Alice, my house normally not that messy. What? Rocky was out of pocket that whole trial. Here go Prince. Here's a Rocky sympathizer.
Approach with States Exhibit 64.
I'll never forget him for jumping over there.
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
These are the emails, I believe. These are from Wendy Adelson's computer.
Was a search warrant issued to Wendy Adelson's Google account?
Yes.
And did we receive emails subject to that search warrant?
Yes.
And States Exhibit 64 contains fair and accurate copies of emails between Wendy Adelson and Donna Adelson.
Yes.
And if you'll turn to the yellow tab there. In particular, are you familiar with this email? Record Judge, this is tab AA.
This is. Yes.
Is that an email that was sent from Wendy Adelson to Donna Adelson? On the bottom.
This is from Donna.
Well, okay. It starts out as something from Danny, right?
Right. Dan sends this email to Wendy,
Okay.
and it's CC'd to another individual.
Okay. And what does Wendy do with it?
She forwarded it to her mother.
Okay. And is the content of the email related to what we refer to as the grandma motion?
Yes.
What is the grandma motion?
This is where Dan Markel.
What is the objection?
First of all, lack of foundation and hearsay at this point.
Overruled as to lack of foundation. The investigator may testify as to his personal knowledge of the investigation.
Adopt the son as well.
Did Mrs. Adelson respond to this email?
Your Honor, I object again. Mrs.
Well,
Adelson,
members of the jury, the bailiff is going to take the vote.
They raised some great children. Wait a minute, y'all. They going out again.
Investigator Ison, if you could step down, please, sir.
I wonder if this what Yates was talking about.
So,
Like
not
issues.
to sound like a broken record, but that part where the jurors need to go home, so the issues concerning these documents could be worked through. Concerning that, Mr. Zellman, what is your position?
Judge, I've said all along.
I know what your argument is, but as to the items the state is seeking to admit today, are there going to be more challenges of this nature? If you have objections, I will rule on them, but we're not going to waste the jurors' time.
Ooh.
Judge, as to 64AA, my client and her husband shared an email address. There's no evidence as to who sent the response that the state is trying to
Now
get.
he dead. Now they
How
show
many
me.
parts of 64 is the defense objecting to?
Now he's dead. I'll make sure email. 2 lawyers.
Calvin, concerning AA, does the foundation need to be laid amongst multiple
Are y'all
witnesses?
talking about those cut waters?
I'm capable of doing this.
Because people keep talking
As
about
far as to whom the email address belonged, that will have to be tied up with Wendy Adelson.
Well, is there any other parts of Exhibit 64 that need to be dealt with now while the jurors are out of the room? Please look through it.
Baby, I know he giving them kids hell at home. I don't care, y'all. I'm gonna have to try Cutwater this weekend. We're going to the R&B music festival. It's supposed to rain, but that's where we're going tomorrow. So I'm gonna have to try a little Cutwater. Y'all keep talking about them. I hope it's not like them. What's that thing I drunk from the trial from Ken Reed trial? That was nasty.
Are there any other exhibits that pertain to Detective Isom that need to be dealt with while the jurors are out of the room?
Would you like to know what items I intend to introduce, Judge, through him?
Please, so we can handle these objections now, and then
Like
we
talk.
can be back and forth, so the jurors need to leave the room.
Who is this calling me?
Exhibit 55. Well, 60 is the divorce excerpts, which again, we're going to deal with separately. The email, 64, my understanding is we're going to deal with AA, and then the rest of it's going to come into evidence with this witness at this time. 65, Mr. Rivera's ticket, which is certified. 66, Garcia's ticket, which is certified. 67, Save Gas records with certification. 68, Adelson Institute records with certification.
Any objections by defense that need to be handled out of the presence of the jury concerning these items?
There's a couple more, Judge.
They said that last time.
89, Premiere video clips. 90, bus video clips.
Yeah, I need that,
119
baby.
is a thumb drive containing the raw data from Premiere, and 120 is a thumb drive containing the raw data from the bus.
No objections, Judge.
Please bring back in the detectives. With them. As to the rest of it, you can seek to admit it if the foundation can be laid without it, or without any other witnesses.
Summer Raza hater. She doesn't like that we have all this fun. Okay? But I need to get ready for Drink Around the World. But people keep talking about these Cutwaters. I think there's like a Cutwater restaurant in Atlanta. I think it's in it's by the Battery. I think they said it's in the Battery or something. Now I like this pantsuit she has on. Okay. Yeah, by the battery. Yes, Ice. Have you been? Ash. Yeah, Ash, it's by the battery. Maybe we go when you come. It's by the battery, though. I didn't even know they had popsicle summer. I didn't even know what Cutwater was until 2 weeks ago. Isis, what day you going? I was going. Kayla's baby shower is that day. So I can't go anymore. I'm going to go to the October show now. Shay, I love this judge. Okay. Oh, I have to take Mariah on Sunday. Maybe I'll see you. Well, Isis, you know they said don't be late for that concert. If doors open at 7, you probably need to get there at 5:30 because they said he starts on time. Summer Walker is on the stage at 7:00. Whatever time it starts, she's on that stage at that time. Don't be late, friend. That's the right thing to do. That's the right thing to do. They say you will miss that show if you try to get there on time. And they say it's such a great show. I'm sad I can't go. No CP time with him. Child, y'all know I would have had to start getting ready at noon.
Mr. Isom, as it relates to the foundation.
You, I believe, previously indicated that you reviewed the divorce file as part of your investigation.
Yes.
And that's the court file.
Yes.
All right. And as part of your investigation, did you review the emails that were subject to Wendy Adelson's Google search warrant?
Yes.
And in those emails, was there an email in which the contents of, well, let me ask you first about the motion. Did you review a motion where Dan Markell was seeking to restrict Donna Adelson's access to the children?
Yes, I did.
All right. And that motion was filed with the court.
Yes.
It was pending at the time of his death.
Yes.
And did you find in the emails any evidence that the contents of that motion were sent to Donna Adelson?
Yes.
And is that tab AA of State's Exhibit 64?
Yes.
And are the contents of that email substantially similar to the allegations made in the court filing?
Substantially, yes.
Okay. And what is the gist of what it is that Dan Markell is requesting?
He does not want Donna Adelson to have unsupervised contact with his children.
Why not?
Because of the statements that are made in here, and that was shown in the court filing, that the children reflected that grandma says you're stupid, grandma says she hates you.
And
Judge, Isom, please not read the charging document that is not submitted.
at this time, Judge, I would ask to admit State's Exhibit 64.
All parts or just the part that does not include AA.
Subject to tying up AA, I would seek to admit the whole thing.
States 64, any objection?
Just the objection previously made, Your Honor.
Concerning states 64, that will be admitted except for part AA and any later foundation that needs to be addressed.
Did, in your review of these emails contained in State's Exhibit 64, the defendant, Donna Adelson, use any strong language against Dan Markell?
Yes.
Did she call him any names?
Yes.
I would ask you to review.
Because she hated that man.
64 tab
It's awful.
DD. Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes.
What email is that?
This is from Donna to Wendy.
And does she call Dan any names in that email?
Yep.
She calls him Elvis.
How about asshole?
I know it's in here.
Take your time.
Call that man Elvis. Why? You think she wanted him, Brianna? I think she wanted to choose Wendy's husband, and she didn't get to do that. That's why Charles ain't had no girl. His mama didn't approve. call that man Elvis. Girl, Elvis is crazy. I feel bad his parents have to see
Have
this.
you ever seen an email where she called him an asshole?
I've seen an email, but I don't see it here.
Okay, let's move on. Tab M, please.
Emma?
M as in Mike.
You mentioned murder. That's what she should have said.
Emma.
Who, I guess tell us
Kristen,
who it's
that's
to, who it's from,
probably
and the
it.
date, please.
It's from Donna to Wendy, March 6th, 2013.
Did she call Dan Markel any names in that email?
Yep. You too slow. Where's glasses in?
Yes, she does.
What names does she call him?
In this
Name.
in this particular email, after the first paragraph, it says that she calls him a major fucker.
Please refer to tab Q, a May 3rd of 13 email.
Let me just say this. Do you know how mad you have to be? Because remember, she's not texting. You know, I can get when you text you like you are a mother. You know how mad you got to be sitting at your computer talking about. Do you know how mad you have to be typing all of this? I can see her. I just know Donna was typing Wendy full 3.5 paragraph essays about that man. But the clicking didn't even stop her because you know the key's gonna make sounds. And the clicking didn't stop it.
Yes,
I didn't give a
That
damn.
email, is it from Donna to Wendy?
it is.
And does it reference?
She said that's too fast. You know, old people like to text, have to type with their index finger. Y-O-U. I mean, she's just angry. Like, where do you get that type of anger from? Look. Then you got a space. Like, no, she's like Prince. She probably wasn't using her home keys because she's older. She was probably using that one index finger. She said, he said, like, imagine if she could remember her password. I'm sorry. Trying to do a password reset, then still going to type this MUTHERFUCKER space. Like Brianna can't remember the password and then typing this type of stuff to this man. Hey Shayla, Jazz with the yellow heartbreak. I don't think I seen y'all. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I need to see who this is. They called me TT, and I said, "Who's this?" Hold on, y'all. Okay, sorry about that, y'all. Let me press play.
Wendy's relocation efforts.
Yes.
Does it indicate that Wendy's relocation efforts are extreme?
Prince, I had to take the call. The person texted me, "Hey, TT." I didn't have the number saved, and I said, "Who the hell is calling me TT?" My niece, nephews, their numbers are saved in my phone. Who changed their number? So I had to answer the call.
Extremely important to Donna Adelson.
Yes.
Please reference tab B as in Victor, a June 25th email. Are you familiar with the court filing in which relocation was denied?
Yes.
Do you know on which date relocation was denied?
June 20th, 2013.
So this is email on tab B as in Victor. Is it 5 days after relocation was denied?
It is June 26th, 2013.
Does Donna Adelson, the defendant, propose another plan to facilitate relocation in light of the court's ruling?
Yes,
So this is done after the court's ruling,
correct.
and relocation is still being discussed.
Yes.
Okay, what does she suggest?
She suggests that the children between Wendy and Dan start attending, or her, at least the ruse of them going to a Christian church or a Catholic church.
And to take pictures of it and send it to Dan Markel, right?
Yes,
To strong arm him into agreeing to the relocation, right?
correct. Coercion.
Did Donna Adelson, the defendant in this case, suggest a bribe to Dan Markel to cause him to allow these kids to be moved to South Florida?
Yes.
Draw your attention to tab W. What is the proposal in reference to this bribe?
$1 million.
$1 million.
Yes.
Okay. Were there any death benefits, any monies that were to be gained from the death of Dan Markel?
Yes,
Did he have a life insurance policy?
he did.
What was the amount of the life insurance policy?
One of them was for $2 million.
And a second one for $60,000?
$60,000 from a second one through the law school.
Were there any survivor benefits for these kids in the event of Dan's death?
There was
What are those?
$4,800 a month.
Who gets that money for the disbursement of the kids?
Wendy Adelson.
What about through his employment at FSU Law School? Did he have a pension there?
Got a pension, a deferred comp,
So Wendy living up
401k,
And an estate worth some money, right?
approximately $300,000.
What was the total value of Mr. Markel's estate?
$2.7 million.
$2.7 million. When all
As part of your investigation, did you attempt to establish a timeline of the victim's activities prior to his murder?
Yes.
What did he do that day?
At 8:50 a.m., he dropped off his children at the preschool daycare on West Stark
he
Street.
had motive too. I'm sorry.
From there, he proceeded to go back across town to Premier Fitness Gym off of Village Square Boulevard.
Was there any surveillance at the gym?
Yes,
And was that collected by law enforcement?
it was.
Right.
Lord, they didn't need his money.
Judge, at this
Wait,
time, I'd ask to
wow.
move into evidence, State's Exhibit 119.
So my purpose of saying it all went to Wendy was not that she needed it, right? She was doing everything in her right. But here's the thing: if the man is gonna die and I'm gonna get my children, what's it gonna hurt for me to also get his money? That may not have been her motivating factor, but she sure benefited from more than anybody from the man being dead. Hell, everybody in jail except her.
A thumb drive containing the surveillance collected from Premier Gym.
Station 119.
Just hate it happen.
And was the raw data or surveillance video collected from the gym compiled in a way that shows what it is we're looking for concerning Mr. Markel?
That's correct. Yes,
Was that done in State's Exhibit 89?
Yeah.
I believe so.
All right, Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence, State's 89.
Everybody in jail except Wendy.
States 89 is admitted.
Were you able to see on this gym surveillance video Mr. Markel's vehicle enter the parking lot of the gym?
Yes,
Oh, y'all know I
At
hate
what time does he enter the parking lot of the
I
gym?
believe it was
9:11 sound right?
9:11. Yes,
We're talking about AM. So you said he dropped the kids off at 8:50 and he arrives at the gym at 9:11?
8:50 a.m. is when he dropped the children off, and he signed them in at the daycare. And then at 9:11 is when you see his car enter the parking lot at Premier, all on July 18th, 2014.
And were you able to see anything sinister about the parking lot of Premier Gym on the morning of Mr. Markel's shooting?
Following Markel's car entering the lot, a short time later, a vehicle enters the lot that is similar in description from the next door witness, Mr. Geiger.
What does the suspect vehicle do when Mr. Markel enters the gym?
It parks. and no one gets out of the car.
How long does the suspect vehicle stay there while Mr. Markel's in the gym?
I don't recall the exact amount of time, but it's quite some time that the whole time he's in the gym, and even after he comes out, gets back in his car and leaves. That's when the car leaves at the same time.
Okay, so the whole time he's in the gym doing his workout, this suspect Prius is in the parking lot.
Correct.
And when he comes out to leave and gets in his vehicle, what happens with the Prius then?
The Prius follows.
Judge, at this time, I would ask to introduce State's Exhibit 89. I'm sorry, I have introduced it. I'm asking to publish it at this time. Thank you.
I thought it was like silver or something, Miss Sheila. Silver gray.
Is this black vehicle Mr. Markel's vehicle?
Yes, it's a black Honda 4-door.
Yeah, this is July 18th. I know it's being blocked at 9:11 a.m.
Same car.
That's Mr. Markel parking right there behind the flagpole.
That's correct.
What is this vehicle?
That will be the suspect vehicle,
And
green
is-
Prius.
Okay, consistent with the description given by Mr. Geiger.
They said a light colored or silverish, and the car color is a silver pine mica.
Who's that in the blue circle?
That's Mr. Markel exiting his vehicle.
Man, just
That's him in the red shirt.
That's correct. It's Mr. Markel entering Premier's main doors.
this man ain't bothering nobody. Just trying to go work out.
What do we see in this image?
I'm sorry.
What do we see in this portion of the tape?
That's the suspect vehicle, Prius, driving through the parking lot.
At this point, is Mr. Markel inside the gym?
He's inside, yes. This is still in the front section where the car went from right to left.
This is still part of the Premier Gym parking lot?
Correct. Yes, it's just the opposite, camera facing the opposite direction.
I was just typing it, Jasmine. Ugh, it's so eerie.
It's the car reversing course coming back.
It was mid-green, y'all. I still Shamel seen him in that gas station. That was just oof. Oop, and there they go. Prince, I hate his mom has to sit through this
And now what's the time on the video here?
and see we be crying and talking about it.
10:30. This is 10:38.
Is this Mr. Markel exiting the gym at this
He's
point?
exiting the Premier the same door he came in. Sorry, it's 10:33 on the timestamp.
Thank you.
So unaware, Brianna. I mean, somebody been following him for hours.
That's Mr. Markel making his way to the parking lot where his car is parked.
Once he gets in the car, does he sit there a few minutes, or is that at the front end?
I'm sorry.
Does he sit in his car for a few minutes at one point?
Just a short period of time. Then his car starts backing up.
Damn.
Where's that?
That's him exiting.
And will we see the suspect vehicle pull
It's
out
coming
behind
from
him?
the backside. See it?
What kind of person are you? This is your life.
Same suspect
Regular
vehicle
people.
following the direction of Markel's car.
All right, and it exits the parking lot at 10:39 a.m.
Yes.
Okay. And based on what would be the logical route from here to Mr. Markel's home, did you try to get some additional surveillance to see if you could catch the suspect vehicle any further?
Yes.
What was that?
That was the location was the business. No, I'm sorry, it's a bus video off of a bus at McClay Commerce Boulevard and Thomasville Road.
All right. And were you able to actually find some bus video from both before and after the shooting of the suspect vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And were those the raw data that you collected from the bus compiled into clips similar to what we saw on the gym video?
That's correct.
All right, Judge, at this time, I would ask to move into evidence States Exhibit 120, a thumb drive containing the bus raw data, and States Exhibit 90, a disc containing the bus video clips.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. States 90 and 120 are admitted.
Permission to publish States 90.
You may.
All right, if you can pause it for just a minute. Can you orient us? Is this the McClay Commerce?
Yes, this is the bus is pointing east. So just beyond that circle is where the flyover starts. If you're going southbound, you can take the flyover to get on Capitol Circle after you pass McClay Gardens and everything. So this car is on Thomasville Road, not the flyover, and it is going southbound.
All right, and this camera is mounted on the bus. That's how we were able to get this image?
Correct.
Okay.
This is a city bus.
Continue, please. The time on this, 10:44 a.m., is
Correct.
that right? Okay. And what is this orange circle?
This is the Prius going the same direction as Markel's car, southbound on Thomasville Road.
Okay, now where are we?
This is southbound on Thomasville. We've gone underneath the I-10 overpass, and we're at Metropolitan Boulevard, and the bus just so happens to pull up right behind the Prius.
Based on the image in this exhibit right here, were you able to deduce the tag number of the Prius?
No,
That would have saved you a lot of
a
trouble, though,
lot
wouldn't it?
of time. Yes. The video could not be enhanced anymore.
Does the evidence suggest that Markel had already gone on through past this traffic light?
Correct, because this car was behind Markel's car. So he must have beat the light or got through the intersection before this.
Okay, now can you orient us?
I believe we're now at Thomasville Road, southbound at Benton. And that circle was the Prius in the left turn lane to go from Thomasville eastbound on Benton Road.
And is that the way to Mr. Markel's residence?
Not this time. He turned beforehand. We found out later on.
We found out later that Mr. Markel turned later on.
Yes.
But
that
this is the
car
way the
turned.
suspect vehicle goes.
Right. He turns left.
Okay, can you get to Mr. Markel's residence from Benton Road,
Yes.
the way he turned?
Yes.
All right, now, can you back it up, please? So the last time we see the suspect vehicle turning off Thomasville onto Benton Road is what time? Hit play, please.
10:40. No. 10:51.
Okay. And what time does our, pause it please, what time does our 911 call come in?
11:02 a.m.
Okay, so he was killed between 10:51 and 11:02.
Well, we narrowed it down even more than that. But
Okay, Tell me how you narrowed it down further.
Well,
than
this bus now, this is a different bus, same city bus route, but this is a totally different bus. It's northbound on Thomasville Road. So based on the time, this bus is northbound. The shooting has already happened.
Damn.
And you'll see that the Prius catches up in the same lane as that black vehicle there next to the bus at 10:55, I believe. 10:55.
Man, he need to get out his car.
So that helps you narrow it down to what as the time of death?
10:50. Well, 10:51. He's in the Prius is in the turn lane at 10:55. They've already left Trescott and they're northbound towards I-10.
Okay, and you say they. Why do you say they?
Well, here shortly you'll see what appears to be two different individuals on the front seat of this car.
See something white moving around in the passenger seat?
Yeah, the white shirt, the person in that side of the car, it seems extremely animated, excited. And the other side, the best view that I've ever gotten is someone's in a solid black shirt or upper top.
Prince, she needs to forever be uncomfortable.
All right, and this is a slowed down version to try to get a better look at those occupants.
Yes, Ebony. Crash out activities, because this is insane.
All right, what are these orange circles indicating?
These are characteristics of this car that we found to be unique. The passenger side mirror is solid black. These cars have, when they come new, the mirror is the same color as the car, the mirror casing on the outside. This one's been replaced, it appears, because it's black. The circle in the middle of the top of the windshield, that appears to be a sun pass or toll type pass activator. And then the lower bumper circle, that's where a tow hook can be threaded in for towing purposes, but otherwise it has a cap over it.
Okay.
The cap is missing.
Were you able to deduce anything about the year of the Toyota Prius?
Based on the research that we did through Toyota, this was established to be a 2006 to 2009 Toyota Prius, and the color, as I said before, was silver pine mica.
All right. Is it fair to characterize your investigation as having kind of two different veins at this point? We're looking at motive over here and we're looking at the Prius over here.
Correct.
Okay. And you mentioned the sun pass transponder. So we know this Prius, I'm assuming it's not the only silver pine mica Prius between 06 and 09 in the state.
Correct.
All right. So what do we do to try to track down the sun pass transponder?
I contacted Florida Department of Transportation, who administers the sun pass, and wanted to find out, what's the likelihood of that kind of car having a sun pass, and I was overwhelmed with there was thousands. So that wasn't narrowing down anything very quick.
At that time, was SunPass more affiliated with South Florida, or did pretty much everybody in Tallahassee have one?
Well, south and central, anything Orlando south for the most part.
Okay. Did you have any indication based on the surveillance video available as to where the vehicle went after it fled from Martell's residence?
I just know that right here it's going northbound towards I-10 from Thomasville.
All right. Let's watch to the end.
This intersection is Armistead, so this is north of Benton, heading back towards I-10.
Was any cell phone analysis worked on in this case?
Excuse me?
Cell phone analysis?
Yes.
Who performed the cell phone analysis?
Sergeant Corbett.
Okay. And is that something that was going on simultaneously as you doing this SunPass?
That's correct.
Thing? Okay. And did Corbett's work include trying to look for phones of interest traveling in the areas that we know where you found our suspect vehicle?
That and Premier Jim.
And we will talk to Sergeant Corbett later, but based on his analysis, did you have an idea or develop an idea of the route that your suspects may have taken?
Yes.
All right. And what did you do to follow up on that?
Well, initially, because of our large, expansive cars, we started looking for South Florida at any cars going through the interchange southbound at Wildwood, where you get on the turnpike from I-75. That was a bust. We didn't It was way too many. We couldn't find anything that was concrete. So once the phone analysis was done, we had a better idea that there was one particular number, and tracking that went southbound on I-75 all the way to Naples, and then crossing over on Alligator Alley, which is still I-75 from west to east, from Naples to Broward County.
And once you learned that it was actually this other route than what you would expect, were you able to do anything with in reference to the toll plazas and the SunPass transponder that you weren't able to do previously?
That's correct.
Okay, tell us about that.
Once we had that established, then I contacted the SunPass administrators again at Department of Transportation, and I explained to them what I had. I said we got a Prius, a 2006 to 2009 silver fine mica. Not that they had that in the records. I says, but we have them going through approximately this toll plaza in Naples, going westbound. And once I gave them that and the time, within a couple minutes of when they would have gone through, they showed an activation with a transponder from the windshield at that toll plaza in Naples in Collier County, and there was only one Prius, and that's what we determined, that it was going back to South Florida and cutting across Alligator Alley.
All right, and were you able to backtrack and find the toll plaza record or SunPass record of the vehicle coming to Tallahassee as well?
Correct. On the 16th of July, that same transponder, we're talking about the sticker on the windshield, that same transponder went through from Broward County, West Broward County, through the other end of the toll plaza. There's one on each end. There's nothing in the middle, but one going eastbound. That same transponder on the 16th of July cut across Alligator Alley, and then presumably went up 75, which the phone records will show that. And then the return trip was the first one we found.
And did that help you identify the particular SunPass transponder by like an identification number?
Yes.
And is a particular SunPass transponder affiliated with a particular vehicle through some type of SunPass record?
Yes, it shows the customer who purchased the SunPass, and they submit what kind of vehicle it is, the tag number, in case it's SunPass. I mean, the transponder doesn't work. They could still use their credit because it'll take a picture of the tag.
All right, so what did you learn about the suspect vehicle at this time from the SunPass stuff?
It was a rental. It was a rental from a Miami car rental place called Save Gas.
Okay. Did law enforcement go to Save Gas?
And let me say this: in LA, there are like a lot of mom and pop shop type rental car companies, because he said this car was a 2006 to a 2009. It was in 2014 when they committed this crime. I have never rented a car ever that wasn't. It was either the year. If I rented in 2020, I was either in a 2020 or a 2019. So it may have been some like mom and pop shop rental car company that they got this car from.
Gas
It
in
did.
Miami?
Yes.
Was there
And have y'all ever experienced this? Like, it's 2014. This car is 5-6 years old. Have y'all ever experienced that before? I just haven't.
any documentation discovered at that business
There
related
was.
to the rental of this vehicle?
There was.
67. Let's approach and show you what I marked as state 67. Recognize state 67?
Yes.
Okay, is that the rental contract that you found at the Save Gas related to your suspect vehicle?
That's correct.
All right. Is it a fair and accurate copy of that exhibit or that
Yes.
document? Moving evidence state 67, Your Honor.
State 67 is admitted.
Permission to publish 67.
You may.
And what did we learn about the people that rented the car from this state 67? Not on there? Who rented the
according to this document, Luis Rivera, Normandy Drive in Miami, is the one that rented this car.
I'm in no way promoting anyone do anything illegal. And I'm just not promoting it. But they calling each other on their real phones. They're on camera in the car. And you rent the damn car in your own name? You mean to tell me Luis didn't know a neighborhood crackhead he could have sent up to the bank, rent the car? I don't even know if they were that strict in 2014. You rent the car yourself?
And did he provide a phone number for himself?
Yes.
Is that the number listed right here?
Oh no.
Yes.
Okay. And any other drivers listed on the contract?
No driver listed there, but up in the top, you see the word brother and a phone number that became significant.
All right. And whose phone number were you able to associate? Who were you able to associate this phone number with? The brother.
I ain't one of the
Sigfredo Garcia.
When was this vehicle rented?
Sigfredo.
Whose phone number were you able to associate? Who were you able to associate this phone number with? The brother.
Sigfredo Garcia.
Both of they dumb ass on the contract. Both of them on the contract. Garcia, I can't say his first name. Garcia and Luis, both of them on the contract. Both of the shooters are on camera, and they put their names on the rental agreement.
When was this vehicle rented?
You know what, pretty
This is on the
please.
16th of July. I'm sorry, this shows 15th.
Chat
15th
GPT
of
better
July.
be on.
Okay. And when was it due back?
It was due back on the 17th of July.
Didn't go back on the 17th. Though.
No, I don't believe it got back till the 21st.
Okay. Approach and show you what I'm marking as state exhibit 65. Recognize state 65?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
This was a traffic citation that we discovered.
Ken, have you made it to your destination? Because I know you said you about to get on a plane.
Luis Rivera received on I-75.
On I-75 on the way to Tallahassee in the Prius?
No, it was a different car. This was on a different. This was dated June 4th.
I'm sorry, I've showed you the wrong thing.
Yeah.
Not the right thing.
He is the one who should have been getting the one-way ticket to Vietnam. All of this is foolish. He got a ticket.
We'll have to circle back to that. All right. Let me ask you about phone. You mentioned that Sergeant Corbett was working on the phone records. I'm going to approach and show you what I marked as State's Exhibit 55. Recognize this exhibit?
I do.
It's sort of a org chart of all the folks whose phone records we collected in this state, or many of them.
Yes, that's correct.
And by stipulation, Judge, these phone numbers have been associated with the folks on the chart, so I'd ask you to move it down to State's 55.
Yes, no objection to the publishing.
55 is admitted at this time.
Y'all, this just getting worse and worse. And y'all see she controlling that crime over there. She was playing in the first place.
Okay, well,
Prince, I'm just saying. Oh, Miss Sheila, I don't know. Hold on, let me see what my friend said. She said she just landed. Okay, good. Good friend. I'm glad they got Wendy up there. Look at old Harvey up there too.
all right. Now, Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera, those are the two subjects that you establish as being in the Prius. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And these are their phone numbers that have been associated with them listed beneath them.
Correct.
And we got 2 different numbers for Luis Rivera. Is that right?
Rivera had 2 separate numbers, but his main one was the 570 that was on the rental contract.
All right. And the nicknames that are shown there, are those the nicknames that those 2 go by?
Correct. Tuto and Tato.
Tuto and
Tuto
Tato.
and Tato.
Okay.
Tuto and Tato.
Were you able to establish any link through people between the 2 that came in the Prius and the Adelson family?
No.
Okay. Were you able to establish any type? How did you develop a theory or any evidence as to why these 2 people came to Tallahassee to murder Dan Markel?
Well, eventually we learned that the female, Catherine Magbanua, was the mother of Sigfredo Garcia's children and considered each other spouses.
What?
Okay. And
At
did
the
she
same
have?
time,
Go ahead.
same time, we also found out that she had been dating and in a relationship with Charlie Adelson.
All right. So initially,
That's
was
fast.
there any connection between these 2 guys from Miami and Dan Markel?
None.
All right. So this was the connection that was established, turned out to be Catherine Magbanua.
The only connection we could find.
Okay. And was that done through phone records and ultimately other communication records and testimony?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you, as a result of developing Catherine Magbanua as a potential suspect, investigate her at all?
Yes,
All right. And did that include an investigation into her employment?
that's correct.
What was her employment status around the time of this murder?
At the time of the murder, I believe she worked at another dental office somewhere, but post-murder, she started receiving compensation from the Adelson Institute.
What is the Adelson Institute?
It's a dental practice.
Shit, I know that's right.
Uh,
She said, I don't work no more.
According to online information operated by Harvey Adelson and Charlie Adelson.
Okay. And were the 2 of them dentists?
Yes, I believe Charlie is recognized as a periodontist.
Did you come to learn what Donna Adelson's role, if any, was in that business?
Yes, she was clerical and kept books for the business.
Did you attempt to procure some employment records from the Adelson Institute to verify Ms. Magbanua's employment?
We did.
All right. Tell us about that.
Myself and Special Agent Sanford from the FBI went to the office, physically to the office in Broward County, Tamarack, and sent a subpoena seeking records for the employment of Catherine Magbanua, and we received nothing at the initial time. Later on, the best I could get from, I believe it was an attorney that represented that dental office, just a list of checks that were paid checks from the Adelson Institute to Catherine Magbanua, but no W-2, no responsibility forms, nothing that showed what she actually did as being employed. At that
Damn, they didn't even give her a W-2. Y'all should
Was
have
it
made us
regular
have it on
business
them
hours
taxes.
when you entered there physically?
Yes,
Was Ms. Magbanua present when you entered the building?
no,
And did the employees that you have contact with seem to know who she was or what it was that she did there?
the initial person that I spoke to at the desk, at the front desk, she had no idea who this person was, who Magbanua was. The other person that came up to the front, she said she knew the name, but did not know what her responsibilities were with the company.
And the person that knew the name, who is that?
Erica Johnson, I believe.
And
Damn,
her
not
birthday
Erica.
is 8.
Damn, not Erica.
Yes, this is.
Erica probably said, now that you mentioned it, I've been cutting a check for somebody named Catherine. What's her last name, y'all? I wrote it down. McVanwall. And she not clocking in with me. I'm giving them my 80 every 2 weeks. But this Catherine lady getting a check. And she is not coming to work.
This is all I received as far as any type of records for
Maybe Erica Johnson said, "I'll tell it
Banwell
all.
and her relationship with the Adelson Institute.
Right. And did
I'll
the
tell
records
it
include
all."
any job description for Ms. McBanoa?
No,
No, that's
No
right, Erica.
employment application,
no,
schedule,
no.
time
Erica said we don't even have standard operating procedures for whatever job Catherine doing. I don't even know what she's doing every day.
sheet,
Nope.
W-2 forms, or tax filing records.
Nope.
Any performance evaluations.
Erica,
None.
I don't know.
So only the
Oh,
checks.
crazy.
Only the checks.
According to those checks, during what period of time was Catherine McBanoa on the Adelson Institute payroll?
She definitely black. She definitely peeped some fishy because she said, "I keep seeing this name, but I don't know who this is."
From September of 2014 all the way, this particular one shows March of 2016, but I believe it goes further than that into May. 2016.
Right.
That was Erica
So
said.
it starts
I too.
shortly after the homicide, about 2 months.
Yes. Actually, the homicide happened July 18th, and the first check was dated September 18th.
Damn.
For what pay period?
I don't see the pay period on this one.
But presumably she'd be paid for a pay period that had
2 weeks
concluded. Okay.
According to the way this is laid out.
All right, and we are going to learn more about the bump or the undercover operation, but is it fair to say the checks terminated shortly after the undercover operation in 2016?
Yes.
Yeah, they stopped paying her.
Did you notice in your review?
Okay, y'all. Remember I said she probably said I'm in between. No, when that cop came, they stopped paying her. Y'all, she ain't had no money. She didn't have any money. She had been going with the day, just getting up. My girl probably was doing Pilates. She probably was at Starbucks every day. Baby probably had her cute little workout sets, baby, dropping them kids off, doing a little yoga here and there, a little Zumba class. And them chicks stopped. You know, she probably wasn't saving anything because I got my boobs done. I'm in Miami. I'm going to get me a little poppy. She probably was just living her best life until that undercover officer came. Paris, she probably was talking like this to people. You know, living her best life. And it just all came crashing. And now them big, pretty boobs is being stared at by Tata, the female version, in that prison. God damn it. Life will come at you fast.
Of that exhibit, the documents provided by the Adelson Institute, that some of those check numbers were consecutive.
Yes, I did.
Who signed those checks?
Donna Adelson,
All of them?
everyone.
Were you ever able to develop any evidence that McBanoa was physically going to the Adelson Institute during these pay periods?
Never.
Any evidence that she performed some service
I know
offsite
it's
for
like
that business?
Nothing was established that showed that.
Any evidence of any contact with any patients?
No,
And you were, we'll learn later, listening to some of her phone calls, right?
that's correct.
When was Catherine McBanoa arrested for her role in this murder?
October 1, 2016,
Were you present for her arrest?
I was.
And was she allowed to contact her lawyer from the arrest scene?
Yes,
Did you speak to her attorney as well?
I did.
Who was her attorney?
Tara Kawas.
What happened after that phone call?
After Ms. McBanoa was placed into a car for transport to the Broward County Jail.
Oh, I know.
Well, way less than 20 minutes later, I received a phone call on my phone.
Lack of relevance, not testify to something that has nothing to do with my client.
Scotland, please lay the foundation as to this matter in this trial.
I like this judge.
So so let me back up. So while Ms. McBanoa was detained on scene where she was arrested in the daytime, daylight hours, she was allowed to place a call to her attorney. She spoke to her attorney. I spoke to her attorney.
She had an attorney.
And I asked that Ms. Kawas, the attorney representing her at the time, that she contact her client, McBanoa, at the Broward County Jail And if, in fact, she wanted to cooperate with the investigation, to call me back.
So you were interested in getting information from Ms. Magbanua?
Correct.
Information about the other parties involved in this case?
Yes.
Okay.
What I mean by cooperation is if she wanted to provide testimony about other players in this. And so I told Ms. Ross, you know, if you'll talk to your client, obviously out of my presence, and if she decides to cooperate, call me back and I will go to the Broward County Jail and meet.
Did that happen?
No.
What happened instead?
Well, like I said, within less than 20 minutes from that conversation, I received a phone call from a gentleman that identified himself as David Marcus. Instead, he was an attorney representing Charlie Adelson. He asked that if Charlie Adelson was to be arrested,
What?
if I would just contact him.
First of all, how the hell Charlie know Katie had been arrested? Baby, they can't even act like it's not a conspiracy. Because why the hell is Charlie's lawyer calling like, okay, we heard you got Katie. You coming to get him next? What?
Relevance, this is not co-conspirator official.
Specifically as a co-conspirator aspect, Ms. Kappelman, you need to keep the examination focused on that.
You think so,
As
Paris?
to the last objection, I will sustain it. You may continue, Ms. Kappelman.
So you speak to Kwas and your next phone call is from Charlie's lawyer.
Correct.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Paris. So Paris, let me say this. Let me Paris right there. And it should have been booked the next day. Okay? Paris, let me say this though. I do agree. Well, I don't know a little bit. I don't know. I don't know. Donna does seem like the type that takes everything into her own hands. She does not sound like she would have asked Wendy's permission. Wendy, how do you feel about me taking out your husband? She does not make me feel like she would have done that. However, I'm gonna go back to everybody talking about Wendy buying that liquor. That was Wendy's alibi. She wasn't just driving around. No, Wendy made sure she could be seen on cameras. And then the fact that Wendy creeped by that man's street. If I'm in Memphis and now I'm my son's dad, they live in like on in a back end of neighborhood, but let's just say I'm over there and I see police ambulances and fire. Child, I'm blowing up his phone right now. I'm blowing up your phone because where's my son? It's no way I'm gonna go on about my life after I see police got your street blocked off. No, I know Ash live in Birmingham or near it. If I see something popping and it's just serious, I'm gonna call. The other day I was on X. I saw that Chattanooga was flooded. I'm talking cars underwater. I called all the way to Jacksonville, Florida, to my aunt. Hey, have you talked to your friend? Because I see it's flooding in Chattanooga. Wendy, stop playing with me. There's no way your kids were with your ex and you just stroll on past their street after you see police and you don't check to see if your kid's okay. She could have at least called the school. Even if you didn't want to speak to him because y'all got bad blood, you didn't even call the school. You didn't go by the school. Let me just say this and I'm finna hit play again. Brianna text in this chat one day. I see the kids walked out at Bellevue. Is LJ okay? Do you hear me? I've never met Brianna in person. Brianna said something going on at your son's school. Is he okay? Like, come on, wake it up. We're not blood related. This is Wendy's child. Y'all want me to believe she rolled past that man's street knowing her kids were with this man? No. That's the only thing. That's the only thing, Paris. That's the only thing that makes me believe. Like, she may not have known the intricate details, but I do think she knew something was up, because that's weird to me. As a mother, that's weird to me. As a mother. I mean, I'm strictly coming from a mom whose child right now lives with his father. If I see something going on in Memphis, I'm calling his dad. Like, no, I'm not. I just can't buy it.
Good afternoon.
I can't buy it.
Okay, so
We knew Sharonda. She had to.
at the time of this investigation, when it began, how long had you been with the Tallahassee Police Department?
25 years.
You'd spent vast majority of your career as an investigator detective.
No, I probably spent most of my career as a street officer.
Okay. At the time of this, how long had you been a detective?
6 years.
And you continue to be the lead for Tallahassee Police Department on this investigation until your retirement, correct?
Correct.
Now, it's important when you're conducting an investigation, especially a homicide investigation, for you to be thorough, correct?
Yes.
You don't want to leave essentially any stone unturned.
What you think he didn't do?
Obviously within reason.
Yes.
You talked about your agency beginning to obtain cellular phone records of the Adelson family pretty early on, correct? You started getting them in July?
Yes.
Okay. And you learned that Wendy Adelson's parents, my client and her husband, lived in Miami, correct?
I believe at the time it was Coral Springs, but
They had a place on Miami Beach?
well, I know that they ended up in Miami Beach. I don't recall at the time of the homicide if they were living on Miami Beach.
Okay. But you knew that they were in South Florida?
South Florida is correct.
Okay. And so as your investigation continued and you started looking into, you made the connection between the two individuals who drove up here, Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera. You made that connection to Catherine Magbanua, correct?
Right.
And you made that connection to Charlie Adelson, correct?
Correct.
And then you see these large cash deposits into Katie McBanua, or you see Katie McBanua's unemployment status.
Right.
She's still paying her bills in South Florida.
Yes.
Now, you also mentioned that you contacted the SunPass Authority.
Yes.
Did you ever, you'd already made a connection between the investigation and the Adelson family at this point, pretty quickly.
I wouldn't say that.
Okay. Well, over a couple years. By the time June of 2016 comes, comes about, you've already made that connection.
Oh, yes. By that time, yes.
And you contacted the SunPass Authority for my client's SunPass records, correct?
No.
No, you didn't. Did you contact the Turnpike Authority for construction records for the Turnpike?
Construction
Yeah,
records?
you know we know she didn't pull the trigger.
What about for I-95 or 595?
To my knowledge, there is no, and I believe I established that with the FDOT, Florida Department of Transportation, that there was no toll system on 95.
Okay. I was asked about construction records on 95.
I did not inquire about construction records.
What about accident records?
Accident records?
For?
No.
Isn't it true that my client and her husband shared an email address?
I believe they did.
You learned that during your investigation. In fact, I think Wendy said that, didn't she, in her interview with you?
I don't recall whether she said it.
Where? Do you have?
He has a nice suit on. Sharonda said everybody look like they from the show Wonder Years. Yeah, I wonder, is that one of the boys back there? Miss Sheila asked that too. Is that one of the boys?
Mr. Eisen, you identified emails that are contained in State's Exhibit 64, correct?
Yes.
And according to your testimony, these are emails between my client and her daughter, correct?
Yes.
And in some of these emails, my client called Danny Markel bad names.
Yes,
She never actually said she hated him, did she? In any of these emails?
that came through the grandchildren.
At the time, the grandchildren were 3 and 4.
I don't recall the age. They were young.
And you also testified about a bribe. You are not a family law attorney, are you?
No,
Okay. And you have no idea whether or not it's permitted for one party to offer any sort of financial incentive to another party when it comes to relocation.
that's not in my realm.
And you also testified about
Okay, thank
Mr.
you, Judge.
Markel's life insurance policy, pension, and you said that those funds went to his children with Wendy as a custodian.
Some of them, and some of them was Dan Markel's sister as the custodian.
Okay. Did my client receive any financial benefit in the form of Danny's life insurance, his pension, or anything else?
Not that I could tell.
Going back to those emails, especially the one the state highlighted concerning the Catholic Church and dressing the kids up, Wendy didn't take those suggestions, did she?
No.
You testified just now concerning your attempt to obtain employment records for Ms. McBanowa from the Adelson Institute. It's a small business, right?
It appeared to be.
Just a handful of employees?
Yeah, there was only 2 there at the time.
You don't know whether or not any of the employees had a written job description.
No, I do not know that.
Job
You don't know if any of the employees' files had evaluations or job reviews.
I didn't see that. I would think with that type of business and working on people's mouths and so forth, that there would be a little scrutiny involved.
But you don't know if they kept those records for any employee.
I have no
do you?
idea. I was only seeking and only had cause to seek for McDaniel.
And when Ms. McBanowa was arrested, you testified that you received a call from someone who identified himself as Charlie's attorney, correct?
After her arrest, the gentleman that called my number was he identified himself as an attorney for Charlie Adelson.
Not Donna Adelson.
Not Donna.
Now, is it unusual in an investigation like this
Donna won't worry.
for a defense attorney to contact you about whether or not there's a warrant for their client's arrest?
I wouldn't say that. It was shocking to me that within that short a time frame, the only way that this person would have knowledge would be from McBanowa's attorney. So there would be contact between McBanowa's attorney and this person identifying himself as Charlie.
That's true.
In a very short time. No media, nothing had been divulged.
So what you found unusual was the short time frame, not the phone call itself.
No, it was immediate, and I'm basically telling Coas, if your client wants to cooperate, contact me. Don't call somebody else that's a co-conspirator.
Ooh.
Their attorney.
Ooh.
You didn't receive a call from anyone identifying themselves as Donna's attorney in that instant, did
No,
you?
sir.
Okay.
I know. It's odd because Lorenzen Wright's kids, baby, they would go to war about their mom, and she killed their dad. But she had all these years to
Ms. Kappelman asked you
program it.
about
You know?
what has
Really
been
weird.
coined that grandmother motion. Again, you're not a family law attorney.
Right. Still not.
And so although you read the motion
Yes.
and you're educated, you
Ooh.
absent having some legal knowledge, can you interpret what is being requested in the motion?
I believe so. I think it's pretty plain.
First of all, let me say this. With Google, yes, you can understand emotion. It might take you some time, but you can sit there and understand. I think that was a little nasty way to ask. We read motions and we sit here and don't we go back and forth? No, maybe they mean this. We talk it out, baby. You can understand emotion. It might take you some time. You may not understand it as fast, right? As quickly as an attorney can, but if you sit there long enough, yeah,
Glad you said that. Now, I want to go back to the emails.
I got
I
offended.
want to use the
Yes,
board.
we can
The
understand.
emails that you testified were between my client and her mother.
Now, Sharonda, you're right. Wendy did. But Wendy's an attorney. I think this was the plan all along. She probably was sick of Donna's ass.
I just if we needed to take a break.
Yes, Prince. That case was sad. I remember when he died. I told y'all the cousin whose house they had the death meeting at. We lived in the same apartments. I knew her. And y'all, she was sad as hell when Lorenzo died. I mean, at his funeral, if you go watch his funeral, he tore up at the funeral. He was pregnant. Tore up at that damn funeral. I was disgusted when I found out
The sender
death meeting at her.
of this email is not Donna Adelson, is it?
No, it doesn't. I don't know who it's from. It's not showing it.
Okay. It's an evite.com invitation.
I've seen those.
Okay. You don't have any personal knowledge as to how these are generated, do you?
Someone has to go through this program to get it set up and sent out.
But you don't have any personal knowledge as to how that's done, do you?
No.
That was sad.
The
Bri.
next page of EE.
That was
It's August 30th, 2014 email to Wendy. Ah. The sender is donnaharvey@gmail.com, correct?
That's correct.
Whose name is next to that?
Harvey Adelson.
That's not Donna Adelson, is it?
I believe that's her husband.
Oh, that she threw a husband under the bus.
Next.
Baby Donna is a mess.
It's an email dated September 12th, 2014. And the sender is saying that Lincoln will attend Tot Shabbat with his grandpa, Harvey Adelson. Isn't that what it says?
Yes, it does.
Who's it from?
It's from donnaharvey@gmail.com.
And whose name is next to that?
It says Harvey Adelson.
I'm going to show you 64FF. This is, again, from donnaharvey@gmail.com, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Whose name is there?
Where it says from?
Yes.
It says Harvey Adelson.
Okay. Wendy, this is the information on work order for repair of TV Friday, July 18th between 8 and 12. Love, Dad. My
Yes.
client's not Dad, is she?
I wouldn't refer to him as that. I don't think she would either.
I don't understand this sharing emails, Miss Sheila.
This is still part of that same email, the Geek Squad schedule. Would you be willing to accept a sooner appointment if one becomes available? Do you see that language?
Yes.
What's the answer underneath that?
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Examination. Go ahead.
Prince, I saw a documentary where her mom was in it. They had her son in it. He's older now, in his 20s, I think now. It was a really great documentary. I was kind of young when it all happened, so I knew about him being in the trunk and all of this, but I didn't know the details. So I didn't know you just didn't want the baby, so you said I'm gonna kill her. Like I didn't just know it was that simple. She wasn't even asking him for anything. He lured her to a movie. They went and saw a movie, and on her way home, he had somebody kill her.
Defense pointed out, hey, Harvey and Donna share an email address, right? DonnaHarvey@gmail.com. Some of these are signed Dad.
Right.
Are some of them signed Mom?
Right.
Okay, and drawing your attention to this one on May 3rd, 2013, including a statement, the most important part of your divorce is relocation. On page 4 of that exhibit, well, let me start by going to the very end. Inconveniently, the way this printed, love you. Who signed that one?
Mom.
All right, and on page 4 of the exhibit, just a moment.
Paris is they text. She emails like we text. And then 2014, though, I just can't get that. Text. The son looks just like him, Sharonda. He got out, Prince. They say he's changed his name. He's remarried. I think he has other kids. But if I were
Case
him, it
Exhibit
would probably
W, this is one from Thursday, June 27th, 2013. It's signed mom and dad, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And this one,
that's what.
all right, so we've got some from mom.
That's
some
why I don't
from
get
mom
it,
and dad,
Jasmine.
right?
Correct.
No further questions.
You guys sit down, Mr. Rice. Will he be retained? You may recall at some point in the trial, there's a name contact with the attorneys.
Hey, Nay.
What's that? Yes, sir.
Nay, how was your birthday?
Members of the jury will take a break at this point. Briefly, the bailiff will take you to the jury room.
Hey, y'all, gonna take a break.
What's that?
May I address the court while she's working on the
Go
jury?
ahead.
I would like some clarification on the hearing that is going to be conducted outside the presence of the jury regarding State's Exhibit 60. My takeaway from our sidebar was that I was going to authenticate every single page. The defense has now advised me they only have limited objections to State 60, so I would ask for some clarification on what we're doing there.
Starting 60, the defense can be heard.
I think we resolved that with the court's ruling already, Your Honor.
I believe the captain just brought it up because there might have been a discussion while it was over.
Ms. Fulford thought that she was referring to something.
I thought you were referring to the email.
Oh, no, I'm
For
referring to the
64,
divorce.
State Exhibit 64 has been admitted, with the only exception being AA for right now.
That was my bad. I thought that's what she was referring to.
Okay. As to State 60, the foundation has begun with the detective as to any other witnesses that you intend to link up the parts of the foundation with. You were certainly permitted to do so.
Is there an objection to it right now being admitted?
I
And
believe the
if
objection was
so,
foundation as to showing emails or communications that link up exactly with what the pleadings are.
yes, sir. And will that be in reference to each pleading or just select pleadings?
Mr. Zellman, Ms. Fulford.
Judge, my understanding from the court's ruling is that the state could lay the foundation as they move through their case. And with that ruling, I mean, obviously we'd like them to establish foundation, but I'm not objecting to what has been presented as 60 other than the foundation, which, as you indicated, they can prove up along the way as long as they complete it by the end of their case in chief.
But until the foundation is complete, as the State 60 is admitted.
Understood. Okay, I am going to go forward with Mr. Rivera at this time, Judge. If we finish before 5, I'm hopeful that I'll be able, outside the presence of the jury, to conduct that hearing regarding the foundation and admissibility of that exhibit. Would that be acceptable to the court?
That's fine.
I'm not sure I'm going to be ready. I'm working on that, but just wanted to have clarification on what I was working on.
Please bring in the jurors.
And can we have Mr.
He ain't
Rivera
got time for that either.
You want to brought in now?
He giving
Have
both
him
sides
seated
a
before
stank
we
face.
finish.
You can bring in Rivera first.
What did they say, Rivera? Wait. That Lewis? Lewis about to testify on day 1? Yeah, Lewis might be our last witness.
You can bring in the jurors. You can take a seat for right now, Mr. Rivera.
Lewis lost some weight. He must not be eating in jail. That's my ruin his. Y'all just don't get it. You ruined your life. He deserved to be in jail. He rented that damn car in his name. Damn, Lewis. I just don't like people. Some people in jail. Why y'all want to be there? They tell you when you can eat.
Everyone can be seated. Mr. Rivera, please raise your right hand.
On day freaking one.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, sir.
Please speak loudly and clearly.
Yes, sir.
You may examine.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
Luis Rivera, Luisrivera.
Mr. Rivera,
Oh.
where are you from?
I'm from Puerto Rico.
Okay, but were you living in Miami back in 2014?
Yes, ma'am.
How long did you live in Miami?
My whole life.
You were born in Puerto Rico, though?
Yeah.
Okay, but moved to Miami.
He
at
had
what
no
age?
2 years old.
in this mess.
Have you been
Really?
convicted of a felony,
Yes, ma'am.
including the murder that we're here about today?
Yes, ma'am.
It's 5 felonies, sound correct?
5.
And you're currently incarcerated?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that for this case or this case and another case?
Both. Well,
Both. So it's a federal sentence and this sentence.
Mistake case.
Oh
What did
shit.
you plead to in this case?
This case, guilty
Guilty to what?
to second-degree murder.
Oh, he get out.
Guilty to second-degree murder.
Thank you.
He pleaded for that second degree.
What was your sentence on the second degree murder?
19 years.
Okay, and that was concurrent with your federal sentence, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what did you have to do in exchange for getting a 19-year sentence?
Cooperate.
What is
Now let me just say this for those of y'all in the back that don't understand what he's saying. Okay? First of all, it was clearly premeditated, but he took the deal. Oh, Katie's dumbass did not take the deal. Louise said, baby, these people done got me caught up. What you need me to do? This man said he has 19 years. She didn't really ask him what his Fed case time was, but 19 years at least. He was probably in his 30s, so he'll get out about 50 something. I don't know, maybe 60. Oh, dumbass Katie got 60 years. Katie got 60. Oh, Prince said he never getting out. So 19 years. They didn't say what his Fed case was. I was assuming. Anyway, he took a deal, is my point. He took a deal and he said, I'll testify on whoever you need me to testify. Katie didn't even pull the trigger and she's spending life. Katie, you could have been out. You could have been at home. She probably could have gotten 10 years. Maybe they would have given her immunity. Who knows? They wanted Donna. And he snitched. Hey, Allison. He said, I will do it. Katie, let me tell you something. Katie, what were you trying to be so hard for and not snitch? What was going on with you? Louise said, it's nobody coming to save me. I have to save myself. 35,000.
cooperation mean to you?
Well, telling.
Telling on who?
I'm a co-defendant, Garcia, Katie.
All right. Did anybody ever tell you what to say?
No, ma'am.
Has anybody ever told you anything other than to tell the truth?
No, excuse me.
Has anybody told you to say anything other than the truth?
No,
Has anybody promised you anything other than the sentence that you got in exchange for cooperation?
no, ma'am.
Did anybody ever tell you, oh, you have to testify about a specific person to get a deal?
No, ma'am. Not at all.
He sounded shocked. No, ma'am.
Have you been offered anything on your federal sentence from doing this cooperation on this case?
No.
He said, hell no. Okay, the Fed was 12 years. Thank you, Paris.
As part of your negotiation or your lawyer's negotiation of this case, did you give up what's called a proffer, a recorded proffer?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. And even back then when you gave the proffer, did anybody tell you what you needed to say there?
No, ma'am.
Were you hired to participate in the murder of Dan Markell?
Yes, ma'am.
Who hired you to be involved in the murder?
Well, I got it from my friend, Tudo Garcia.
Is that Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you know him?
Childhood friends.
Damn.
So to cooperate and get this deal, you had to turn on one of your best friends.
Yes, ma'am.
Who enlisted
Damn.
Sigfredo Garcia to be a part of this murder?
Katie,
Who's Katie?
his wife.
He got
Is that
those
Catherine
in the mouth.
Ivanova?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know who enlisted her to be involved in this murder?
Not really.
Was it a murder for hire?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know that somebody was paying Katie?
Yes, ma'am.
And Katie was the one that brought the money to you all, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You know what, Brianna? He sounds like Chico from Friday, but it may be the fact that we have this sped up, and that's why. never thought about the fact he's like, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. I never thought about the fact that y'all, we got it sped up. They like, yes, ma'am. No, ma'am. I'm sitting here like, dang, he is so eager. And what I say? I said, oh, he sounded offended by that question. He like, no, ma'am. Whole time is sped up. Thank you, Brianna.
And what was the purpose of this murder as you understood it?
That they wanted the kids.
Who wanted the kids?
Wendy.
Okay.
Wendy.
And did you understand that you were killing the father of the kids so that Wendy could have the kids?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you previously referred to a dentist being involved?
Yes, ma'am.
Who was the dentist?
Charlie.
And how was he related?
Katie's boyfriend, side piece, whatever you want to call him.
All right, so Katie was the wife of Garcia, but also the girlfriend of the dentist?
Yeah.
Did you have any contact with the dentist ever?
No.
Did you have any contact with any member of the Adelson family?
No, ma'am.
Why are you there?
Everything went through Katie, right?
Yes, ma'am.
What did the dentist, if you know, have to do with the lady in Tallahassee who needed her kids?
I don't know nothing about him. I don't know nothing about that family.
Who was in charge of getting the money after the job was done?
Katie.
How much were you to be paid for your part in this crime?
35.
$35,000?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh,
did you know the total amount that the job paid?
No, not really.
Did you know how much Garcia got?
40, I believe.
$40,000?
Yeah.
And did you know how much Katie got?
No, I don't know. I can't remember. But I think it was like 40. I think it was told it was be like 100, something like that.
Okay. Somewhere in the neighborhood of $100,000.
Yes, ma'am.
Was it a one-time payment or was it a payment that occurred over time? It's what you got.
No, it's a one-time payment.
He had fun with his little 35.
What did you know about the man that you came to Tallahassee to kill?
I don't know nothing about him.
How did you know who to kill?
Constituto. Garcia.
How did he know?
Katie.
Did he have some information about the man you were here to kill?
Yes, ma'am.
I got to hear
How
you
did
say that,
the
Nikki.
man that you came to Tallahassee to kill?
I don't know nothing about him.
How did you know who to kill?
Constituto. Garcia.
How did he know?
Katie.
Did he have some information about the man you were here to kill?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell him what that was.
I was a piece of paper with his picture on of his face and the address.
Picture of Dan Markel's face?
Yes, ma'am.
And the address of what? Where he lived?
Of his house, yes.
Did you and Rivera refer to each other? I'm sorry, you and Garcia refer to each other as brothers?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, he was killing for Wendy. I think that says something. Rivera said he was killing for Wendy.
Moving evidence states 45, Your Honor.
Objection.
No, Your Honor.
States 45 is admitted.
Is that you and Mr. Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
Please silence your phone.
I know he gonna go off.
Have you ever been to Tallahassee before you came for this case, related to this case?
Never in my life.
He
How
probably
many
never
times
left
did you come
Miami.
to Tallahassee related to this case?
This case twice.
So were you with Secreto Garcia both times?
Yeah.
Was that one time in June and one time in July?
I believe so.
Okay, and July was the time, second time was when the murder happened, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Was it just the two of you on both of these trips?
Yes, ma'am.
States 44. Objection. Introduce States 44, Your Honor.
States 44.
Publishing States 44. Who's this right here?
Garcia,
And this?
Katie,
Who's that?
my baby mama.
Your child's mother?
Yes, ma'am.
What's her name?
Jessica.
Okay, and that's you there?
Yes.
Was this picture
My
taken
family
before or
picture.
after the murder?
I can't remember.
At the time of the murder, was Katie with the dentist? Was Katie with Garcia? Was she with both?
Both.
Ooh.
Were you at the time of this murder living with Jessica Rodriguez?
Yes, ma'am.
There's an address on the rental car contract, 1515 Northeast 135th Street, number 14. Do you recognize that address?
That's my apartment. Yes, ma'am.
All right, let's talk about the first trip that occurred in June. How did you get here for that trip?
Well, we rented a car.
Who rented the car for the June trip?
The first one.
Yeah, if you remember.
I can't really remember. Been so
Okay.
long.
But one of you, either you or Sigfredo?
Yeah, I think it was Fredo. I rented the Prius, so I never rented on the truck. On the
Okay.
car.
So Garcia rented the car for the June trip, but it was a rental car that y'all brought up here.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and did you take the same route on both trips to get to Tallahassee?
I don't remember.
Okay, and did he have the paper with the picture of Dan Markel on both trips?
Yes.
And what did you do on the first trip?
We drove by here and we just followed him around to see where he lived and shit. But
Okay, were you planning to kill him on the first trip?
I don't remember.
Okay, did you have a gun on the first trip?
Yeah.
Did you have a gun that you procured specifically to kill Dan Markel with?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that a gun that you bought off the street?
Yes, ma'am.
You bought it.
I bought it.
Okay. And were there any other guns in the vehicle for that first trip, if you know?
And got rid of her damn worst
I
ass
think we
mama.
had two.
All right. And what was the other gun?
It's a 38
Whose gun was that?
Garcia.
On that first trip in June of 2014, did you and Garcia go to Markel's residence?
Yeah.
And did you lay eyes on him that first trip?
I believe I passed by his house and scoped him out.
You said you followed him. Do you remember where you followed him on the first trip?
Yeah, I followed him to a daycare.
Dang.
How long were you here that first trip?
Maybe I don't remember.
A couple days sound right?
Just a couple of days.
Why wasn't Dan Markel killed on that first trip, if you know?
What
I
is
don't
Oh.
that?
remember. I wasn't gonna do nothing in front of no kids. But
No,
He
a
had the
killer
kids
with
with him?
yeah, yes, he did.
For
No,
whatever reason, it didn't happen on that.
killer with.
We lost him. I believe we lost him.
Okay. And when you didn't get it done on that trip, was anyone angry at you?
At me?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
All right. Did you hear at some point that y'all were going to have to come back if you wanted to get the money and finish the job?
Yeah,
All right. So you did come back in July. Is that
we
right?
came back.
And that's when you came in the Prius.
Yes, ma'am.
And you rented the Prius, right?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. And that phone number that you wrote on the Prius rental agreement and wrote brother, that was Garcia's phone number?
Yeah, I think.
Crazy, Brianna.
You took phones with you to Tallahassee for both trips, right?
Yeah.
Did you turn your phone off for the actual
Right.
murder?
Yeah, I did.
What about Garcia? Do you know if he turned his phone off?
When the murder happened?
Yes, sir.
Shit. No, I don't remember.
Okay.
said
Did you
shit.
stay in Tallahassee for a couple nights when you came here the second time?
Yeah, we stayed here for a night or two, I think.
Okay. Did y'all rent a hotel room?
Yes.
Do you know how many guns were with you on that second trip?
Nah, just one.
You only remember one gun on that trip?
Yeah, I can remember
And
one.
that's the murder weapon?
Yes, ma'am.
The one you bought on the street?
Yes, ma'am.
What type of gun was that?
A 38.
That's a revolver?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember an incident where there was a shot fired into the floorboard of the Prius?
Yes.
Could you tell the jurors about that?
Well, we was driving and Garcia put the gun out and shot the gas line in the car.
Through the floorboard of the car?
Yes, ma'am.
Passenger side or driver's side?
Passenger side.
Okay, and that was the murder weapon that fired that shot?
Shit. I don't remember.
Okay, but he was messing around with some gun and fired it into the car.
Y'all know what? Do you know how, when we're watching like Criminal Minds and things like that, and they're trying to get a confession, say, out of a serial killer. So one of the things that they do is they may let the serial killer see pictures from the crime scene, because in that serial killer's head, he's reliving the moment. Do you see how he is smiling, just sitting here remembering when Garcia shot through the car? It's making me remember. It's making me further see why they give the pictures to the serial killers, because it's like they really instantly go back to that place. It's almost as if he's in the car now, seeing Garcia shoot through the car, like, dang, what are you doing? Look at his face.
Shit. I don't remember.
Okay, but he was messing around with some gun
his
and fired
face.
it into the car.
Yeah.
And were y'all driving in the car when that happened?
Yes, ma'am.
And did it disable the car?
The car started stopping. Little by little, it just started slowing down.
Okay, and that's the Prius, right?
Yes, ma'am.
How did y'all get the car going again?
We seen somebody that he knew and stopped him and took him to the auto place to get a piece of hose to put it back together.
And the guy that you saw that he knew, are you talking about a local drug dealer here that y'all met on the first trip?
Yes, ma'am.
And that person assisted you in getting some way to fix the car?
Yes, ma'am.
Who was good with cars, you or Garcia or both?
Garcia.
All right, so he was able to make a repair to the gas line?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you follow Dan Markel again during this second trip?
Yeah.
Did you follow him to the daycare?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you actually see him drop his children off at school that morning?
Absolutely, yes.
Did you follow him to the gym where he went inside and worked out?
Yes, ma'am.
Brianna, just foolish. That's foolish.
Was there a reason the murder had to be done on the day that it was done?
I believe so. I believe he was about to leave.
Who was about to leave?
Markel.
About to
Markel.
leave town?
Yeah.
How did you get that information?
I got it from Tudo.
Where did he get the?
Here's the thing. Who would Dan have been talking to even say, I'm getting ready to leave? Who would that information have come from or trickled from? Y'all, I don't think Wendy is innocent. Wendy knew everything because they had to coordinate things for those children. And who did Wendy tell? Her mama. Why would her mama have to know? Wendy.
Information.
From Katie.
How did she know?
Wendy.
You think Wendy talked to Katie and told her Dan Markel's travel plans?
Yeah.
Were you present for that
Nope.
phone call?
Right.
But somehow you learned that Dan Markel was leaving town the day after he was killed.
Yes, ma'am.
So it had to be done that day or he'd be gone.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that came through Garcia to you from Katie.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you say Wendy,
did y'all hear what he just said? Okay, I see some of y'all put Wendy's name in the chat. Rivera is saying that Katie got the information from Wendy herself. They helping Donna Prince because now it's really starting to sound like Wendy is the mastermind.
Did you know who Wendy was at the time that all this happened?
No, ma'am.
Okay, but you did know there was a lady that you were helping get some kids back in Tallahassee.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were you the driver of the green Prius?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, did he pull the trigger?
Have you had a chance to see the gym video and the bus video?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you driving the Prius in those videos?
Yes, ma'am.
What happened when you got to the driveway of Dan Markell?
Well, I pulled up right behind him, and Garcia jumped out and shot him.
How many times did Garcia shoot Mr.
Twice.
Markell?
Who's the driver?
Did he shoot him? Where was the victim when he was shot?
He was inside his parking garage, and his sitting down the driver's side on the phone
And did Garcia shoot him through the window, if you know?
through the window.
How long would you say you were in the driveway?
Wendy
Seconds.
in jail.
How was it decided which one of you would be the shooter?
Because I wasn't gonna do it.
You didn't want to be the shooter?
No.
Mm. Why did you go? What did he need you for?
On the bus video, we see somebody in a white shirt kind of jumping around in the passenger seat. Is that Mr. Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember what was happening when he was doing all that jumping around?
I think he was trying to hide a gun. If I'm not mistaken, he was trying to hide it.
What did happen to the gun?
It got thrown away
Thrown away where?
in the ocean somewhere.
All right, who threw it in the ocean somewhere?
He did.
All right, was that on the way back to Miami?
Yes, ma'am.
At some overpass somewhere between here and Miami?
Absolutely.
Where did you go after the murder? Go home?
We had to stop somewhere to eat. Then we went home.
Did you stop at an ATM?
I don't remember.
You did. We saw you.
Show you states exhibits 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, and 43.
Oh, this just sad, friend.
43.
Yes, ma'am.
Are these images fair and accurate photos of you pulling through an ATM?
Yes, ma'am.
And the date, July 18th, 2014?
Yes, ma'am.
Pembroke Pines, is that on the way home from Tallahassee?
Yeah.
That's you at the ATM. Are you the driver?
Yes, ma'am.
And who's that in the passenger seat?
Garcia.
Move to publish introduce states 38 through 43.
If he the main witness, it's not looking too good because he's talking about Wendy.
Yeah, publish.
You may.
Wendy had more of a
Is
motive
that
than
the vehicle you were driving the day the murder was done, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Publishing 39.
Oh,
That you
damn.
at the ATM machine.
Yes, ma'am.
Baby, they got that boy in 4K.
States Exhibit 40. Is this
And there
Mr.
go his
Garcia?
friend.
Is he your passenger?
Yes, ma'am.
States Exhibit 41. He's the passenger that was jumping around when we saw the car in Tallahassee on the bus video.
Absolutely.
They both should have said as soon as they saw those pictures. I hope they did. They shouldn't have taken it. I hope they didn't take it to scrap. Lead out. Paris, yes.
Do you remember when you turned your phone back on after the murder?
Not really.
Do you remember who was the first phone call that either of you made after the murder?
Garcia.
Who did Garcia call?
Katie.
And were you able to hear Katie on the other end of the line when he was talking to her?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you interested in that phone call?
Yes, ma'am.
Because she was going to be the one to get you the money, right?
Absolutely.
And was that phone call in reference to letting her know it's done and she's going to get the money?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you get the money?
Saturday morning.
Damn.
Was that the next day?
The next day.
Okay, well, he stayed out for about 2 years. It sounds
Do you
like.
remember that on that Saturday morning, you got a call from Catherine Magvanoa?
Yes.
She was looking for you to give you the money, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that unusual for her to call you?
Not really. She never calls my phone.
She never calls your
Oh,
phone.
it was
She
unusual.
couldn't get a hold of Garcia,
She
right?
couldn't get a hold of him, so she got in contact with me.
Okay. And at that time, wasn't Garcia living with another woman?
Yes.
And that was the woman that goes by the nickname Shrimp?
Yes, ma'am.
Shrimp.
Okay, and that's where you ended up rousting him out of, right?
Absolutely.
To go get your money, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so he wasn't
Yes, ma'am.
living with Katie as a family at that time.
Nope.
So when you say that Katie was with both of them, do you mean just that Katie was always kind of off and on with Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
So she has other boyfriends, sometimes he has other girlfriends, but they always find each other again?
Absolutely.
But they won't find each other no more. They're going to be 70. But, he never getting out.
All right, tell us what happened when you got your money.
He
How'd you get
partied.
it? Where'd you get it?
30K ain't a lot.
I was in a barbershop, and they pulled up to my house, Katie and Garcia. And they called my phone. They I think my baby mama called me.
There you go.
Well, they came to my house.
Okay,
I was-
Katie and Garcia brought the money.
Yeah, I was in a barbershop, and
Okay.
Katie and Garcia, they went to my house and brought the money.
All right, and do you know where Katie got the money from? Were you there when Katie got the money?
No,
But you knew that she was supposed to go get it,
absolutely.
and she did.
The
ma'am.
absolutely is a
How
lie.
much did you get?
35.
He got all his money.
Was there anything unusual about how your payment was packaged?
Yeah, it was weird. It was all staple.
Was it
seen that
cash
before.
money?
Cash.
Okay.
Who money was staple, y'all?
All hundreds.
Hundreds of $1,000 staple.
Who like to
Stapled
do
in
that?
bundles of $1,000 each.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you ever seen stapled money before?
No.
Did you and Garcia buy anything with your cut of the money?
I just bought a motorcycle.
46 and 47.
Riding around on a motorcycle.
Moving to evidence 46 and 47, Your Honor.
Objection to the defense. There, but
Sharon, he should have went to
States Exhibit
Vietnam, baby.
46.
He should have packed that baby mama up.
This yellow motorcycle, whose is that?
Garcia.
Is that something he bought with the money that was the proceeds of this murder?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what about this vehicle back here?
Yeah, he bought that one too.
He also bought that with his cut of the money?
Yeah.
And States Exhibit 47, what about this motorcycle right here?
That's mine.
Is that what you bought, or part of what you bought with your money?
Yes, ma'am.
Look at Donna. The mama had the daughter's ex-husband killed. Nene, that's what they're alleging.
Days, weeks, months?
Probably like a month. Probably like a month.
Did you make any changes to your cell phone after the murder? Did you dump your cell phone?
Man, I don't remember.
Did you meet with investigator Newland from my office to see if you could recognize some voices on some recorded telephone calls?
Yes, ma'am.
And did Mr. Newland play some calls for you and have you initial on a sheet if you could identify the voice on the
Absolutely.
sheet on that call?
Yes, ma'am.
States Exhibit 1.
What is up with him hollering? Absolutely. Absolutely. I just hate it. Like, some people I just feel like probably are not just bad people. They get in bad situations. The fact that he even thought about the kids. But now you locked up for the rest of your life. Nene, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what
Sharonda,
I have
yeah.
marked as States Exhibit 136.
Paris Whitty got 30-something years. Maybe he'll have. How much time did he have to serve? I know he got 19 and 12. You said.
Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, ma'am.
And are these your initials here?
Yes, ma'am.
And does that mean you're verifying that the highlighted name, you know that person and that is their voice
Absolutely.
on the particular call that references?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move in evidence 136.
Oh, nay.
136, Linda.
Oh, okay. Okay, Paris.
One moment, please, Your Honor.
Oh, so he gonna be out in a little time. I think he's concurrent. Yeah, I think they say his time is he's concurrent. So it's all running at the same time. Absolutely and shit. No, and look, yes, ma'am, running. Please don't leave off yes, ma'am. He knows those two. Well, he snitched. I mean, he snitched on everybody.
Did you know where the dentist lived?
Nope.
Did you know that the dentist had a safe full of money?
Nope.
Did you know that the dentist was going to be paying for at least part of this murder?
No.
And if you had known that the dentist had a safe full of money, would you have driven all the way to Tallahassee to do the murder to then get the money?
No.
What would have been a better idea?
Rob him.
Overruled, he has knowledge of his own actions and what he was thinking at the time.
What,
Answer the question.
what would you have preferred
Look
to
at
do
him.
to get
He's
the
thinking
money?
about that money right
I
now.
went and robbed them myself.
Did you suggest to Garcia on the way out to Tallahassee that y'all could just go to whoever had the money and rob them instead of doing this murder?
I had mentioned something like that. Yes.
But that Garcia said that wouldn't work, right?
No.
He said he a robber. He is not a killer. My cousin told me that before. My cousin went to jail. I told y'all about.
Nothing further.
I'm a robber. I'm not a killer.
Cross-examination.
Some of them they don't want to do all of that. His friend again. Oh, look at all those tattoos. Nene, so hold up, y'all. Y'all know we gotta explain Nene. So Nene, this man on the stand, his best friend Garcia had a baby mama named Katie. Katie used to date a dentist. The dentist that you're hearing about, Katie used to date that dentist. The dentist had a sister who was going through a custody battle. The dentist talks to his mom, who is a defendant, all the damn time. The mom decided to talk to the dentist. Oh, he's getting on my nerves. The dentist said, I know somebody who could probably kill him. And here we go. So he's in jail. His best friend is in jail. The best friend's baby mama is in jail. And the dentist is in jail. He got a deal. The rest of them, I think, are doing life. And now they're trying to get this Donna Adelson, because they say she was in on the plot too. She was in on the conspiracy as well. I hope you understand all that. That is. Dang.
Excuse me.
I said, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Nope.
I just want to make sure.
First of all, hold up. I think he fooled me. Did y'all see how he looked at her? All the lady said was good afternoon. He said, you're not going to touch that old white lady. He said, no.
I said, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I just want to make sure I understood your testimony. It was your testimony that the first trip you came up on, you scoped out Mr. Markell's house, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that he was going to be taking his kids to school. So when he came out with the kids, you're trying to follow him to the school, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you got lost. He lost you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the second time that you came up, You knew he was going to be
Baby,
taking
baby.
the children to school, and so you followed him to the
Call him
school.
Garcia.
The daycare, yes.
Yes. And then you knew he was going to be going to the gym, right?
I didn't know he was going to the gym. I just followed him.
You followed him to the gym.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you followed him to his house.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's where he was killed.
Yes, ma'am.
And the woman who wanted him to be killed, past you and Sigfredo and Katie, the woman who wanted him to be killed was Wendy Adelson, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
It was she wanting her children, correct?
Absolutely.
Oh, thank you, Alicia. I go a little down because I'm gonna wonder why Wendy ain't being prosecuted.
Mr. Garcia, I'm going to show you what.
Mr. Rivera.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I am so
Twice.
sorry.
Oh,
I apologize. Mr. Rivera, I'm going to show you what's been sorry.
I don't know. Rivera may have come up with that. I don't know how to feel about Rivera now because Rivera said don't play with me.
Mr. Garcia, I'm going to show you what.
Mr. Rivera.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I am so
Twice.
sorry. I apologize. Mr. Rivera, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 50. Could you take a look at that and tell me if you recognize that?
He said that's twice.
And what is that?
Like a profile of everybody's face.
Okay. And did you make some marks on this for me and then sign it on March the 11th of 2025?
Yes, I did.
You just hold on to that for a second.
Miss Davis, I hope they come for Wendy. I'm sorry. I
Mr.
just
Rivera,
can't.
when we met with you that day, taking your deposition, I presented that to you. You gave us information about what had happened, pretty similar to what you talked about here today, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And when we were done talking about those things and some information about
Now they
Sigfredo
gave
and
Woody with their
Katie,
water.
I presented you with what's in front of you as Defendant's Exhibit 50, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And I asked if you would put the number 1 and circle it next to the person you know as Katie, who you said was in charge of this whole deal, correct?
Yep.
And did you do that?
Yep.
All right. And then I said, would you put a number 2 next to the person you say did this killing?
Yes.
And you did that, correct?
Yes, I did.
And that was Sigfredo Garcia.
Yes, ma'am.
The first one was Katie McDaniel, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then I said, would you put a number 3 next to yourself on the paper? And did you do that?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're the one who got the gun that was used to kill Danny Markell, and you drove the car that day. You didn't shoot him, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then I said, if you would, please put the number 4 next to the man who was killed, and you did that with Danny Markell, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then I said, if you would, put the number 5 next to the lady that wanted the man killed. And did you do that?
Yes, I did.
And was that with Wendy Adelson?
Yes, I did.
Then I asked you if the 2 people on the top of the page who have their pictures there and the names Donna Adelson and Harvey Adelson, you see those on the top?
Yes, ma'am.
I asked you, as far as you know, were they involved in any of this? And you said no, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So I asked you to put X's next to the people who on that page were not involved in this.
Yes, ma'am.
And you did that.
Yes, I did.
Thank you.
I don't know. Wendy knew, y'all. I'm sorry. Wendy knew. How he know Wendy's name? How does he know Wendy's name like this? And not saying anything about Donna.
I don't have anything further.
Redirect examination.
Oh, Alicia. All of them tattoos on him. I figured he probably
Is Mr.
affiliated or
Rivera
something.
released, or will he be recalled? Very well. Mr. Rivera, please do not discuss your testimony with anyone else. The bailiff will take you at this time.
Oh Lord, he got tattoos all on the back of his head.
Parties can approach.
I'm sorry. I'm not buying it. And here's the thing. The fact that Katie was so close, she was still talking to Charlie, and the fact that Charlie would still say stuff to her about, what was going on. He trusted her. Y'all don't think he would have said something like, my mama You know, something like that. No, he's consistently bringing up his sister, his sister, his sister. Or did Charlie just say what it was for, but never told about Wendy and his mom? I don't know. I think she knew. And I go back to it. Wendy passing that house with police on his street is everything I needed to know. And then she got so scared, she got in that police station and said, "Oh, my family, nobody likes him. Oh, I sure hope they ain't do it." Wendy was
The
she
jury,
was
at
setting it up.
this time, we are going to go into recess for the day. The same instruction that you have received since the start of jury selection, not to discuss the case with anyone else. Or I have
Hold on, y'all. She let the jury go. He let the jury go home.
the witness is here this afternoon to start that, or you need to do that on Monday morning.
I can start that this afternoon, Judge. We're just not prepared to go through the whole thing yet. We've been working on it since the issue arose. And I was told we're about halfway through about 10 minutes ago. So.
All right. If we can start at 8:30, have the witness and go through it smoothly. We'll give everyone an opportunity to get some rest for the weekend. Do you all prefer to do it that way?
Thank you, Judge.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Judge, I did fail to introduce one of the ATM still images, Case Exhibit 37. Would it be acceptable to move to admit this?
If you're relying on the same foundation provided by Mr. Rivera, unless there's an objection. No. States 37 is admitted. Briefly, before we leave today, just to go through what has been admitted and has not, it cannot hurt. I have on my chart state exhibits 1 through 34 as admitted, 37 through 47 admitted, 55 admitted, 67 and 68 admitted, 64 admitted with the exception of AA, 88, 89, and 90 admitted, 119 through 128, 119, 120, 122, 123, 124, 126, 127, 128, and 136.
Was one missing between 119 and 128, Your Honor?
On my list, I have 119, 120, 122, 123, 124. I believe there was testimony.
They're just going over the evidence that's been admitted. We finished day one. How do y'all feel about this trial? First of all, I'm gonna have to call Miss J tomorrow and tell her that there is no way that this is day one and I feel like this about this trial. There's no way. No way. How do you guys feel about the case so far? I feel like I'm really wondering why Wendy is not either on trial, already has taken a sentence or something, because I do believe she is guilty. There's nothing. You're not going to tell me she didn't know. You just won't tell me she didn't know. I'm not going to believe that. But someone said earlier in the live that they think Wendy is actually going, like after they get everybody, they're going to go back for Wendy. I just would like to know if they have any evidence that shows she knew, because my biggest thing is why she didn't go check on her kids. In the other trials, Paris, now I want to watch the other trials, especially Charlie's. But Charlie's, I can kind of see why he was convicted. All of the money came from him. Katie spoke to him. I think Katie testified. Rivera knew. Garcia knew about him. I see why Charlie is in jail and never getting out. I don't know, Jasmine. I want to know why Wendy hasn't been charged either. I just don't get that one. Crystal said Wendy has immunity So to get here, they better have something big in their back pocket because they can't use any of her testimony. I think they can't use anything she says on the stand. But if they find evidence outside of anything she testifies to, they'll be able to use it. They'll be able to use it. Let's see if we can find it, y'all. Hold up. I'll see if I can find it real quick. Hold up. Let's see if we can find her testimony. Oh, where'd she go? Oh, it's just her testimony too. So hold up. She testified in her brother's trial. I keep seeing these jokes about her clothes. Apparently, she wears the same thing every time she testifies or something like that. I don't know what that's about.
Let me see.
Her brother's trial, yeah.
Ma'am, please say and spell your name.
Wendy Adelson, Wendiadelson.
Where are you from, Ms. Adelson?
I'm originally from Coral Springs, Florida.
And where do you live now?
I currently live in Miami.
How are you employed?
Now kind of part-time. I do asylum work and I fundraise for nonprofit organizations.
Are you an attorney?
By training, yes.
Okay. How long have you been a member of the Florida Bar?
Since I graduated and took the bar in 2006.
And are you here today pursuant to a subpoena?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And that subpoena confers use and derivative use immunity to, so nothing you say can be used against you in the future.
That is correct.
Okay. That doesn't mean you have full immunity from prosecution, but nothing you say here and nothing derived from it could be used in that prosecution. Is that your understanding?
That is my understanding.
Did you know Daniel Markell?
Yes.
How did you know him?
We were married.
When did you meet Mr. Markell?
We met in the fall of my second year of law school, so fall of 2004.
And where did you meet?
We met in Washington, D.C. He was working there, and I was looking into a summer job in Washington.
When did you get married?
In February of 2006.
And when did you live here in Tallahassee?
We lived in Tallahassee my third year of law school, so from August of 2005 until I think around maybe May or June of 2006. And then we moved to Miami for a year because Danny was interested in working at the University of Miami. Mm-hmm. He did not get the job at University of Miami, and so we moved back here in 2007 and lived here until 2014.
And where were the two of you employed during the time you lived here in Tallahassee?
I was employed at the FSU Center for Human Rights, and Danny was employed at FSU Law School.
Were you both professors at FSU College of Law?
Yes.
And were you living on Trescott Drive at that time?
When we were married, we lived, I think we rented a house before that, but at some point, maybe in 2008, we moved to Trescott Drive.
And is that the home that he was still living in at the time that he was killed?
That is correct.
Okay, and you were no longer living there, is that correct?
I was no longer living there.
All right, at the time he was killed, you two had children together, yes?
Yes.
And how many children did you have?
We have 2 children.
And what are their ages now?
They are 13 and 14.
What about at the time of their dad's death?
At the time of their dad's death, they were 4 and 3.
When did you separate from Professor Markell?
In the fall of 2012.
Whose decision was it to separate?
It was my decision.
And was part of the reason for the separation the two of you having differing views on how to raise your kids as far as within the Jewish faith?
I mean, it was a small part, but it was part of it.
Okay, that seemed to be something that came up a lot in your communication, so that's why I ask about it. What was the difference of opinion on that?
I mean, when we first met and started dating, Danny wasn't as observant or as religious as he became over time. And so the difference in our perspective on raising kids was about dietary choices and attendance at synagogue, things like that.
So in general, he wanted to raise the children more strictly in terms of the faith than you.
That is correct.
Did you move out of the marital home while Mr. Markel was away on a business trip?
I did, yes.
All right. And did he know that you were moving out when he left for the business trip?
No, he did not.
Where did you go when you left the marital home?
I rented a home in Tallahassee.
Where was that? Do you remember the address?
Aqua Ridge Way.
3303 sound right?
That's right.
Okay. And what was the custody arrangement once you moved out of the marital home?
I mean, in the beginning, until we had a formal custody arrangement, we were just finding ways to share custody. I remember that first weekend his parents came, so I made sure he had the children all weekend while his parents were visiting from Canada. But eventually we had a 50-50 shared custody arrangement.
All right. And do you remember exactly what that looked like? Was it week on, week off, or something more complicated?
It was something more complicated. In the summertime, it was week on, week off. During the weeks, it was I think what they called like a 2-2 split, with Wednesday night being an overnight and then the weekends being every other weekend.
All right, but roughly 50-50.
50-50, but that was the split.
Okay. And I want to show you what's been introduced into evidence, State's Exhibit 56. I know you've had a chance to take a look at this before, but if you'll just kind of come through it, tell me if you recognize it.
Sure.
He might look like his mom. Y'all think he looks like his mom? Or his dad? He's looking at both of them trying to figure out. He's staring at her. She may not be looking at.
Do you recognize the exhibit?
I do.
Is it a fair and accurate copy of your divorce file?
It looks like it, yes.
All right. And is it fair to say this was a contentious litigation process?
Sarah, that man is calling Wendy everything but a child of God in his head. Okay? He probably has called her everything under the sun, and it ends with bitch. Okay? That's why she will not look his way.
That you had with your ex.
It was.
And I want to ask you about a specific filing in there. It's begins on page 43. And it's in reference to a filing on January 14th of 2013, where you were looking to relocate with the minor children. Do you recall that particular filing?
I recall the filing. You said 43. I'm not sure oh, okay.
Yes, ma'am. Yes. On the bottom, there should be page numbers for you.
Yes.
Everybody is.
Yes, I recognize it.
Okay, and that's the filing in reference to your motion for relocation?
Yes.
Okay, and did you file this motion with the intent to not be successful?
I'm sorry, I don't
It's
understand
been
the question.
suggested that you never thought that was going to be successful. Did you?
I thought there was a small chance that it would be successful, but not very likely. No.
Okay. And weren't you thinking, well, maybe Danny would be happy working somewhere else because he's mentioned applying elsewhere, so maybe he'll allow the relocation? Were you
Well,
thinking
he
that?
and I talked about the relocation. So when we talked about it, he thought, well, if I can live nearby in Miami, that might work. And then I could commute to FSU. I didn't mean for him to leave FSU, but he wanted to leave FSU at some point. So that was just a matter of time.
So you thought it might be successful?
Sure. I mean, I thought it was possible, but not likely.
All right. And page 46 of that document, paragraph E references the job offer. The wife also desires to relocate to South Florida in order to provide a better quality of life for the children by increasing their access to close family and providing more stability and consistency. Who is the close family in South Florida?
The close family would have been my mom and my dad and my brother.
And which brother is that?
My brother that's here today.
Charlie Adelson?
That's correct.
Okay. What's your mom's name?
My mom's name is Donna.
Donna Adelson?
Yes, that's her name.
What about your dad?
My dad's name is Harvey.
And where did Donna and Harvey live back in the time frame between 2012 and 2016?
Alice, we just decided to see if her testimony was there because we kind of want to see, okay, what was she saying? And her testimony was on Law and Crime, already clipped. So we're watching Wendy testify at Charlie's trial.
They lived at the home I grew up in Coral Springs.
And how far do they live away from you currently as we sit here today?
Currently, depends on Miami traffic, but anywhere between 15 minutes and an hour.
Right. And what kind of a relationship do you have with your parents as we sit here today?
I have a good relationship with my parents.
And has that always been the case?
I would say so.
Can you describe the relationship that your mom has with your boys?
I think it's very loving. I think she's a very dedicated grandmother.
She spends a lot of time with them, doesn't she?
She does, yeah.
And when they were little and you first moved there after Danny's death, how much time was she spending with them?
When I moved there after Danny's death in 2014.
How much time was your mom spending with the boys?
I mean, we were all living together at that point. So, I mean, we were spending every day together.
How were your parents employed? Are they retired now?
They're retired now.
What are they retired from?
My dad was a dentist, and my mom used to coordinate, kind of be like an office administrator at his practice.
And did she write the checks at the practice? Paychecks?
Yes. Mm-hmm. She handled all the bookkeeping.
What was the name of the practice?
The name changed over the years, but probably the name when they retired was the Adelson Institute.
And were your parents wealthy at the time that your husband was murdered?
I mean, my parents worked their whole lives to support us, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think the business did well for a period of time.
About $2 million in profit each year between 2013 and 2016. Sound right?
They never talked to me about money, so I have no idea how much the business made at any given point.
Did you discuss your marital problems with your mom at all?
I did, yeah.
Okay. What about the resulting legal issues? Was your mom read in on those things?
I mean, I definitely updated her about the results of the relocation.
Let me tell you something. I just saw Nicholas Casotis get on stand and say with a straight face that Jim McIntyre made him blow up a car, made him move 50 times, and that man never broke character. Wendy is not fooling me. She's a lawyer. They're trained for this. They're trained for moments just like this. They will know that their client is guilty, and a lawyer will look you dead in your face and tell you got the wrong man. She is trained for this. She is not fooling me. This whole innocent act, this lady is not fooling me.
When that petition got denied, but not kind of the ins and outs of every part of our divorce.
What about your dad? Was he invested in your divorce status?
I think the same as my mom, just worried about me and worried about the boys.
Mm-hmm. What about your brother? Did he take an interest in the ins and outs of your divorce?
No, not really.
Did he need to protect you from Dan Markell?
No, I mean, I don't think I need protection.
Were you physically in danger from Dan Markel?
No, I wasn't in danger.
Did the litigation revolving around the divorce and the subsequent issues that arose, did that impact your family back in South Florida?
I mean, only to the extent that I think they felt bad for what I was going through, but.
Mm-hmm. I want to show you an exhibit that I've marked as State's Exhibit 59.
It looks like.
Sorry, 57, Your Honor. You've seen this one before as well. Does that one look familiar?
I don't remember it, to be honest. It's from 10 years ago.
Take a moment to look through it.
Sure.
When you're done, I'll let opposing counsel take a look at it, but go ahead and let us know when you're done reviewing it.
Something happened, Sharonda. Oh no, they just didn't like what I was going through, but that's about it. Girl. Charlie done got his ass. Somebody ready to get their teeth cleaned. And that's something that they really want to do about it. In jail for murder. Sarah, when did the son come home? I wonder what she tells me. I do crazy things she come to do.
All right, are those emails between you and your mother?
I don't think I responded. I think they're just emails from my mom to me. No?
Okay, mostly all from your mom.
Yeah.
Okay, and the email address says, I think it's something like Wendy Harvey. Can you tell from the content that it's your mom typing rather than your dad?
Yeah, the email's Donna Harvey, my two parents' names. So they've been married over 50 years, so they have a joint email address. So it's from both.
Y'all, Wendy is full of shit. Do y'all see what she's doing? Oh, she is. Do y'all know how Donna's attorney got up there and tried to say all of this great stuff about Danny, as if she is not accused of killing the man. She's trying exactly, Sarah. It says Donna Harvey, my parents, they've been married for 50 years. You know how it goes. Like she is playing on the jury.
Of them.
Okay, so what I want to draw your attention to is page 2 of that exhibit, that first paragraph there above the word response. Did you have an opportunity to read that?
I read it real fast,
Kind of
but
scanned.
I can read it.
And what I want to draw.
And see, and that right there is pissing me off. So my anthropology teacher, she has a PhD, and I talked to her one day about, oh my God, how do you sit down and read stuff? You learn to skim through, you learn to find what you need to read. You read here, read there, you put it all together. You went through law school. You passed the bar. You can read fast. I didn't really read it all. Do you, if you'd like me to, I could go back and I could. Y'all don't like Wendy.
Draw your attention to is specifically the part that reads, your father has made numerous trips by plane for weekends and changing the patient schedules around so he can continue to spend significant time with the children. Did you?
Are you objecting, Mr. Roush?
I just didn't hear it get admitted into evidence.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move this exhibit into evidence.
No objection.
It's 57. Thank you. So that paragraph isn't that paragraph going into detail about how the issues surrounding your divorce and litigation is financially impacting in a negative way your parents' business?
That's what my mom says here. Yes.
Okay. And it also says, additionally, this loss of income affects my family because my older brother, also a dentist, purchased the practice from my father in mid-July 2012. He has a monthly payment to make to my father based on the sale of the practice. It isn't fair to him to have decreasing monthly income statements from the practice due to my parents spending so much time here in Tallahassee. So this is an argument that your mom is proposing, right, to
Like, is she slow? These are your grandkids, baby. I am the parent. You don't have to come here that often. Like, are we being for real right now? You can't want this man to care that you have to come fly to see your grandkids. You can just do like most grandparents, talk to them on the phone and get them the whole summer. That's what my grandmama used to do. Just get them the whole summer. What are we doing now?
give you an idea of what might persuade the courts to allow the relocation. Do you agree with that?
Yes, that's what she was doing. Yes.
Okay. And she's indicating that both your parents as well as your brother have suffered financially as a result of you not being able to relocate.
Yes.
Okay. And on page, do you have page numbers in the bottom right corner of your exhibit?
I have them in the top so I can see.
Okay. So well, let me look. Give me a moment. So it'll be the second email in your packet, page 1 of 3.
Okay.
Do you see that?
I see that page.
Okay. And there's a rest of your life highlighted or underlined in the center and in bold. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Right before that, it reads, however, the rest of your life and consequently Dad's, mine, and yes, even Charlie's will be affected by how well you can perform/act before July 31st. You need to be a good actress you can be a good actress when you want to. I've seen you in action. You need to put on the performance of your life. Jibbers hasn't beaten the Adelson family yet. Who's Jibbers?
Jibbers, she's referring to Danny.
And was Jibbers a name he went by or just something you called him behind his back?
Jibbers was a silly nickname that I gave him during the divorce proceedings when he was being pretty scary and threatening, and it kind of made.
Now, she just said she didn't need protecting from Danny in any shape, form, or fashion. Now, all of a sudden, he was being very scary and demanding, so she started to call him Jibbers. Wendy is full of shit.
Made me feel less scared of him.
Okay, so
calling the man I'm gonna use myself as an example. LJ's dad is 6'5", about 250, 270. Okay. Calling him Shrek is not going to make me feel less scared of some big man. It's not. If I walk around and start calling him Shrek or Oogly Moogly or something, it's not going to make me feel less scared. She's just full of shit.
They're not something you called him to his face.
No.
But that was a word that was only used to describe him.
Yes, it was a nickname.
Okay. So in this,
a nickname.
Again, your mom is referencing how everyone's life is being affected by this relocation, including your brother, Charlie. Do you agree with that?
That is what she said. Yes.
All right. Is your mom overprotective of you?
Yes.
All right. And is it fair to say she's, a little on the controlling side?
Yes.
I don't think she's controlling, but she's definitely overprotective.
Did she ever try to micromanage your life?
Yes.
Maybe. Yeah.
Did she have an interest in who you were dating and who you weren't dating and who you should be dating when you were single?
I think she was usually disappointed that I wasn't dating more.
Okay. For example, isn't it true that she would not let you drive to and from Tallahassee to South Florida?
Well, I used to drive before I had the boys, but they were young and she preferred to come with me and give me some extra support.
So what would that look like if you were going to take a trip to South Florida? Would they come up here and get you, or?
No, sometimes I would go myself with the kids, but I was breastfeeding both of them. So it usually looked like me breastfeeding a child while I entertained the other in the Okahumpka rest stop. So it was a lot. It was helpful to have some backup.
All right. And so that time frame you'd be referencing is like the 2013 time frame? Because not around the time of Danny's death, you wouldn't have still been breastfeeding, would you?
If Lincoln was 3, no, I would have stopped maybe the year before.
Okay.
So maybe was it 2012, 2013?
Okay. And wasn't it true that around the time of the death, they were still doing this practice where they would prefer to drive you to and from South Florida?
I mean, not every time, but sometimes.
Okay. And would your mom sometimes enlist your brother Charlie to convince you to do certain things in your personal life?
Can't really think of an example of that.
Well, dating Dave was a big one on some of the materials I had.
Yeah, people like Dave.
All right. And your mom really liked Dave.
Yeah, everyone liked Dave, but we were just friends.
Okay. Did she try? So she would try to get Charlie to convince you to date a certain person.
I don't think she was getting Charlie.
Charlie wants to join the conversation. Do y'all see Charlie's face? Charlie has something to say.
To convince me to date Dave. I think everyone liked Dave.
All right. And would you try to get Charlie to convince you to do certain things as far as your professional life? What jobs to take?
No, I don't think so.
Do that. Would you try to get Charlie to do certain things like advise you on investment decisions, whether or not you were going to buy a house, for example?
I don't think so. I don't remember that. Danny and I made that decision together.
Once you had left Dan and you were living separately, did you look into purchasing a home here in Tallahassee?
I did, yeah.
And did your brother Charlie convince you not to do that?
I don't remember him convincing me not to. The only reason why I didn't was because I was waiting on the money from Danny from the settlement and he didn't pay it, so I couldn't afford the house.
And your mom didn't want you to buy the house, did she?
That's not true. My parents were looking to buy a house in Tallahassee as well.
Okay. Did you have... Strike. Generally speaking, does your mom manipulate the personal lives of her children?
No.
Is your mom, like, if she's really upset about something or worked up about something, is that something that your brother Charlie's going to hear a lot about?
Yeah.
Who's going to hear more of it, you or Charlie?
Well, if my mom's upset with me, probably Charlie. And if she's upset with Charlie, probably me.
Okay. So do you get a lot of that? Do you hear a lot about, let's go back. Let's go to before the murder. Did you get a lot of Donna just giving you an earful about what Charlie needs to be doing?
Probably at some point.
What was Charlie doing with his personal life? What did his personal life look like?
At what point?
Before the murder.
I mean, at what period of time before?
All of them. Wasn't it just a revolving door of girlfriends?
Right, but my mom didn't complain to me about that.
She didn't mind that with him.
I don't understand the question.
She didn't mind if he went from girl to girl to girl. That was acceptable.
She didn't really weigh in on it, no.
Who talked to her more, you or Charlie?
Charlie.
A lot more, right?
Yeah.
At the time of Dan Markel's murder, were your parents extremely angry with Dan?
At that point, no. They were in a much better place.
I want to direct your attention to an interview that was conducted on, I think this was your law enforcement interview. So July 18th, 2014. And I'm specifically for court and counsel looking at page 27, lines 11 and 12. I've got it open to the page, but you can flip around if you need to familiarize yourself.
Sure.
And I'll take that exhibit if you want.
Do you want me to flip through or just look at this one page?
If you'll just look at that one page for me, not that. 12, and I've got it highlighted for you.
Yes,
It says, Ms. Adelson, my parents are, very angry toward him. Is that true?
Was that
Isn't that
true?
what you said? Your parents were very angry toward Dan.
Can I read the rest of the
Why would you
sentence?
say that?
Sure.
So I say, my parents are very angry towards him, but even when they're around my kids, they would never say a bad word about my kid's father.
And then on page 288, line 24 through page 289, line 1, and that's going to be,
Can I read the rest? It didn't help. You still said they're very angry towards him. You just said they got better.
didn't you say, it's like my parents have more reason to dislike Danny than almost anyone else? Is that what you said?
That is what I said.
And that's because he hurt you, right?
And I was saying that in the context of talking to law enforcement for hours and hours and trying to help them figure out who might be responsible.
Right. And who did you tell them might be responsible?
Well, I told them many, many people. But are you asking about this particular moment right here?
You told them your family might be responsible.
Or potentially someone to do with a former student or his current girlfriend. I mentioned lots of people that I thought could be responsible.
Okay. And of the lots of people that could have been responsible, your family was one.
Yep.
Because they might have done this thinking it would help you. And that's what happened, right?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Your family had your ex-husband killed to try to help you, didn't they?
No, that's completely untrue.
Back to the divorce, the petition where Danny is responding to your petition for the motion to relocate. Are you familiar with that filing, or do you need to take a look at it?
I need to take a look at it.
All right, it's going to be page 79 through 101, and this is back to our exhibit.
Shawana, do you know Wendy knows that she was playing up here on the stage? Cam, Wendy was the winner out of all of this. She got the money, her husband on it, her mom, her brother, everybody was out there. They all in. She mentioned her family so she could put the finger at this.
And again, that was...
She was talking to Kate.
The filing begins on page 79. I'm specifically interested in 82. And in this filing, doesn't Mr. Markell say, quote, the husband affirmatively alleges that the wife helped herself to non-marital assets, including money and stocks owned prior to marriage, as well as numerous personal non-marital belongings of the husband, such as luggage, bicycle, tennis racket, and family heirlooms. The wife has refused to return these items or to allow the husband into her home to see what other personal belongings were taken without his permission or acquiescence. So my point is, he's accusing you of theft in this paragraph.
Those are the words that are here, yes.
Yeah, and he's very adamantly objecting to your relocation, right? On page 82, it says the sole stated reason the wife seeks to relocate is so that she can be closer to her parents. Was being near your parents the sole reason that you wanted to relocate?
No.
It wasn't the sole reason stated in your petition?
It wasn't the sole reason stated in my petition, and it wasn't the sole reason that he and I talked about before I filed the motion to relocate.
Why was he so adamant and so confident that this was the real reason you wanted to be down there?
I think there's a lot of things in these pleadings that are not true. So just because it says something doesn't make it true.
Sure, but did he know that your mom was just grinding on this issue of trying to get you down there?
He would have had no idea.
He wouldn't have been, that wouldn't have been known to him?
I don't think so.
But he was accusing you in these pleadings of all kind of stuff, right? I mean, I'm not saying it's true, but hiding financial assets, failing to disclose things, kidnapping his kids in the middle of, his business trip, all those sorts of things, right?
Yes, he said lots of things.
All right. And you said a lot of things too. There's filings going both ways that are pretty venomous. Would you agree with that?
I would not agree with that.
Yours were pleasant.
I'm not saying divorce filings are pleasant, but mine were not venomous.
Okay. Did your mother, Donna Adelson, review the filing in which Dan Markella is accusing you of this theft and all this stuff?
I don't remember if she did.
What about the one where Dan Markell is asking that your mother not be permitted to have unsupervised visitation with the kids?
My mom never saw that because after he filed that, he then asked my parents to babysit the kids. My mom baked him banana bread, gave him a hug goodbye. So there was nothing truthful.
These smiles when she's answering these questions is very freaking creepy. I'm sorry. You can answer the questions and not smile. It is creepy. And she knows for a damn fact Donna saw that. She probably called and said, Mom, let me tell you what Gibbers just filed. Gibbers just said you can't be around the kids.
Full about that pleading that he filed, and my mom never saw it.
Why do you think he filed that?
He was really angry at me for leaving him.
Okay. So he didn't really want to limit your mom's visitation with the kids.
No.
And
he
that's
asked for her to
evidence
babysit after he filed that.
Evidenced by the banana bread. And so she didn't even know about that filing.
She never knew about it.
Okay. And when she laid all those options out in that email to you about other options that you could take to secure the relocation, as far as bribing, remember that? Converting the children to Christianity, remember that suggestion?
I sure do.
Okay. What did she put in there that she viewed as your most non-negotiable and most important part of your divorce?
Relocation. No.
I don't know. Do you have something I can see?
States Exhibit 57.
I'll do it.
And it is page 1. Page 1, paragraph 2.
So you want me to read what she said here?
I want you to answer the question. What was the most important part
of the divorce for my mom?
Yes.
It says here that for her, it was relocation.
All right. And did you have 2 8-hour mediations in your divorce?
We had 2 very long mediations. I don't remember exactly how long they were, but they
Did
felt
they
like a very
result
long
in a
time.
resolution?
No.
Was Mr. Markell seeking to depose your mom as part of the divorce?
I don't remember that.
Do you know if it ever happened?
I don't think it happened. I don't remember it.
Was the prospect of that upsetting to your mom?
I don't think so. I don't remember it. So I don't remember talking with her about it or.
Did your mom call Dan any disparaging names around this time frame?
Well, I just read them in the emails, but I
Okay.
don't remember them independently.
Okay. Did she call him an asshole?
Yes.
A narcissist?
Yes.
A bully?
Yes.
Religious zealot?
Yes.
Bastard?
That I don't remember.
Page 5.
Okay. Is it page 5 from the first email?
Yes, if you'll just go through by the physical pages.
I see. Yes.
I'm sorry, what was your answer?
Yes.
Fucker?
Yes.
But in all the filings made on your behalf by the different lawyers that you had, and all of the emails that your mom sent, he was never described as abusive.
I mean, he was described as emotionally abusive. Yes.
Can you show me where he was described as emotionally abusive in any of those items?
Well, not by my mom, but in the pleadings.
Okay, show me that.
It's going to take me a while to find it.
Okay, well, it's
You want me to-
not in there, but you can get back to me
Well,
with it.
it is in there.
Objection, Your Honor.
Question, objection.
the comment. She's not testifying.
Hold on.
Baby, that lady said it's not in there, but you can see, you can find it. Oh, it's in there.
Please approve.
So would you have to review the whole file in order to find that, or could you give us a starting point of which filing it might be located in?
It might be under the petition to relocate. It might be under the initial divorce proceedings.
Okay.
It wouldn't be in emails from my mom, but it would take a while to find it. It might be in the depositions.
Okay. Did you view yourself as being stuck here in Tallahassee once the relocation was denied?
I didn't. I mean, I had a really nice life here. I did not view myself as being stuck.
Would you please turn to page 176 in that exhibit in front of you? I think it's highlighted for you. Did you describe yourself in that filing as being stuck in Tallahassee?
I don't see it. You said it was highlighted, but there's nothing highlighted.
Okay. 176. I didn't highlight it for you. Okay.
Feature, that's what we want to know. Wendy is full of it. I'm just gonna buy it. Buy this stuff she's putting on.
I see the word stuck. I found it.
Okay. So did you describe, at least in one occasion, being stuck in Tallahassee?
No, can I read the sentence?
Sure.
So it says, the husband has made it difficult for the wife with her colleagues at her current position due to his statements and actions. And the husband's intent is to relocate to a larger area at some point. So the wife is merely stuck in Tallahassee until the husband decides that the time is right for him to leave.
Oh, you
Right.
Meaning-
And had he accepted a job anywhere else by the time that he was murdered?
No, he hadn't yet been offered a job, but he was always looking.
Okay. So he was just going to move and just let you have the kids at that point?
He probably would have done what I did, which is have a conversation and see if it was a place that made sense for both of us to live.
And would you have moved to wherever he got a great job and started a new life there?
Potentially, yeah.
Girl.
Okay.
This so full of shit.
Did you like Tallahassee?
I did.
And you said, I think you did say this, but let me clarify. Was your mom aware of the order denying relocation?
My mom was aware of the order denying
And
relocation.
what about your brother, Charlie? Was he aware of that as well?
I'm
If you
sure
know?
my mom would have said something to him.
All right. So did your mom suggest any ways that you might coerce Dan Markell to let you move with the kids to South Florida?
Yes, I think we talked about that before.
We did. And for this, I'm referring back to those emails. And in particular, the bribe. So another bribe to get him to allow relocation. I'm on page 5 of the first email for the defense. Another bribe to get him to allow relocation should be the offer of plane tickets so that he can fly back and forth, right? So you're going to potentially offer this big monetary benefit that would allow him to fly back and forth to work. Is that the idea?
I never said that I was going to do any of that.
Okay, was that the idea that your mom had?
That was the idea.
All right, and the amount of the bribe is going to be, or was at least discussed as being $1 million. Is that right?
That is what they said.
Okay, and did you agree with that?
No.
Would that have worked?
I have no idea if it would have worked, but
You think he might have taken $1 million to let his kids go?
well, he wasn't letting his kids go. He would have moved to South Florida and he would have commuted back and forth to his job. So maybe.
Well, then why wasn't it offered?
Because I didn't want to do it.
All right, what about the idea that you could try to threaten Dan to convert the kids to Christianity so that they can fit into the Bible Belt here in Tallahassee. Is that something your mom suggested in these emails?
My mom did suggest that.
Okay, and specifically, this is on page 7 of the exhibit. Let Jibbers know that your children will be baptized in the Catholic Church. Have a picture made of them in front of the church, all that kind of thing. That's what your mom suggested at one time.
She did, yes.
Okay, and did you do any of those things?
No, I don't even think I responded to it.
Do you know whether the defendant, your brother Charlie, was supportive of the plan to convert them or pose as converting them to Christianity?
I have no idea. I don't think he was particularly involved in this round of my mom's
On
emails.
page 11 of the exhibit, there's an indication from your mom that Charlie at least has discussed this with her and maybe is somewhat supportive. Charlie brought up a good point when he said that Americans were dropped behind enemy lines during World War II wearing Nazi uniforms to get what they wanted.
What?
They had a job to get done and they did what they needed to do to accomplish it. You have a job to get done in a very short time frame to accomplish it. If you dressed your kids up in Hitler Youth uniforms and brought them down here, I could care less if it was an act of defiance that would show Jibbers that he's, all caps and bold, not in control. So it just seems
That was her problem.
like your mom was pretty extreme about this situation of getting you relocated. Can you
I think
agree
she
with
was-
that?
Yeah.
All right, and Charlie was at least consulted on it or had offered some information about it.
Well, that was my mom's rendition, so I don't know if that's what actually happened or that was her perception.
Sure. Were you involved in the effort to consult a lawyer about the bribe and whether that was going to be legal?
I wasn't the lawyer consulted in that.
No. Were you involved in consulting a lawyer with your mom? Okay.
So when did
Do you know for sure if any financial offer was or was not made to Dan Markel?
I couldn't say for sure if they made it to Danny without me knowing, but I don't think so.
Is that something they would do, is try to negotiate with him behind your back or deal with this situation behind your back?
I don't think so. I think I would have known. Danny probably would have told me.
But you definitely didn't extend any of these offers or threats.
No.
When was the divorce final?
The summer of 2013.
All right, I'm going to switch gears for a minute and talk about phone stuff. Was your cell phone collected by the police in this case after Dan was shot?
I gave the police my cell phone and asked them to search it if it could be useful.
All right, and around the time of the murder, was your number 954-803-0079?
It was.
And can you agree that the numbers, let me show you an exhibit. 59, I believe. You will? Okay. Well, I want to explain what it is. Okay. Yeah, so I talked a lot about converting to Christianity, but I didn't mention what religion you are. We talked about Dan being more religious than you are, but we didn't talk about what religion you are. So could you explain that to the jury, please?
Sure. I'm Jewish.
And Dan was as well, right?
And Danny was Jewish as well.
Okay. So I had this exhibit 59. This is not 59. Yes, that's what we did. One moment. All right, you may not be able to do this, but states 59, I've got phone numbers attributed to your family members. Obviously, you don't know the other people. Are those phone numbers accurate, if you know, for the time
Yes.
frame around the murder?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And then you are also familiar with the wiretap that was conducted in this case?
Yes.
And did I provide you a disc labeled disc 107, ask you to review some calls and see if you can authenticate the voices on those calls?
Yes.
All right. And for that, I made you a little spreadsheet, which I've marked as 61. And were you able to initial by each call indicating that the highlighted names are the voices of the people they purport to be?
Yes.
Judge, at this time I ask written evidence state 61.
Any objection?
No objection.
State 61 is admitted.
All right. And if we can shift back to, we talked about your divorce being final. Once the divorce was final, weren't there still a lot of filings that went back and forth between both you and Dan Markel?
Yes and no. The divorce was final. We had a final settlement agreement. The agreement was I take my name off the title to the house. He pays me half the value to the house. So for within the first week, I went and took my name off the title to the house, and I waited until October when he was supposed to get back to me. He never paid me the money. And so I called and I asked what happened. That was the deal. And he said, I have compelling reasons. I'm not going to pay you. And so I made one filing, a motion to enforce the settlement agreement because he didn't do it.
Right. So you believed that he owed you money pursuant to the settlement agreement.
He
was in violation of the settlement agreement.
Yes.
And he was of the belief that you had withheld some financial things from your affidavit, and maybe he didn't owe you the money that you had previously agreed on because you had not been honest in the initial disclosures, right?
He accused my attorney of having unclean hands and committing a crime.
Yeah, and assisting you in withholding this money from the disclosures. Okay. All right, so I want to ask you about the motion to enforce marital settlement agreement and hold Dan Markel in contempt of court. That was filed, you may need to refresh your memory, October 31st, 2013. Give you the exhibit 56 and have you take a look at, this is going to be on 338. Title, the caption of that filing.
Motion to enforce marital settlement agreement and to show cause why the former husband should not be held in contempt of court.
What does it mean to be held in contempt of court?
It means not to be doing what the court has asked you to do.
What can happen to you if you're held in contempt of court?
I don't know, really.
Could you be jailed?
I don't know.
Now, see, that's what's pissing me off. Now, I'm not a lawyer, and I know a lot. It could vary, but you could be jailed. You could be fined. There are a lot of things.
All right. And when was this filed? This was you filing it, right? I mean, you're the client.
Right.
You're asking that he be held in contempt. And you don't know what that means?
I mean, at the time I filed, which was 10 years ago.
Oh, okay. Well, refresh your recollection with the document. Goes through 340.
Yes, Yolanda. Because it could be a lot. This is our lot.
Okay. You were asking for in this motion.
It was what I just mentioned. So basically, I took my name off the title to the house. He never paid. This was asking him to pay.
Cough up the money or be held in contempt.
Yep.
Okay. And what day was this filed?
This was filed on October 31st, 2013.
All right. So Halloween of 13, and that's the same day that you backed out of the contract to purchase the house in Tallahassee, right?
I don't
You remember
remember what day that was.
Okay. Do you remember that it was your brother Charlie that specifically convinced you to back out of that particular house deal?
I don't actually. I don't remember that.
Charlie told her, Charlie back there, like, you know it was me.
And you may have to look around for context, but I'm specifically looking at this one.
Okay.
Really up there reading like
Read what's here, but I still don't remember.
Don't
it
really
independently.
remember. And after pulling the plug on the house, there were some emails where you were saying you can't answer the phone, you're crying too hard about the house. Like you seem genuinely upset about pulling the plug on the house, but now you don't remember it?
Well, it's been 10 years.
Sure.
So a lot of terrible things have happened since then. It's hard to remember.
girl.
Don't recall.
I really liked the house and was excited about it, but it was more than I can afford at the time. That's what I remember, is talking with the real estate agent and having her say we'd find another house, and it wasn't the right one.
Would you have any reason to dispute that occurred on Halloween of 2013?
No, it probably did. I just don't remember.
Okay, and then a few months later, on February 14th of 2014, there was another filing. I want to draw your attention to page 379.
It was a messy divorce. I don't know why she actually
I'm asking what that document is.
Do you want me to read the title of the document?
Yes, please.
Former husband's counter motion to enforce marital settlement agreements, financial provisions, and incorporated motion for sanctions.
Do you remember this filing?
I don't remember this filing, but in anticipation of my testimony today, I refreshed and reread it.
Okay, and he accuses you in this filing of breaching the marital settlement agreement in various ways, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and committing a fraud upon the court by omitting the $200,000 in assets from your financial affidavit?
That is
in
what he
there?
was alleging.
And asked the court to sanction you?
Yes, that's what he
And-
said.
Okay, so again, you're both seeking the court to sanction each other. I mean, them's fighting words and lawyer terms, right?
Well, I was filing a motion to enforce a settlement agreement, so I don't think that's really fighting words. That's just asking the court to complete what it already said it wanted to do.
But I get
Okay. And on page 379, Dan suggests that the court send a strong message about your malfeasance by awarding him the entirety of the undisclosed assets of over $200,000, right?
That is what he asked for.
Okay, and then on March 10th of 2014, on page 437, do you respond with your motion to dismiss the former husband's counter motion to enforce the marital settlement agreement that we just talked about?
I'm sorry, what is the page number?
437.
I'm not familiar with this, but do you want me to read through it?
Could you read the caption aloud, please?
Sure. Motion to dismiss the former husband's counter motion to enforce marital settlement agreements, financial provisions, an incorporated motion for sanctions for failure to state a cause of action, and motion to strike as a sham pleading, and motion to strike as redundant, immaterial, impertinent, and scandalous pleading.
And then if you'll go to page 439, do you see a paragraph that begins, the vast majority of the former husband's motion?
Actually, don't see that. On page 439?
Yes, ma'am. I think I have it pulled out.
On number 8.
Yeah, the vast majority of the former husband's motion contains allegations that are redundant, immaterial, impertinent, and scandalous. Yada, yada. He's making false and immaterial statements against you. His pleadings only prove that he is a disgruntled former husband who cannot move past this disillusion. So it's getting personal. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
My attorney here is responding to his pleading, which was over the top.
And this is over the top, right?
I don't think so, no.
Then 6 days later, Dan files another motion seeking action against your mother. And that's the one we've already touched on. That's page 441. Is that right?
Page 441.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, that's what we talked about.
Okay. Former husband's counter motion for enforcement of marital settlement agreement on parenting issues and motion for contempt and sanctions. Here he's alleging, again, more violations of the marital settlement agreement, including communication between he and the boys. He wasn't happy with how much communication was happening, failing to keep him informed of where his kids are, failure to communicate about parenting decisions like the kids' schooling, diet, and extracurricular activities, and refusal to provide him access to the kids on their birthdays.
Damn.
So he's complaining about a lot of things associated with this, not just money stuff, it's parenting stuff too, right?
That's right.
And isn't it in this motion that, yes, sir.
Oh, I said that's right.
Isn't it in this motion that Dan Markell seeks to enjoin you from allowing your mother from spending time with the kids without supervision?
Can you please show me which page that's on?
450. Do you see a paragraph beginning on 3 specific occasions?
Yes, I do.
Could you read that, please?
8A, on 3 specific occasions in November 2013, the children informed Mr. Markell, Abba, Dad, Grandma says you're stupid. When queried as to why Grandma, the maternal grandmother, would say such things, the children replied jointly that it is because she says you are trying to take her sunshines away from her.
And
continue, please.
In December 2013,
you don't have to say the name.
Yeah.
Your child.
My child, the younger son, further stated to Mr. Markell in front of the former wife, Abba, Grandma says she hates you. The children were visiting with their grandparents at that time.
Mr. Markell is concerned that continued exposure to such negativity forms a foundation for parental alienation. Is that what he was alleging about your mom?
Yep.
That is what he is alleging in this document, yes.
And this was filed in court.
He filed this in court.
On what date?
It will be at the front of the document, right?
Yes, ma'am. Page 441.
This was filed on March 26th, 2014.
And this was the filing that never got ruled on, right?
I don't believe there was any ruling on this.
And that's because Dan Markell was killed before the hearing, right?
I don't know when it was scheduled for.
It wasn't even scheduled yet.
Okay.
It was waiting to be scheduled when he was killed. Is it fair to say your mom was worried about this motion?
No, my mom never knew about this motion. And as I mentioned before, Danny asked my mom to babysit after filing this motion. So I don't really believe anything that's written here.
Well, you forwarded this motion to your mother.
I don't believe I
via
did.
Email. In fact, you forwarded this motion to 12 different people.
What?
Your mom, Jeffrey Lacoste, Renee Griggs, Tova Walsh,
Did y'all look at
Morgan
she
Honeycutt, Gary Cohen, Miguel Edmondson, Trey Hubler, Robert Adelson, Rachel Frank, Jared Reich, and some MEHULNYC@yahoo.com. So if you weren't worried about this, why'd you send it to all these people?
I couldn't really say. It's been a long time.
And then a couple days later,
She wanted to get their opinion on it. What?
we know what happened.
So this was in March. So a couple days, I filed it.
She's a
I sent it to
liar.
people in July when Danny
You
was killed.
sent it, I'm sorry, you sent it a couple days later.
I sent
that email to 12 different people
in March.
Yes.
Let me just say this.
Councilman, you can.
So y'all, okay, I'm sorry. That's not all her testimony. Who this line crime? Hold on, y'all. It looks like they about to start doing a back and forth between them. Hold up.
Resume your examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. I want to talk a little bit about your brother, Charlie. Is he an older brother or a younger brother to you?
I'm the youngest of 3, so I have 2 older brothers. They're both older than me.
All right, and he's the middle child, Charlie?
That's right.
All right, and are you closer to Charlie or to the other brother?
I'm closer to Charlie.
How much time were you spending with Charlie back in 2013 and 2014?
Not a lot of time. I was in Tallahassee. He was in South Florida.
Did he work a lot?
He worked a lot, yeah.
Did he work at one location or travel around?
He would travel around. He worked at multiple locations.
Was he pretty successful in his job?
Yeah, he came up with a great business model for what he did, and he worked really hard and was very successful.
Was your brother known to carry a lot of cash?
I mean, he had cash on him sometimes. I never saw large sums of cash.
Did you ever see stapled cash?
I never saw stapled cash.
Were you familiar with his practice of stapling cash together in stacks?
No, I never knew about that.
Was your brother Charlie protective of you?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
When I was a little kid.
What
yeah.
about as an adult?
As an adult? I mean, not particularly.
Is it fair to say that during the year or so leading up to the murder of Dan Markell that your brother did not like your ex?
I mean, I don't think he probably didn't like him, but I also think he didn't spend a lot of time thinking about him.
Did he ever like him?
Yeah, I mean, I think they got along fine.
Did your brother ever mention hiring a hitman to kill Dan Markell?
No.
I'm going to turn your attention to your law enforcement interview, and I'm referring to page 25, lines 13 through 15.
You can't even remember what you said. He's a lawyer. What is this class?
Send me under a tab. So this tab here.
Okay.
Quote, it was always his joke. He said, I looked into hiring a hitman and it was cheaper to get you this TV. Is that what he said?
That was a joke that he made, yes.
And hiring the hitman, that was to kill Dan Markell, right? That was the joke.
That was the joke that he made in poor taste, yes.
Not to kill someone else.
No. Well, he never used his name.
Okay. Well, he's hiring you the TV because it's cheaper as a divorce present than a hitman. Who else would he be hitting with the hitman?
Right.
I never really thought about it because it was not a thing that he meant. He just made a bad joke.
Well, you repeated the joke, didn't you?
He repeated the joke.
Didn't you also repeat the joke?
To other people?
Yes, like Jeff Lacasse.
I never said that to Jeff Lacasse.
You didn't tell Jeff Lacasse that your brother got you that TV as a divorce present because it was cheaper than hiring a hitman.
I may have repeated that joke in the context of the TV, yes.
All right. And who is Jeff Lacasse?
Jeff Lacasse was a person I dated in 2013.
And did you tell Jeffrey Lacasse shortly before the actual murder that your brother really had looked into hiring a hitman?
I did not.
Did he buy you a TV as a divorce present?
Did my brother buy me a TV as a divorce present?
Yes, sorry, I should have
Yes.
clarified that. And was the TV that your brother bought you as a divorce present the same TV that was being repaired on the morning of the murder?
Yes.
What was wrong with the
Did your mom text you that morning that the repair guy was coming to repair the TV?
I don't remember that.
Why would your mom have been involved in your TV repair appointment?
Right.
Because I didn't purchase the TV. The TV was a gift
So?
that my brother paid for, but my mom went and got it and he reimbursed her. So the contract would have been under her name and her number. So when the repair guy was coming, they may have called or texted the number on the account instead of my number.
Okay. And after the murder, do you recall going to a dinner where you got sick at the table?
It was about a month later, and yes, I remember.
Where did that dinner occur? Was that here in Tallahassee or somewhere else?
No, it was in Miami.
All right. And was it like out at a restaurant?
It was at a restaurant.
All right. And when we say you got sick at the table, did you actually vomit at the table?
I threw up at the table.
All right. And did you ever hear your brother refer to that particular dinner as a celebratory dinner?
No.
Did you tell Jeffrey Lacoste that your brother called that a celebratory dinner?
I did not.
Was that a...
One moment, Ms. Calvin.
Yes, sir.
Review objection. Hearsay. Overruled.
Was that dinner a celebration of the murder of your ex-husband?
Absolutely not. That dinner was the first time I left my house after over a month because I was terrified. And if it was a celebration of anything, it was a celebration that I was willing to leave the house and eat a meal.
Do you know Catherine Magbanua, or have you ever met her?
I have met her.
Did you have an independent friendship with her, or did you only know her through your brother?
I only knew her through my brother.
What was her relationship to your brother?
They dated at some point.
Was there anything unusual about her as a girlfriend from your viewpoint at the time?
No.
So she seemed like a typical kind of girl that he would date?
She did.
Did you meet all his girlfriends?
I don't know. I met many girlfriends.
Okay. Did you meet Whitney Kick?
I did.
Okay. And Whitney Kick was after Catherine Magbanua, correct?
I believe so.
All right. And there's a photograph, I'm sure you recall, of you on the beach with Catherine Magbanua. Do you recall when that photo was taken?
I do. It was Father's Day 2014, so 9 years ago.
Before the murder.
June 15th of 2014?
Right
That sounds
before
right.
the murder.
So about a month before the murder?
That sounds right.
Where was this photo taken?
It was in Miami. I went down to visit my dad for Father's Day.
Approaching and showing you what I've marked as states 35. Is this that photograph? And I've attached the data associated with it.
Yes.
Okay. Is fair and accurate copy of that photograph?
Yes.
Judge, I'd ask to move into evidence states 35.
Yeah, she's a liar.
Okay.
All I can say.
It's 35.
I don't know how she
You met?
Now here's the thing, y'all. When Rivera kept saying Wendy, 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 Wendy. The thing about it is, I'm like, well, Katie, was she really talking to Wendy? What was going on? Them being at that beach a month before Dan was actually killed is not a coincidence. And remember, Rivera said they came twice. They came to kill him in June too. And they didn't do it. They couldn't do it. They came to kill that man in June too. So if you think Wendy's sitting on that beach with Katie, and she is not trying to figure out, okay, when's it going to happen? What are you going to do? Man, Wendy needs to go down. Wendy needs to go down. Yep. No plotting on that beat. Not pina coladas. They don't hardly the teeth. Look at her.
All right, is that you in the center?
That's me.
Which one's Catherine Magbanua?
The one on the left, our left in the picture.
And how long had Ms. Magbanua been dating your brother at the time this photo was taken?
I have no idea.
How many times had you met Ms. Magbanua at the time this was taken?
I think once before.
Okay, how many times did you hang out with her total?
Just these 2 times. Once at the dinner when I met her, and then once at the beach for an hour.
Was the relationship between your brother and Catherine Magbanua serious, if you know?
I don't know. I mean, 10 years ago, was it serious? Not too serious.
It never stood out to you during that time frame as like, oh, this is the one.
No.
All right, so you mentioned you thought Whitney Kick was after Catherine Magbanua. What about June Mchinda? Do you know which one that is?
When you say, do I know which one that is? She's not in the
June.
picture.
No, ma'am. You're one of your brother's girlfriends, June Mchinda. Do you know her?
I met someone named June.
Okay, and would you agree that was also after Catherine Magbanua?
Yes, that would have been after.
When did you learn that Catherine Magbanua was blackmailing your brother for the murder of your ex-husband?
Today.
So he never told you?
No.
You testified in Catherine Magbanua's murder trial last year, didn't you?
I did, yes.
And she was convicted.
She was convicted, yes.
Of murder?
Yes, of murder.
Of murdering Dan Markell.
Of murdering my children's father, yes.
A crime for which she apparently is innocent because she was just a conduit for Sigfredo Garcia. Did you learn that today along with all of us?
Well, I learned that someone made that argument. I don't know whether it's true or not true.
Okay. You have no knowledge of it.
I have no knowledge.
In all the years this has been pending.
In all of the years this has been pending.
Your brother has known who killed your child's father, and you didn't know.
I did not know.
Whitney, please. Do you know why Catherine Magbanua was on the payroll at the Adelson Institute?
I believe that she worked there.
What did she do there?
I know my brother met her at a dental office, so I'm guessing administrative work of some kind.
Did you ever observe her doing administrative work there?
No.
How did the killers in this case know that Dan Markell was planning to leave town the day after the killing?
I have no idea.
You knew he was planning to leave town the next day, didn't you?
I did, yes.
Did you convey that information to anyone?
Absolutely not.
To your knowledge, did your brother have that information?
I don't know why he would have known that.
So if the killers were told it has to be done today because he's leaving town tomorrow, we don't know how they knew that.
I have no idea how they knew that.
But it would have to come from someone familiar with Dan Markell's schedule, wouldn't it?
They would have to find out somehow. I don't know how.
Prior to Dan Markell's murder, when were you last in South Florida? Was it this trip that's pictured here?
No, because it was my dad's 70th birthday in early July, so I would have gone down to celebrate his birthday.
Okay, when's Dad's birthday?
July 5th.
How long were you down there for that July 5th trip?
I don't really remember offhand, but my guess is about a week.
Did you see Charlie Adelson on that trip?
Yes. We celebrated my dad's birthday, the whole family and friends, everybody.
Did you see Catherine Magbanua on that trip?
I don't remember if she was there or not.
Did Dad have a birthday party?
Dad had a birthday party.
Was it a big birthday?
It was his 70th birthday.
And was Catherine Magbanua at the party?
I don't remember seeing her there.
Do you remember seeing June Mchinda at the party?
I don't.
Or Whitney Kick at the party?
I don't.
So it could have been any one of them or none of them.
Or none of them. I don't remember there being a girlfriend with him at the party.
All right. So you said the birthday was what, July 5th?
It would have been July 5th.
Okay. And do you know on what day you celebrated?
Maybe his birthday. If it was, I felt like it was a weekend. So maybe if July 5th was a Saturday, then it was on his actual birthday.
Okay. Tell me about the event. You said there were family and friends there. About how many people?
Maybe like 50 people.
What was on the menu?
We had paella.
Were you responsible for securing the paella, or is that your brother's job or someone else?
I didn't arrange it, but I speak Spanish and no one else could communicate with him. So I spent some time helping him. That's why I remember what we ate.
Okay. Did your dad get any big gifts for his 70th?
I don't remember.
So there was no
I like this VA.
big lead up and discussion about some big gift that you were involved in, at least.
I don't remember. I don't remember if I gave him a present. I hope I did.
Do you remember what anybody gave him for that birthday?
I really don't.
Was the murder of Dan Markell your dad's big gift?
Oh,
I mean, that's, of course not. That's a horrible thing to say.
What about the,
I'm not sure.
well, what about the grandchildren, getting full unfettered access to the grandchildren?
My
Could that
parents
have been
had
the
full
big
unfettered
gift?
access to their grandchildren always.
Not when they lived in Tallahassee.
Well, whenever they could come up and see them, they did.
They were 50% of the time with Dan Markell, right?
Sure, but whenever they were with me, they had full unfettered access.
On the occasion that we're talking about, Dad's birthday, was that one of the times that when you came back to Tallahassee, your parents rode with you and then rented a car and drove home in the rental car?
It was.
And how long a drive is that?
It's about 7 hours.
During that 7-hour trip, or at any time when you were in South Florida, was there any discussion of a murder at all?
No, absolutely not.
Any discussion of what to do about Dan?
No.
You want us to believe Donna didn't bring that
Any
conversation up?
further discussion about bribing, converting to Christianity, any of those strategies?
No, that ship had long sailed.
Any discussion on that trip about the pending motion to preclude your mom from having contact with the kids?
No.
What was wrong with the TV that was repaired the morning of the murder?
I think one of my boys might have thrown something at it. There was like a little crack in the TV.
How long had the TV been broken at the time that it got repaired?
I honestly don't remember.
Could it have been a long time, quite a long time?
No, it could have been. I mean, I would be completely speculating. I don't remember how long it was broken for.
Do you remember who repaired the TV?
Yes, it was called the Geek Squad.
Do you remember the window that the Geek Squad gave you for when they were going to be at your home to do this repair?
I do. I think they said it was 8 to 12 or 9 to 1, something like that.
Okay. Would you agree with me if I told you it was 8 to 12?
That sounds right.
All right. And do you recall what time the repairman actually arrived?
No, but I remember they came on the early side.
Okay. And was the repair done?
No.
Why not?
Because I called my brother to find out how much a new TV would cost versus how much the repair cost, and it didn't make sense to repair it.
It's cheaper to buy a new TV.
Yep.
I'm glad India just said, hey, India, you weren't on here earlier. Someone was talking about going to school, and I remembered your tweet on X about applying to school. I hope you're getting that done. That's all.
The records indicate the repairman was there for about 45 minutes. Does that sound accurate to you?
Sure. That's my best. Sure.
Why was he there for that long, just to tell you, like, this thing can't be repaired or it's cost prohibitive to repair? Do you remember?
I don't. My guess is he was there to try to see how he could repair the TV, and then he gave me an estimate, and then I found out what the estimate compared to the cost of a new TV would be.
Who paid the repairman?
I did.
The repairman, you're familiar with his statement that you seemed really upset that day. What were you upset about?
I have no idea.
Were you upset that day?
I don't remember being, oh, yes, I was upset that day. I was upset. I remember Danny wanted to take the kids swimming, and I wanted to pick them up earlier in the day.
Okay,
And
so nothing to do with the TV.
I don't think so. I probably wasn't that upset about the TV.
Did you ever use the TV as code for the murder?
No.
Did you ever hear your mom do that?
No.
Do you remember on July 13th, 2014, seeing Jeffrey Lacasse at your place on Aqua Ridge? Do you even remember that evening?
I don't remember seeing him at my place because by that point we were kind of broken up. So I don't think I would have seen him at my place.
All right. So on that occasion, you couldn't have told him you wanted to share something with him in confidence?
I think that would be very unlikely. We had kind of broken up at that point.
And you couldn't have told him at that time the statement about your brother really did look into hiring the hitman.
I can't imagine I would have said that.
And when did you break up with Mr. Lacoste, or when did the two of you break up?
It would have been end of June 2014.
So not 4 days before the murder?
No.
All right. So end of June 2014 would have been the last time you saw him.
No. I saw him after that. We were talking and kind of figuring out what we wanted to do, but we had gone on a trip to Gainesville the last weekend in June,
Mm-hmm.
at which point we had a big argument and I really didn't want to be with him after that. So at that point for me, I was pretty much done, but there were more discussions until it, formally ended.
And when was the formal end?
I remember seeing him that Monday night and telling him I wanted to have some space.
Okay. So 4 days before the murder?
Damn,
So 4
she
days
needed
before Danny
that
was killed.
space.
All right. And that was that the end of your relationship with him?
When I told him I wanted some space, yeah.
Okay. Where did you go after the TV repair man left?
After he left, I stayed at the house for a while and I was working on some pieces of writing. I was talking with various friends. I had a friend in town interviewing for a job at FSU. I was making plans to go meet her. The time got too close before her interview. And then I had two friends that I would often meet on Fridays, just kind of last minute. And so we made plans to go have lunch.
All right. So what time did you leave the house to go have lunch?
I really didn't remember offhand, but I refreshed my memory and saw it was sometime around 12:45.
Okay. So it makes sense that you might have left your residence at about 12:30.
Sure.
Okay. And did you go to the crime scene or very near the crime scene on your way from your residence to, I guess, to lunch or to wherever you were going next?
No, I did not.
So you never turned on Trescott Drive that day?
I went to turn on Trescott Drive, but I saw that it had been blocked off by some tape. And so I just kept driving on Centerville.
Okay. And when you had to turn around at the tape, right, to go back out?
I think I tried to turn right and it couldn't turn. So I would have made the kind of turn, like a K turn, and kept going.
Was there a roadblock there
There was tape.
Yeah, and an officer was there?
I didn't see an officer, but I did see a car.
A law enforcement marked vehicle? Okay. Did you have any contact with the officer?
No.
Okay. Did you do anything after that to try to find out what was going on down that roadway?
No, I just assumed it was weather or maybe a tree fell.
Had there been bad weather that day?
No, but it was summertime and there's electrical storms and trees fall. So
What?
that would have been pretty normal for summertime.
Where were your kids supposed to be at the time that you encountered that roadblock?
They would have been at school.
And that's at the creative preschool?
He's
That's
sick
right.
of her
Who
shit.
took them to
Damn.
preschool that day?
Get bored.
Danny,
And who was supposed to pick them up from preschool that day?
me.
All right. So did you know for sure that they had made it to preschool that day at the time you encountered the roadblock?
I just assumed. I mean, if they hadn't made it to preschool, Danny would have let me know. But
Did you attempt to call Dan Markell when you encountered the roadblock?
no, I didn't think anything of it. I didn't think it was related to the house.
Had you talked to Dan Markell or your kids that morning?
My kids know, but that would have been normal. And Danny and I tried to get in touch with each other, but we left. We were trying to figure out where Ben was going to go to kindergarten at the time. And we left voicemails for each other, but didn't get to talk.
Okay. Did he leave you a voicemail message that morning?
He did.
Okay. I asked you earlier about him being scheduled to leave town the day after he was killed. Do you know where he was planning to go?
He was going to New York to see his girlfriend.
Wow.
The message that he left you that morning, do you remember what he told you in the message?
I mean, I think it was about our son's school.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that, I don't really remember.
Okay. Included in that was it included in that message that he was heading to the gym and was going to be at the gym between 9:15 and 10:30 that morning?
I really don't remember, but that sounds like it could be what he would leave.
Okay.
And why isn't she on trial? She knew where the man would be.
Would it refresh your recollection to review a transcript of that voice?
Sure.
They were at the school. Well, she came to the school. They're little kids, 3 and 4 years old. They were little kids. I think they're 15 and 16 or 16 and something like that. Yahoo! She knew where that man was going to be exactly.
Let me know when you're done. Okay.
Listen, that electrical, that's wild. I may have seen it, Alicia, but I'm going to look it up. I'll put it on my on another tab so I can watch it.
Okay.
So did he say in that voicemail that he left you what his plans were in regards to the gym that day?
He did.
What exactly did he say about the gym?
About the gym, he said, I'm going to be at the gym probably between 9:15 and 10:30, but I'm happy to chat or meet with you. Maybe we can go for a walk at school or something like that. Let me know.
Okay. So that particular voicemail doesn't sound very emotionally abusive. Would you agree with that?
No, by this point in time, we were parenting really well and we were doing just fine.
Getting along great.
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
They're doing great.
Move to strike.
I'll strike the comment, Your Honor.
Please move on.
Did you talk to your brother on the day of your ex-husband's murder?
I did.
And about what time of day did you speak to him?
It would have been right after the repair guys were there because that's when I called him to tell him, ask him whether I should get the TV repaired or buy a new TV. So
Okay.
it would have been morning.
How long did you talk to him?
I don't remember.
Does 18 minutes sound
18
incorrect?
minutes, about a
That sounds reasonable.
Okay. Did you talk to him about other things other than just the TV?
I really don't remember what else I talked to him about, but probably maybe I would have asked him about his work or we would have caught up.
Did you happen to mention Dan Markell's plans to go to New York the next day?
I don't see why I would have.
Did you have WhatsApp on your phone at that time?
I don't know if in 2014 I had WhatsApp. Now we use it for all the parent chats at school. So it's everybody seems to have it, but I don't know if everybody had it back in 2014.
What is WhatsApp?
WhatsApp is kind of an app you would use for texting.
Do you know if your brother Charlie had it at that time?
I have no idea if he had it at that time.
Did you ever communicate with Charlie through WhatsApp?
Maybe. I mean, I don't know if I had it at that time or if I had it later, I probably would have.
Just not sure.
Yeah.
Did you have any contact of any kind with Catherine Magbanua on the day of Dan Markell's murder?
No.
Did you ever communicate with her through WhatsApp?
No, I never communicated with her at all.
All right, let's talk about, well, you communicated with her on the beach.
I saw her in person, but I'm saying I never texted with her, called her. I never communicated via a device other than in person.
Okay. What about when you were talking to your brother? Did she ever get on the phone and speak to you?
I don't think so.
Okay. I want to talk about where you went when you left your residence on the day of the murder. You tried to turn on to Trescott, and then you ended up where?
I went, I was supposed to go to a party that night, a Stock the Bar party. So I went to a liquor store to pick up what they had asked for as the present for their party. So I went to the liquor store, I picked up the alcohol, I stopped, I think I got gas, and then I went to lunch to meet my friends.
And the liquor store purchase appears to have occurred at 12:49 based on the receipt. Do you have any reason to dispute that
No, that
timing?
sounds right.
Okay. And then from there to the restaurant?
Yes.
And where was the restaurant located?
Mosaic. I actually don't remember. I just remember I would go north on Thomasville Road.
All right.
And so it was,
And is the restaurant where law enforcement came to speak with you and you ended up going with them to the police station, right?
that's correct.
All right. Do you agree or disagree that there have been some financial benefits to you and your boys as a result of Dan's death?
I disagree.
When did you decide to change the names of your children from Markell to Adelson?
So after Danny's murder, there was a lot of news. It just hit the media and there were news stories everywhere. And Nancy Grace on CNN put pictures of my boys with their faces unblurred,
Ooh,
just
I gotta go see
pictures
that.
of them. And I was terrified. And so when they started school, I started school with my last name, thinking that would keep them safe, that they wouldn't be associated with the murder.
Wasn't the Adelson name in the press? Just
It was
as
not
much
in the
as
press.
Markel?
Not yet.
Oh, it's not do that. Not when he first happened.
Do you agree that you legally changed the kids' names on July 6th of 2015?
That sounds right.
So it was actually a year after the homicide.
A year after.
Gee, they can't even carry on the legacy because she done sent them, put them back in Adelson.
When was the last time you talked to your mom? Did you talk to her today, yesterday?
I talked to her yesterday.
In her emails, and we referenced one of them while you've been here on the stand, she talks about you giving performances and playing roles. Did you discuss anything about what you would do here today in court with your mother?
No.
Because she's playing the role, baby.
Were you involved in any way in the plot to kill your ex-husband?
Absolutely not.
Did you know it was going to happen, but maybe not know the details?
I knew nothing.
Is that why you went to the crime scene on the day of the homicide?
I did not go to the crime scene on the day of the homicide.
Do you know who all was involved in the murder?
Well, I learned today, but at the time, no.
Now, here's the thing. Wendy is not about to tell me that this is the man who fathered your children. Your family is accused of killing him, and you just learning stuff today? No, ma'am.
Okay.
Wendy is full of shit. Oh,
Have you ever privately confronted your brother about his role or possible role in the murder?
My attorney has advised me not to have conversations with anyone in my family about the case.
But you had a close relationship with your brother at the time of the murder, right?
I absolutely had a close relationship with my brother.
And how soon after the murder did your lawyer advise you not to talk to your family about it?
In 2016.
Okay, so what about the 2 years in between? Did you talk to him about it then?
I mean, I talked to him about the fact that a murder occurred, but I guess I don't understand the question.
You understand.
But you never talked to him about the suspicions you raised in the law enforcement interview that your brother might have done it.
No, I did not.
You suspected your brother could have been a part of this, right?
I suspected lots of people could have been a part of it.
But he was one of the people, right?
While I was talking with law enforcement for 6 hours, terrified out of my mind, I offered them every possible idea I could come up with.
Right. And one of the possible ideas was that your brother could have murdered your child's father.
I didn't
right?
really believe that was possible.
Was part of the plot for you to be able to have plausible deniability about
Yes.
this?
Absolutely not.
Yes.
Is it better for both you and your brother if you don't know the details of this?
I don't even understand the question that you're asking me.
When did you first become aware that you might be a suspect in this case?
I mean, as the ex-wife, I assumed I was a suspect from the beginning.
What was your first thought when you were asked if anyone might have murdered Dan Markel for your benefit?
I thought, oh my God, maybe if I hadn't divorced him, he would still be alive. Maybe this is my fault because I complained to the wrong person. Maybe Danny.
Okay, let's stop it there. Maybe if I hadn't divorced him, he'd still be alive. What? 2, maybe I complained to the wrong person. Who are you complaining to? Your mother and your brother. Like, you're not helping, sis.
He gave a student a bad grade and they came after him. I just was trying to think of who possibly could have wanted to hurt him.
But you didn't say any of that before. I mean, the first thing you said was Charlie, right?
I don't think so.
Page 25 of your interview. line 5 through 15. Do you have any reason to dispute? Page 25, not 5 hours into it. You
Right.
say Charlie might have done it,
Damn.
right?
Can I see, please?
You may.
Yes, show her, please.
This is going to be tab 1, page 25.
I get Charlie can't stand her. I hate this. Like, because that means I got to sit down and I got to be out. Yeah. Maybe because it's not her fault.
What I say here is that he would never do it. Right under the highlighted part, I say, no, he would never.
You need a copy?
No.
It's in there, Dick. It's right there.
Page 25, line 5 through 15. I mean, my brother, the one, his name is Charlie, the one I'm really close to. He makes a lot of jokes in that taste, and it was a joke he made. He bought the TV for me.
Some of y'all might not be looking at the screen, so I'm going to rewind that for you because I told y'all Charlie wants to join the conversation so bad. He wants to like chime in. Look at what he just did. And now I can't believe the judge hadn't got on him. It's been all over Charlie's face that Wendy full of shit, but look at this.
No.
You know, she's trying to spin it as if this lady doesn't have transcripts. No, I didn't say that about Charlie. No, I wasn't saying that. She's trying to spin it because now she's in front of Charlie. Look at, y'all watch what Charlie does. Ebony, Charlie said, you said it.
Page 25, line 5 through 15. I mean, my brother, the one, his name is Charlie, the one I'm really close to. He makes a lot of jokes in that taste, and it was a joke he made. He bought the TV for me this morning that got broken, and then I was talking to him about whether it made sense to pay or fix it, or whether I should get a new one. And it was always his joke that, like, he knew that Danny always treated me badly. And it was always his joke. He said, I looked into hiring a hitman and it was cheaper to get you this TV. So instead I got you this TV. And you do say you don't think he would do it, but can we agree you brought up his name on page 25 of the interview?
I did.
When asked, would you ever ask someone to do something like this? You say not in a million years. When asked, okay, do you think someone would do this for your benefit without asking you? You say no. And when Isom starts to ask you, what good does it serve? You say, I mean, my brother, the one, his name is Charlie.
Hey.
Isn't that how it went?
This is the transcript, but I think there's also inaccuracies in the transcription.
Oh, boy. All right. Do you want the?
That's one of the first times I've seen Wendy look over at Charlie too. Y'all look at her. She look at her.
Oh boy. All right.
Oh, wait a minute. Did y'all hear the prosecutor say, oh boy?
Inaccuracies in the transcription.
Oh boy. All right.
She looked over there at Charlie.
Do you want the culpable parties held accountable for murdering the father of your children?
Absolutely. I'm grateful they're already in jail.
But not if it's your family.
It's not my family.
I mean, somebody hired them, right?
Not necessarily.
Somebody paid them.
I learned something this morning.
Yeah, me too. You didn't want them held accountable if it was your family members. Didn't you tell law enforcement that?
That's not what I told law enforcement.
What did you tell law enforcement?
I told them that the person who did this should be held responsible and that I had nothing to do with it.
Page 122, lines 7 through 12. If somebody tried to kill my ex-husband, they should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. The investigator says, regardless of who it is, and your answer is, I mean, it would be different if I thought it were my brother.
But I don't think it was my family, is what
different now, isn't it?
No, it's not different. That's exactly
different
what I
today,
said
isn't
right
it?
here. No, that's not
No
right.
further questions.
That's a good way to end it. Oh, I like her.
Cross-examination.
I like
Judge, may
her.
we do a sidebar for?
Very briefly.
Very brief.
Oh, I like this prosecutor. She's my type of sassy. Yes, Wendy, we are looking at you sideways, baby, because you are full of shit. Look at her. Y'all know what she's doing right now. I told y'all about those breathing boxes. Wendy is doing her breathing boxes. She is so full of Wendy. Wendy is, ooh.
Can I move some of this stuff?
Yes.
He's the one who benefited the most from this. Running behind you.
316 after the arrest of the killer.
That's correct.
We've met 2 or 3 times in our life, right?
That's correct.
We initially met in 2016 after the arrest of the killers in this case.
That's correct.
During that meeting, we had no conversation whatsoever about the substance of this case, right?
That's correct.
We met again in April of 2022 on the day that your brother was arrested, correct?
Correct.
You want to arrest the
You were at your parents' house and we were figuring out where he was, right?
That's right.
Again, nothing was discussed about the case other than his arrest.
Correct.
In fact, before right now, we have never discussed your testimony at all.
Correct.
Okay. With that in mind, let me ask you the most important question. You're aware that the state has named you as an unindicted co-conspirator in the murder of your ex-husband, right?
Correct.
Wait!
They believe that you, along with your brother, along with your mom, along with your dad, conspired with those 3 killers, including Katie Magbanua. They believe you all conspired with them to kill your ex-husband. You understand that, right?
I understand that that is what they believe.
You understand they put up a chart in their opening with pictures of all of you.
Yes, I saw the chart.
Ms. Adelson, did you have anything to do with the murder of your brother, of your ex-husband?
Absolutely not.
It's fair to say the state has it wrong.
Absolutely.
Were you in a conspiracy with any members of your family to kill Professor Markell?
No.
Okay, with that starting point, let's get into your background a little bit. I'm going to try to skip through stuff that's already been done. Growing up, you were pretty close with your parents.
Yes.
Fair to say they were middle class?
Yes,
You went to a public high school?
I did.
You did pretty well in high school, right?
I was valedictorian.
They said not pretty well.
But around a year or 2 before you went to college, your father was a victim of a Ponzi scheme, correct?
It was actually when I was in 8th grade.
And he lost much of his wealth.
He lost his whole life savings.
You still went to a prestigious college up in Boston, right?
I got a full scholarship.
And then when it came time to go to law school, did you pay for law school?
I got a full scholarship.
Now
let me just say this. Valedictorian, full scholarship for undergrad, full scholarship for law school. She too damn smart to be up here playing. And now if I'm the jury, there's no way I'm not. The way she's trying to act like, oh, I didn't know this. I don't understand your question. What are you trying to say? Now you're playing in our face. You're playing in our face. And you wouldn't. The lady is calculated. She went to have dinner with friends. They saw her. She said she went and got gas. That's a camera. She went past the place. Past Dan Markell Street, but I didn't think anything of it. Went and purchased liquor. There's no way people are believing a woman this smart did not know what was going on. I don't believe it.
Now, You got asked a lot of questions about divorce law in your direct examination. Are you a divorce lawyer?
I am not.
What type of law did you specialize in?
Immigration.
All those filings, and we'll get to them. Did you write those filings?
No.
So the words that Ms. Kappelman were reading, they were for you. You reviewed them, correct?
I did.
Did you draft them?
I didn't draft any pleadings.
That motion for contempt, she asked you if he could be put in jail. You have no idea, right?
I didn't remember whether that's what contempt meant, but
You were just seeking the court to enforce its previous order, right?
that's correct.
Now, remember you said that during these filings, this is the same exhibit, that you thought you talked about some other things and Ms. Kappelman said, nah, it's not in there. Remember that?
I do.
Can I borrow that binder? I'm going to draw your attention. This is State's Exhibit 56. I'm going to draw your attention to page 187. I want you to read this paragraph for the jury.
Okay. The wife has been very unhappy in the marriage and filed her petition for dissolution of marriage in August 2012. The husband continues to characterize this as an abandonment of the family. At no time has the wife abandoned the children. She is divorcing the husband due to her unhappiness with him and the marriage, and she only moved out of the home because she knew the husband would not. The husband's statement of abandonment are unfounded and not supported by fact or law. He is simply having difficulty accepting her decision. In fact, he is having so much difficulty that he has told several of her colleagues and friends that she must have mental health issues.
You can stop there.
Okay.
Do you remember telling Ms. Kappelman that you remember filing something like that?
Yes, I do.
You can set it aside. We're going to move on.
Can't believe all this.
When did you meet Professor Markell?
We met in Washington, D.C. in the fall of 2004 when I went up to D.C. to interview for a job.
Where were you living at the time?
I was living in Miami.
When did the relationship get serious?
Well, because it was long distance, it kind of got serious pretty quickly because it's a commitment to date someone long distance. So we started dating, and then I think over Thanksgiving, he came and spent Thanksgiving with my family. And by then it felt pretty serious.
Do you recall if you introduced him to Charlie?
I would have at that point. I don't remember introducing him before that time, but he would have met my whole family then.
What did Charlie think of Professor Markell?
I honestly don't remember his reaction. But
Don't lie with me.
Were they buddies?
no,
They really had nothing in common, right?
no, they had nothing in common.
Now, you got engaged pretty quickly. Is that fair to say?
We did, yep.
And I think you described how you ended up in Tallahassee, how you did your last year of law school in Tallahassee. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then you had 2 children.
We did.
During the marriage, did Professor Markell get along with your parents?
Yep.
Now, skipping a little bit ahead, then we'll go back. Do you remember asking Ms. Kappelman asking you about your parents not liking Tallahassee and not having access to the kids in Tallahassee? Do you recall those questions?
I don't remember her asking whether my parents didn't like Tallahassee, but I remember her asking about access, like not having unfettered access to the kids.
And do you remember talking about how your parents were looking for real estate in Tallahassee?
Yeah, my parents were trying to buy a house here.
Do you recall that after you got divorced, they contacted a real estate agent named Tim Kelly to buy that house?
Yes.
During the course of your marriage, I think you said you were close to your brother, Charlie.
Yes.
How often did you speak to each other?
Maybe once a week or a couple times here and there.
Now, in all the years you lived in Tallahassee, is it fair to say that Charlie only came up 2 or 3 times?
Yeah, he came up for the birth of both boys, so definitely twice. And then I think he had an internship or a job in Alabama for a little while, so he came by then. But so maybe 3 times.
Now, you described that there came a time when you and Professor Markell started to have some marital issues.
That's right.
And some of these issues had to do with religion, correct?
Yes.
And some of them had to do with just the fact that you two were growing apart. Is that fair to say?
Yes,
But you got marriage counseling, right?
we did.
How long were you in marriage counseling for?
Yeah, it seems like the lawyer is trying to counteract what the prosecutor did, but I don't really hear anything about Charlie. All of this is about Wendy. It's almost like he's defending Wendy indirectly right now.
I think about 6 months, maybe.
Now, as close as you are with your mom, while in marriage counseling, did you tell her you were in marriage counseling?
I don't remember telling her I was in marriage counseling.
And until the end, did Charlie know that you were in marriage counseling?
I don't know if I talked to my family about being in counseling.
Do you recall a time when you and Charlie, you were down in South Florida and you told him that you were having marital problems?
I do.
And what was Charlie's reaction to that?
I mean, he was supportive of me. I remember him saying, life is short. So if you're unhappy, then, you can make a different choice.
Do you recall a dinner at the Melting Pot where you told Charlie that you had decided to file for divorce?
I do.
And when you told Charlie that you were going to file for divorce, did he have anger and hatred towards Professor Markell?
No.
Was he sad because he knew that this was going to affect his nephews?
I don't think he was really sad. I mean, honestly, I think a lot of people wondered why I got married to Danny in the first place. And my friends were very supportive when I decided to end the marriage.
Now, you actually filed for divorce in September of 2012. Is that right?
That sounds right.
And when you filed for divorce, let me say this. When you left the home, I think that was discussed in the direct, Professor Markell was out of town, right?
He was. I called him and let him know that I had filed.
You're a non-confrontational person, right?
It is not my best quality, yes.
But you had been in marriage counseling for quite some time before you left the home, right?
Yes.
Before you left the home, did you have a place to live?
I did.
So there was some planning, correct?
Yes.
Charlie had nothing to do with those arrangements, right?
No.
And that's when you moved into the Aqua Ridge house?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's marked as Defense Exhibit 1 for identification purposes only.
That's right.
May I approach your honor? Do you recognize the email addresses on this document?
I do.
Is that your email address in July of 2012?
It was my work email address, so that makes sense. That must have been my email.
Does this look like an email that you could have received from your mom?
It does. I don't remember this email, but it does look like an email I could have received.
Judge, I would move this into evidence as Defense Exhibit 1 at this time.
Is there an objection?
Objection, hearsay.
This is an email between your mom and you in July of 2012, right?
Yes.
And just pointing to just under paragraph 2, I just need to know that I can legally take my children and move to another location. There was concern that you wanted to make sure that you weren't breaking the law, right?
Correct.
What can I legally remove from the house to the new location? There was concern that you wanted to do everything within the law, right?
Correct.
I'm so confused with this attorney right now.
Now, we've heard a lot about
That's what she does.
this TV already. So let's just clear this up right now. Charlie bought you the TV, right?
Yes.
More precisely, Charlie had your parents buy the TV and he paid them back.
Yes.
And they bought the TV from Best Buy, right?
Yes.
Have you ever bought anything from Best Buy?
I'm sure I have.
When you buy from Best Buy, they always try you to get the Geek Squad warranty, right?
Yeah, they do.
And people like me always fall for that, right? But when you call and you need a repair on the TV, it's got to be registered to your name, right?
I think so.
Do you know if the Geek Squad was registered to your mom and dad?
I don't know offhand, but if they're the ones who bought the TV, then they probably bought the, Geek Squad policy that went with it too.
If I showed you the receipt, would that refresh your recollection?
I don't really have an independent recollection, so I don't think so.
Kevin, I don't know what he's doing right now. Maybe it's like a strategy.
Now, Charlie made that joke many times, right?
He did.
He never told you he actually looked into hiring a hitman, right?
No.
Did you think he was serious?
No.
By the way, the state has you as a co-conspirator with Charlie Adelson, right?
I believe so.
But they also have you, according to them, blurting out during an interview that your alleged co-conspirator did the murder. Does that make any sense?
I don't understand the question.
Let me rephrase.
Take the heat off her.
They have you guys as co-conspirators. They think you did a murder together, right?
I think so. That's what they believe.
If you did a murder together, why would you have blurred out a statement like that?
I clearly would not.
Do you know if Charlie repeated that joke in March of 2014 when you went to Yardbirds with Jeff Lacoste?
He may have, if I was mentioning the TV was broken or something like that.
Do you know who else was at that dinner?
Katie.
Oh.
During your divorce, you spoke to your mom daily, probably, right?
I would usually call my parents on my way to drop kids at school. We'd have a short conversation. So that sounds right.
And it's fair to say that your parents were involved in some of the decisions that you were making in the divorce. You were asking their advice.
For some of the time.
Did you often speak with Charlie about what was happening in the divorce?
Not too much, no.
But fair to say Charlie was supportive of you, right?
Yeah, I mean, he was always supportive of me.
Is Charlie kind of self-centered?
I don't think so.
Charlie wanted
At the time of your divorce, though, he had a lot going on in his life.
I mean, his life was going great. He had a great business. He always had lots of girls. He had friends.
The divorce was settled in July of 2013.
Correct.
How did you feel after it was settled?
I felt better. Felt a sense of relief that we could just move on with our lives.
Now, I want to talk a little bit about this relocation issue. Isn't it true that your attorney told you that there was very little chance for you to win that motion?
I believe so, yes.
Where were you working in Tallahassee? Let's go backwards, actually. In 2007, when you were married, where were you working in Tallahassee?
At that time, I would have been working at the FSU Center for Human Rights.
And you were lobbying for anti-human trafficking legislation?
I was primarily representing victims of human trafficking, but I did a little bit of lobbying too.
But the funding for your job ran out and you lost your job, right?
Yeah.
At the time of the divorce, you had gotten a job at FSU. What was that job?
At the time of the divorce, I was adjunct teaching a few classes at the law school, and I had a number of different jobs at FSU, but by that point, I was probably running something called a medical legal partnership, where I would work with the law school, the medical school, and the social work school to help the students work together to try to help solve legal problems that clients had.
Did you like that job?
I did, yeah.
So if you liked the job so much, why were you looking to relocate?
I mean, relocation was not a big issue for me. I probably never would have thought of it. A friend suggested it to me that it might be helpful. Maybe I would get more time with the kids if I could relocate.
What?
But I wasn't really focused on it. I didn't think it would happen, and I was pretty happy.
Here's the thing with me. She keeps saying I was really happy in Tallahassee. I love the life I had. I didn't mind staying there, but you put in an order to ask the judge, an order that your lawyer already told you was probably not going to be approved, right? It wasn't going to be granted, but you still took time to put the order in. Pay your attorney to put this order in, but you were so fine where you were. None of what she's saying is making sense.
Being at my job.
Now, you were a non-tenured clinical professor in that job, right?
That's right.
It meant that you could lose the job at any time. Is that fair to say?
Mm-hmm.
And you were, you had a lot of responsibilities, now being divorced, even more responsibilities with the kids.
Sure.
And you were offered a job at a prestigious law firm in Miami. Is that fair to say?
I was, yes.
And that job was going to have a pretty big salary increase.
Yes.
And it was going to give you an opportunity for more stability. Fair enough?
Yeah.
You were also going to have the benefit of family in South Florida who could help you with the kids, right?
Yeah.
Now, even with this relocation request, was it ever your intention for Professor Markell to be absent from your boy's life?
Never, no.
Okay. When you lost the relocation motion, I think it's fair to say that your mom and dad were pretty upset.
That's right.
It's fair to say that your mom came up with some crazy ideas.
Totally bonkers, yes.
We saw the email about conversion of the kids, right?
Yes.
By the way, did you ever do any of that?
No.
So you never dressed the kids up, you never baptized them, you never took a picture of them.
I just don't get what his point is right now. He's her brother.
Did your mom keep bugging you to do any of that stuff?
No, I think it was just one crazy email.
By the way, in all of these emails, did your mom ever tell you to do something violent
No.
to Professor Markel?
No.
Was there ever any discussion of threats of violence in any way?
No, never.
Mr. Rauschenbaum, I'm going to let you to ask one more question, and from there, we're going to go into recess for the evening, but your examination of the witness will go into tomorrow.
Have you ever heard of the Prof's blog?
Sure.
Remember those questions that Ms. Kappelman asked you about how people could know about Danny traveling on the weekend of his murder? Remember those questions?
I do, yes.
Would it surprise? What is the Prof's blog?
It was a blog that Danny started with some friends to talk about the law and legal theories and to kind of have conversations in space with other law professors.
I'm showing you it's marked as Defense Exhibit 2.
So now it's
This will be quick, Your
I
Honor.
was going to say, we went from 1 to 5 real quick.
It'll be quick.
Please show your exhibit for the witness.
Now it says Paul. Ronnie, she looked like
Does
a
this
bird.
look like a posting from the Prof's blog?
I don't know if you've seen Secret Life of Pets before, but there's a bird that lives on top of the building, and they have that little mat, that little I don't even know. I can't even catch the words right now. It's a mask on him, and I looked. I said, "What the hell is that?" Then I noticed she had a mask on.
It does, yes.
Judge, I admit Defense Exhibit 2 into evidence at this point in time.
Any objections to the state?
I'd like to take a look at it first, Your Honor.
Okay, go.
Well, he only had one question.
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
Go ahead. You don't have to approach. We're going to handle this without the jurors.
I'll ask it one last question, and then we can, if you
Sure.
can handle.
One means one, not.
One means one. Do you know if Professor Markel would frequently post his travel schedule on his Prof's blog?
He would post it on his Prof's blog and on his Facebook.
That's my one question.
Baby, I'm like the judge right now. You heard that man. You heard that one question, and that's it. So y'all, looks like it's more. So if I know tomorrow I got the R&B festival but perhaps Sunday, if I do go live on Sunday, I saved Katie's testimony from Charlie's trial. So we can finish Wendy and then watch Katie's testimony because I'd love to see what Katie said. Oh, I just want to see her demeanor up there. Oh, she said, but why would know about the website? Girl, Ebony, Wendy is reaching. Wendy is reaching. And I'm just sick of it. I can't wait to do TikToks about Wendy because Wendy is reaching. I can't wait to see what other people think about Wendy. Wendy is reaching and she's full of shit. She's full of shit. But thank you guys so much for everybody who stayed on the live. I know it's late. And yes, I will be doing the Donna Adelson trial. So if you guys are watching during the day and then you still want to hear some more, I'll be here. But I'm going to be every day from 6, maybe about 6 to 11. Did I say 6? Yeah, I think it's about 5.5, 6 hours. So maybe 6 to midnight, somewhere up in there for this trial, while this trial is going on. But thank you guys for hanging with me. Thank you for all the super chats and the memberships. Thank you guys. I hope y'all liked the live. I didn't see anybody mad about the likes. So it must have been good today. But thank you all so much. I will see you guys probably Sunday, if not Sunday, Monday night, and I'll have all the notifications on. Oh, I guess Barbie, I said Barbie. Bart, she wants to tell y'all good night because she just jumped up here. But yeah, bye everybody. Good night, y'all. See y'all later.